Alright, good morning. If it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, you are not on the live stream. What's up, guys? Good morning. Gonna wait and let a couple people get in here because I'm still setting up myself. Sorry I didn't do a watch list last night. I went through a lot of things. I went through a lot of charts over the weekend, and I'm just like, nothing really has changed in my opinion, right? So I do apologize for not getting a watch list out last night. I literally sat here for, not 2 days, but Saturday I went through I spent a little time going through charts. I do have some good ideas, and it seems like they're already working out this morning. We'll get right into that. If you guys have questions, if you have any if you guys news, any tickers you guys want to talk about, questions, all that, you can throw it down in the description. If you find this useful, this live stream useful, we help make you any money. We urge you to give back to the stream. The contribution and donation link is in the description. It goes to the stream. It doesn't go to my pocket and go to for me for lunch, unless you say otherwise, obviously, but so that link is in the description. Hit that like button for me. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. I'm giving you guys a giveaway. Once we can get to 1,000 subscribers, we'll be there before we know it. I got to do a little more work. Been doing a few things behind the scenes with getting a couple things. How do I say it? Like with the screens and everything. Like just trying to get everything a little bit more pleasurable to the eyes. But anyway, so yeah, if you have questions or news or hear anything or would like to know something or have a question, feel free to put it in the comment section down below. If you want to get a hold of me, if you want to reach out for a one-on-one, the link is also in the description. You can follow me at Ivy League Trades. I posted on Twitter this past weekend with banks. Okay, I was noticing something here, and I really wasn't set for a full on, a full on, this stock has been going for almost a year and a half now. All right. It's an interest rate play, but I feel like there's a pullback due, right? So let's go look at JP Morgan. Let's start there. So here's what my watch list is going to be filled with, okay? First off, banks. You had news with Bank of America, which we'll cover. I know we only have just a few more minutes. I had trouble falling asleep last night. Not really falling asleep. I was watching something. I fell asleep. I woke back up, so I was up a little late last night. So I do apologize for coming on late. But, okay, so JP Morgan hasn't really pulled back, so this is the first one I'm going to be watching. I'm going to watch this level here. And if we seem like we're not making any progress off of this level at 210, what I would like to see is if we can, take a run back to the top end of this range up here at 216, 214. You have this previous, you have this triple top here, right? 1, 2, 3. Major support levels 210, right? So 209, it's like 209.90, 210. We're watching the 210 level. It's going to be an area. Look, my screen's messed up. Hold on. But if it breaks, I'm looking to see if we can get 210 to break. All right, 210 to break, and you have to watch. The first level is going to be 208. But I'm going to look to get down to this 20-day moving average, and we have a gap down here. You guys can see that there's a gap right in there. There's your gap. All right, so I would like to see if we get another shot at 204. But if we just sit here and we're just not moving off of 210 to the downside, breaking it, then I'm going to look for more room to the upside. All right, first thing we'll concentrate on is prior day's high. All right, Friday's high. We'll look for a run back up to that area. You might struggle around 211, but a nice run back up there to Friday's high. We could see this thing we could see this thing, you know, start running again. But, you know, I'm a little cautious. So what I'm going to look for is I'm going to look for pops. I'm going to, you know what, now that I'm looking at this today, because we have the open, this is what I was waiting for this weekend. Like, when I was going through charts this weekend, I'm like, I don't know where we're opening, because I could seriously have given both sides to the trade with just as much conviction for either side, the long or the short, if that makes sense. Right? So I was like really waiting to see where we would open up at this morning on some of these ideas. But anyway, so JP Morgan, look 210. Let's look to see if we can break through Friday's high and look for another test back up there to 216. All right, the daily chart, weekly chart's a little bit overdone, but I think intraday, or like, let's just talk about like the week. So when I view this, I'm going to talk about Monday and Tuesday. Let's look for a long today and tomorrow to back up into this previous high, or just shy of. Maybe we put in a lower high. And I want to see in what manner we do it. Because if we cannot get back above through here, if we cannot, you know, we want to test up to 216, and 216 is going to be where I'm like, I'm going to be have the majority of this position off, because I think if we rally today into tomorrow, and we do not break to a new high, I think we could see a little bit more downside. I don't know what's going to trigger it, but 210, guys. JP Morgan 210 longs, looking for a target of 216. So here we go. And I wrote this all down this weekend. My personal thoughts on JP Morgan was a decent pullback. 210, 209.50. Holds long. We're going to target 212, which is Friday's high. Take profits. 214. Final take 216 to see if we can break to new highs. If we get there on volume, then obviously we don't have to worry about about selling the position. We do have some IPOs. Look, I made all this for the watch list yesterday, guys. I made all of this for the watch list yesterday. But anyway, my weekly goal this week is going to be consistency, by the way. All right, I'm just going to look to pack on some wins this week. All right, Bank of America, Berkshire Hathaway had sold a bit of its stake there. I don't know why. This is also a nice little setup here. Flat top resistance right there. And we could look for the reversal here on this as well. So this is why I bring up banks, and it's not ironic that, you know, I was looking at banks, and then we start to get news today to get these things running. Bank of America, you could look for 43.50 to the long. I think that's very doable. Very doable. 43.50. So however you want to play this, and again, you know, so if it's just because this thing's $40, or like just because it's not NVIDIA, just because it's not Tesla, does not mean you guys can't make any money trading these. It's not hard to get 100% on names like this when they get going. So DJT got a little pop this morning. It's been literally just consolidating, and now we can see we've officially made 36 resistance. So if we get another pop into 36, could look to get short this name. I would be careful though. It isn't really giving you the follow through as one would like, if that makes sense. It's not really paying you that much, in my opinion. I know one of a member here in chat's been in this for a while, and it's just like beating a dead horse with a stick. It's just, you know, it's not really doing much. Sorry. So that's that. AMD and NVIDIA. So you guys can see here, NVIDIA is back above that 120 level, and I'm gonna write this down myself. Let me pull this back. If you guys have questions, please post them below. If you guys have anything at all that I could help you with, feel free to let me know. Give me 1 second. So let's go. So NVIDIA, we have NVIDIA, right? Let me write this down real quick. I thought NVIDIA, I thought that I gave up all these lines here. I thought I took off all these levels. Keep an eye for a small trade, which I'm not sure if you get it now. Let's see here. So 120, 122, 120, 122, 122.50. I'm gonna stick with that 122.50. So here's what I would look for in NVIDIA. If we can get a bounce on NVIDIA, pullback bounces, I would like to see if we can meet this 20-day moving average up there at 123, and see if we, continue with the consolidation. All right, on this daily chart, see if we continue with the consolidation, and we just kind of like draw out some time until earnings and just sit up here. People are expecting this thing to fall, so I mentioned on Twitter that it feels like a lot of people did not, in fact, listen to their earnings call. So they just, I don't know who started it with valuations after this pullback, but you can see we held up really nicely here. So, with that said, I'm going to look for another run back to 124. Try to get this gap fill. I don't know if you'll get the gap fill, because as we start popping here, you're going to see that the 20 days is going to start moving itself down. That's so sick. I don't know why anybody could vote. That's so crazy. If she had her way. That's so sick. I don't know when it became okay to raise taxes. I would like to know. I mean, you're talking about people that are already struggling with higher energy cost. Inflation. Sorry, I'm so tired of hearing about the fucking presidential election. And then I'm just so tired of hearing about all of it. And I do apologize for, to you guys, I respect people's decisions. You have that right. People died for that right. So people also died for your right to not have the government also dictate your every move for the most part. Anyway, NVIDIA. So we're looking for pullback longs. This level seems to be holding right now. You guys can see this 120 level. So, if you want to take a long, if you get the opportunity off the bell, actually I would be careful here. Hold up. Let's see here. So, and again, that target's going to be 125. Would like to see if we can get the gap fill. I would like to try to get that gap fill there. Be careful. I'm going to tell you guys right now, be careful with NVIDIA. I think you could see a pullback on NVIDIA. Yeah, so let's look for pullback longs. Like, I'm not going to take this unless we get a pullback that's at least... I don't even think I'm going to trade NVIDIA, to be honest with you. Yeah, if we get a pullback off the bell, then I'll take this. Pullbacks off the bell, if I can get like 119 or so, 119 on NVIDIA, then I'll think about it. But like right here, right here, this level right here, guys. 119. I'm going to put a dotted line, and we'll see if we can get, actually it's not this, and that's ironically, that's also prior Friday's VWAP. That's prior day's VWAP. So this will be the entry on NVIDIA 119, and we're gonna look to target like 123 area, 123, 124. I'd like to try to get the gap fill. So that is 119 area. 119 longs. Targeting 123, 124. 23, 124. Target. Let me not get too wrapped up in a whole bunch of trades. Also, what did we say? Bitcoin. Bitcoin. I told you guys that this thing was a consolidation. If you wanted to own it, you needed to get on the train. You guys know I did. For anybody that's been here, you guys know. I need to continue on here. Oh, 119, 118. Okay. 118 actually isn't a bad level either, but that's up to you if you guys want to take that. CrowdStrike's the next one, and then we'll get into some of the Chinese names. All right, I'm really eyeing up some of these Chinese names. Dude, that's so awesome. Did I post it? I did. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys. That was awesome. Here, let's sub it up, guys. Let's have a great week this week. I'm really gunning for a consistently, for consistency. I'm sorry, and just throwing profits in the pocket. I don't care if it's 20%, 80%, 1,000%. Again, remember, you're in volatile times. If you're a swing trader, it's going to be a little hard. You got to take. You can't be too naive to think you can just sit and hold. If you get paid, you got to take your money. At least, if it feels like it's giving it to you. If you're getting in front of those levels, if you're near it, around the level or targets you're looking for. CrowdStrike. So CrowdStrike is still pulling back here, which is actually pretty crazy. Okay. Well, okay then. That's actually pretty weird. I did not expect CrowdStrike to be pulling back. Wow. Okay. Okay. Well, I was watching for 310, so this isn't too, man, damn, that's crazy. Where could she be going? 288? Are you serious? I don't know what's going on with CrowdStrike. Let's go find out. And listen, if I hear Trump trade one more time, I'm gonna blow my you-know-what off. Alright, I'm gonna blow my head off. Because I'm so tired of hearing this Trump trade. I'm so tired of it. So, check. Alright, we do have, everything is working correctly, right? Check Mike's working. Alright, good deal. Good deal, good deal, good deal, good deal. Let me turn this up. Check Mike. Alright. Live. Alright, so CrowdStrike dropped 4% after Guggenheim downgraded CrowdStrike from a neutral from a buy, saying the company is unlikely to emerge unscathed from global outage. I disagree with that, and I think that they're only doing that to try to buy more, if you want me to be honest with you. Bank of America pulled back. We saw that. 2%. NVIDIA gained 2%. Reuters, citing people familiar with the matter, reported NVIDIA is preparing a version of its new Blackwell chips for the Chinese market that will be compatible with the current U.S. market. Okay, so there's some money that they're going to tap into. Verizon earnings, we'll talk about that later. Stock slid 3% after Verizon posted quarterly revenue that disappointed estimates. Abercrombie and Fitch retail stock jumped more than 3% after JP Morgan upgraded A&F to overweight from neutral. Hey, school season, guys. School season's right around the corner. Truist Financial, the bank slipped 1%. Second quarter profits dropped from a year ago, hurt by lower net interest income. I don't understand how, which dampened loan demand and a loss on the sale of securities. The bank said adjusted non-interest expenses were higher due to larger employee costs and professional fees. That is true. Yeah, it's not looking good, man. It's not looking good. People have smartened up a little bit. If they don't need that loan, they're gonna wait. Even if they want to buy a home, they're gonna wait. Don't just jump the gun. Don't jump the gun. All right? Wait till money is cheap. Like, you know, a lot of people navigate throughout their life in this way, and some people don't. And that's okay. All right? That's okay. So Apple shares gained 1% after Wells Fargo raised its price target on Apple to $275 from $225. Okay. All right. So let's keep it moving. Keep it moving. Where is Bitcoin right now? Still climbing, guys. So this weekend, I was looking at, you have some of these names like ARKB, which does not have options, which is okay. Oh, I didn't click. I was wondering what the hell was going on there. All right, so BITO. I want you guys to notice something here on BITO. BITO actually had, I'm pretty sure it was BITO, has some very liquid options. I love me some liquid names. So, I'm going to be checking out, where am I at here? Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to fix my chart because it messed up on me a little bit. Hold up. What a hell of a run Friday. And we're going to come in with the gap up. Give me another name. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry, we have 10 minutes before the market opens, and I'm trying to get this. SPY with a nice bounce back. Should have saw that coming on that double bottom. Beautiful double bottom there.
Now you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too conservative.
Sorry. I am going to move the mic too, guys, because I know you guys can hear my mouse click and stuff like that. All right, so I can tell you guys right now with the SPY, I'm going to be looking for pullbacks, and that pullback's going to be at like 550. We are above the 100-day moving average. Yo, why did this stuff not save? I don't understand. That's crazy. Come on, bro. Yeah, so I'm going to look for a drop if we get it. We're going to look for a drop into this double top here. All right, 550. If we get it. It may not give it to us. You can see how strong we're moving off of this level. All right, so here we go. Time axis. Keep time zoomed in. Apply. Okay. I just got to get all this stuff ready so that I don't have to move it around. And this one should be good. This should be good. Yeah, that's good. I'll worry about that when we open up. All right, so that's the SPY. Damn near up to prior day's high. Let's see. The Qs, if you noticed, right, Thursday and Friday, and I mentioned this, you started to see a bit of divergence, right, where it actually wasn't so weak compared to the Dow and the IWM. So you are starting to see, let's see, you were already started, and I mentioned it on the stream. See, the Q's already up past Friday's high. So you can already see, you know, this morning, but go back and look, right? Go back to Thursday. Go back to Thursday is when I started to identify it. And I had mentioned it a few times that, guys, the Qs are not, you know, as weak as they were comparable to the overall markets. Damn, that's a nice pullback to 478. That would be nice.
Really bad chart. Well, this morning we've got Luke coming out and saying 120 goes to 175. We have Reuters saying there's a new flagship AI chip that actually works in China. Won't be
Yeah, let's look. Damn. Hold up.
We got Piper Sandler raising price target and talking about material upside. So, you know, when you see material upside,
It's not too far from there.
what you say to yourself is, man, are they ever trying to make this work? Blackwell sold out. I mean, all these things are just the kind of thing you get when you have analysts saying, we have to get this puppy up.
I'm looking for a good week this week. I'm just going to pack in the gains this week. Like, and I'm just going to just remain solely focused on packing in the gains. Come on, man.
Do you think that they really would be able to come up with a Chinese chip that Trump would approve? Are you kidding me?
So my plan for the Qs is to look for pullbacks. Like even today, pull back off the bell and look for a long, right? To get back up to that 20-day moving average and that prior double top there. And I'm targeting 487. All right, 487 area. So let's see if we can get a pullback. Look for the dip buy. Look for the dip buy. Try to hold Friday's, Thursday's close. And let's see if we can target the top end of this range and that 20-day moving average. Again, you may have to wait and get long. We could sell off, you know, soon, right? We could start to sell off. Like, look at this level right here. God damn! If that ain't a level. Hold up. Come on.
Easy come, easy go. It's up huge.
That was a mean level right there. From Wednesday's low. Or Wednesday's close. Look at Wednesday's close. Wow, on that 15-minute chart. That's also Friday's high. Thursday we broke it. I could probably get rid of this one. Let me see. Okay, so that was, yeah, this level right here. I can probably get rid of that. I can probably get rid of this 470 or 480 level. Alright guys, we're getting ready to open up. Yeah, I like this one a lot better. I like that level a lot more. I like this level a lot more. And I mean, you know what? I can keep it, but because you can see here, you went up to it, you pulled it back, you broke it, you can see that tail, and now it's trying to rally, and that's pretty much where that spike off that double bottom there. So look, down days, we come in with the gap up on a prior down day. We look for pullbacks into the close and or low for the long. Be careful. This could get ugly today again still. I still think this could still be an ugly day. I gotta be honest. I gotta be honest.
Why should I say privilege? I don't have a problem with my memory. Memory loss is not something that occurs overnight. I started noticing subtle lapses in memory. I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me.
I should move it down to here. I should move it to there, 478. And that's what we said, right? 478 was the level. Fuck. I feel like I'm going to regret moving that. Nah, that was the right move. Double top up here. Support, break it, support, support. And then if we go back here. Got a little sloppy there. So let's look for pullbacks into 478, guys. Alright, 478 pullbacks. Nice little scalp possible there, in my opinion. Scalp shorts down into 478. Damn, look at that volume this morning, pre-market, guys. You haven't seen pre-market volume this big in a while. Holy shit. Damn, that's a lot of volume, guys. Alright, be careful. That is a lot of volume. Alright, I still didn't get to any of the Chinese names, but I am keeping my eye out on them. Alright, guys, good luck today. Let's have a great week. I'm looking to just pack on the gains and not really think too much about it. See it, take it, it works. You know, read the chart, trade the chart. GameStop broke down last week as well. So there's still probably a short there at 25. So GameStop, again, JD.com, JD. Alright, I'm looking for longs here. I want to get pullback longs on JD.com. Let me make sure that this is down a little bit for when that bell rings. Alrighty, so if you have questions, post them below. Schedule yourself a one-on-one. I urge you to. I think you guys do yourself a disservice by not doing so. Let's look at the Qs first. Alright, let's see here. Let's look for this pullback, guys. Why are the Qs, or why is my charts doing that? I don't like that. Alright, good deal, good deal. What do we say? Look for the pullback off the bell. Let's go. Look for that pullback off the bell, guys. Psh, fucking beautiful, guys. Dude. Already starting off. Just got really slow. There you go, guys. Let's go. It's as easy as that. It's as easy as that. As easy as that. Pack them in. Pack on the gains. Look for a pop. See if we get a pop here. Dude, JD just ripped through that level, guys. JD just ripped through that level. I need a pullback on this thing, and it's not going to give it to us, it feels like. I think we have a nice gap up there. Or some room up to 28. That was a nice, looked to be a nice break and retest right there, too. On JD.com. JD.com, look at that. See if this level holds here at 27. See if that holds. And again, I want to target $28. $28. I need pullbacks though. Fucking JP Morgan's taking off already, guys. Look at that. Already taken off. I don't know why this chart is doing this to me, man. I'm so tired of fooling with it. Like, seriously. Like, it needs to just save where I put it and then, like, keep it at that. I know some charts are different, but, like, you can tell that, like, Thinkorswim is, like, so old that it's not up to date with a lot of the things where when you have a stock, where it'll put it in place for you, like some other charts. NVIDIA, what did we say? 119 longs, 119, 118, right here. It's a nice pullback right there. Nice pullback, but I think we have more. I think there's more. I think there's more meat on the bone. Maybe not. Maybe not. I would like a pop into like 121 for the short. You know, I really want this 119, 118 level, guys. That's what I'm looking for there. BITO. AMD's at 155. AMD just got into 155. 155. So that trade's kind of taken already. Let's see here. BITO. I need a pullback on BITO down there at like 23. Where's crypto at? If crypto keeps heading higher, let's see. We have this level here, resistance. Yeah, let's see if we can start to get a little bit of a pullback. It doesn't seem like it wants to though. A little pullback on crypto. I don't think it's going to yet though. It's got it feels like this has got doesn't have like crazy volume, but it feels like this has a lot of strength. It feels like Bitcoin has a lot of strength right now. And I told you guys when we were down here to buy it. I hate saying that I told you so, but I told you so. You know, once you see these patterns and setups, this is your shake and bake. You know, I am still curious if this is going to pull back again. I don't know if it will, and see if we can't, you know, extend the new highs and try to hit 80,000. A little bit of resistance here at 68. If you get through 68, look for that run back to 70. I'm going to be a little cautious. You know, I don't think it's going to pull back much as much as it could consolidate between 66 and 68, right? Just chop back and forth here. So yeah. So that's that. That's that. How was everybody's weekend? Let me know. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's weekend? Why is that like that? Come on. There goes the SPY. He's bouncing. Just let it go. Just let it go. Wait. Kramer just said the problem is they have too many customers. What? Watch 554, the S&Ps, 554. It's a nice bounce back from Tesla. Tesla bouncing pretty nicely. NVIDIA bouncing nicely. So I'm being cautious with this level here on the SPY at Friday's high, 554. You break and hold 554, you have room to 556, guys. 5-minute chart. So right here, I'm watching this level right here, 554. You break this, you can head to 556. The Q's just bounced. And look, it looks like we're starting that lag again. Looks like we're starting that lag again. You're seeing the divergence. Now, tech leading pre-market now. I feel like it's starting to lag now. Coinbase has been on the list. I'm such an idiot for not going long down at the bottom down there. I feel so ridiculously dumb not getting long at 220. I kind of thought we had some time, and I didn't think about this, but just with the failed assassination on Trump, I feel like it really helped crypto. It really helped crypto, and you saw the volatility there. You saw the volatility yesterday when Biden dropped out. Got a little worried, like, damn. So you can tell already that Bitcoin is trying to price in a Trump presidency. And if you guys are looking to how the market's going to handle, see, now the fact that Kamala Harris is here and it's not Biden and Trump, now there's uncertainty. All right, now there's uncertainty because the market doesn't really know how Harris would handle it if elected, or even if Harris is even getting the job in the first place. Yes, they've handed it over to her. So look for, I think the market is going to use until we get closer. I think the market's going to just continue to use the, look for the percent, like the bet ratings or whatever. Just use whatever you have out there with like bet ratings, or, you know, they're going to just use the polls. Use the polls that they come out with, and I think that's what the market's going to use. All right, hold up, guys. We're pulling back. NVIDIA. Let's look for NVIDIA. All right, we could get a nice pullback. Hold on. We said 118, right? Yes. Some pretty mean tail there. On lower volume. Shit.
I think it's one of those things where it makes sense from a portfolio management that you don't want to be the Bank of America fund, like you don't want to be the Apple fund. Bank of America has been the unsung hero this whole way. They've done a remarkable thing. No one talks about them.
Let's see here. Come on.
Credit is not it doesn't hog the spotlight. It talks about.
That was such a big gap up. Or we have such a big gap up there.
Warren had this position in Wells Fargo before he dumped every bit of it because it stumped and the chicanery that we discovered. So Bank of America, big win, and congratulations to everybody. But if I were Buffett, I would trim it too.
Financials doing okay here, although almost.
Dude, why does this daily chart continue to do that? I need to be able to see something here. Alright, that's a big fade there. That was a big fade on that volume, guys. Big fade on that volume.
Was just an okay number. No wonder Lennar's barely down. I do think that the home builders.
Wait, what the heck am I doing? I'm sorry. Hold up. Here we go.
Jay Powell is down there. It'd be interesting to hear. Why would they change? I mean, maybe because his term's over and he doesn't want to serve. But I think that anyone who would want to say, look, if you want to stay on, I think that'd be well received by Wall Street. I think a new person who was a wild card not well received.
You would welcome more power.
Did anybody take that? Let's see. Where's Banks at? Where's JP?
Venture for life, pal. I mean, why not? I mean, look what the guy's done. I mean, we had the
Gonna need it. I feel like I'm gonna need a second opportunity on that JP Morgan trade. You needed to take that right out the gates. Nice pop to prior day's high, like we said. We need a pullback. We need one more little pullback here on it. Come on, let's pull it back, guys. Let's pull this thing back. Let's pull it back, and we'll look for a long. That's
Cyber Science is over $12 now at the high, and the Alpha Victor Alpha.
We haven't had a lot of prices come back down. That's the problem. You have to go to Costco. You have to go to Walmart.
Let's go check in on CrowdStrike, NVDA.
Back below 2019 prices. That's how Amazon
Another pop there. Okay, so this momentum is still going.
got you prices.
The momentum is still going strong.
Has been what people are not. The unsung hero of this has been
Momentum is still strong here.
big cap tag, and they're hated by.
I'm being patient, guys. I don't care if it's not where I want to get long, or if it's not where I want to get short. I'm good. I'm good. I don't need it. That's a clear double top up there. We're bouncing back into the gap here. I don't think that this is like some crazy volume that says, watch out, you got to be long. You're going to get the gap fill right now. I mean, you could. Right? You could hit that. What is that? Monday? What is that? Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. Tuesday's low. 20-day moving average. That's the target. I just think you still have a little bit lower of volume here. You do have some dip buyers. Cool, great, grand, wonderful. But in order for me to get long, I'm just going to wait and get my entry. It just doesn't make any sense to get long this thing right now. I still think we can get 118 to 119. I do. I still think we can get that. Maybe we don't. And maybe we don't. Maybe I'm wrong. So what was it that I was going to look at? Let's see here. What do we have running right now? Let me go to the scanners. Shit. What the heck was it? Damn, there you go. Here's your exhaustion gap up, guys.
Where they introduced the pill on my program, how they were going to do it on May of Money when I was out there in January. So suddenly they reintroduced it and everyone goes gaga. It's not a question of pill versus injection because Lily's working on the same thing. It has to do with factories. And no one wants to believe that. They don't understand. These are like foundries. And it takes a long, ask Intel how long it takes for a foundry to go up. These are like foundries. And Lily's spending billions to build factories in order to make the drug. That's why Hims and Hers can sneak in there because they have
I'm forgetting it. I'm forgetting it, plain and simple. Shit. Oh man, this sucks. Oh, CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. That's what it was. CrowdStrike selling off. Unreal. Unbelievable.
Channel 2. Never ever call it CBS. It's Channel 2. That's maybe the people outside of New York don't know that, but it's their
Wow.
Olympics are coming from
Alright, I will say this. You have some support down here. I wouldn't suggest buying a falling knife, but this is a prior.
asking, am I a bad person for wanting to win?
I thought it was, at least.
Am I a bad
Wow. Yeah, there's that double top there, 299.
Tell me, am I? I'm single-minded. I'm deceptive. I'm obsessive. I'm selfish. Does that make me a bad person? Am I a bad person? Nice little Willem Dafoe voiceover.
Okay, so there it is. There's a gap. You're pulling back into it. You may not quite get there, but
The endless bleeding at Nike's probably down 32%. I don't want to go against Nike.
that's so wild.
Negative on Nike, but I did it down 32%. I don't want to buy it.
I still don't understand how, even with their earnings, they're going to do this thing dirty like that. Alright, so if you get down into the 270s, guys, keep your eye on the volume on CrowdStrike. If you get down into the 270s, then I think you have to think about grabbing a dip buy here. Let's see, it looks like things might try to change, but
So they can cut rates all day.
be careful.
Look, the only thing I really care about is who would defend Taiwan. And the 2016 Trump was very, very eager to defend Taiwan. The 2024 Trump is basically saying, you know what, that represents international globalism. We're not just defending it.
Alright, let's keep it going. There's just a Huge move there on the SPY. Okay, so it looks like you're going for 556. 557, I'm sorry. Oh, that's because I ended up pulling this out.
Jim, the other thing that's coming this week, in addition to all these earnings, is going to be Q2 GDP. We'll figure out where we're tracking. And then
Yes, we do have GDP numbers coming up
which would be pretty mild.
this week, which is going to be interesting to see.
Autos are coming down, but lumber rallied last week, which was negative for the housing portion. But look, rates are doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're hurting a lot of America, and the defaults are going up. A lot of people felt that the American Express conference call was a linchpin of the economy really slowing. I didn't mind that call at all. I thought that Steve Scurry's doing a good job. But wow, the reception to that is
We talked briefly on Friday, I think, after we had hung up about marketing spend guidance was up 15 or so.
Yeah, he's got the money to do it, but I think that people are saying, look, the travel and entertainment budget, though, that's kind of cutting back, and that was very negative for a big thesis that has worked for a long time.
Right. We'll take a break here. Dow up about 50 points. Watch bonds as well. As we said, busy week for macro, at least not much today, but we'll see what the GDP and certainly the inflation data bring us, along with some things like starts and
554, guys. Watch that 554.
Don't go away.
Be careful. I would seriously be careful on this move. I really would. Be careful, friends. I'm gonna grab some coffee and I'm gonna be right back. Alright, watch NVIDIA. Keep an eye on NVIDIA.
The only #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended beef brand for heart health support. See why we've won the hearts of people across America and get a free month supply.
Again, JD 2650. 2650. Fuck. Again, guys, 2650, JD.com. Coinbase is pulling back. Tesla retesting that flag.
Jim.
We mentioned that Nike ad about being a bad person as they start framing their marketing for the Olympics. Interesting back and forth between Nike and Kevin Durant, who's a little bit, I think, annoyed that he was not included. Bad person. But it all brings to mind the idea that our Olympic coverage will begin quite soon as Squawk takes week 1, and you'll be seeing Squawk Box live from Paris as CNBC and all of Peacock and NBC's coverage begins Friday, July 26th. Stop Trading with Jim's coming up next.
Okay, let's see if we can start getting a pullback here. I'm going to start trying to get a hold of a pullback. Let's go to here. Let's see where we at. Watch this level. Watch that volume. Again, I just went and grabbed a coffee, guys. Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to go through stocks that are on the scanners. Again, I want to be a little patient today. You know, Sava's going. Sava is going. Let's see here. Let's see here. What's this thing look like? There were still a few names from last week that looked pretty good. That I felt like weren't done with. Shit. Let's see here. Okay, Sava. So you fill the gap here. Cassava Sciences. You know what's funny is I was going to start to trade this, and because there was news I thought last week that this thing started to bounce. Alright, so this isn't really like a small cap that I was thinking of. Let's see here, where are we at? Doesn't seem like there's much. Let me see. MIRA. It's got a little bit of volume. A little bit. Not really. It's a cheap stock. It's above the 200 day, so that's not good. It's way above, you know, it's kind of exhausted itself. It's up 151%. I'd be careful with this one. I mean, I think you still got a little bit of room on a pullback here, but watch this pullback. This is the pullback I'd be eyeing up. Do you stick that? So what was that? There was your halt, gap up. See if you can hold it, that halt price right there. See, that was a really good sign on that pullback. That pullback was really nice. You know, see if you can put in a double top on this thing. That's what I would look for. Anybody that's watching MIRA, look for a double top and a possible double. Hold on. Yeah, watch for a possible double top to be put in here. Hold on, it's getting a little shaky, but I still think you can get a little pop there up at $2. I still feel like there's 25 cents to be had here. I don't know what the spreads are looking like. They're not bad. 172, 173. Oh no, that sucks. Let me just keep it moving. Let's just keep it moving. TELZ. TELZ. That one looked good. It'll probably just consolidate all day. But SERV. This is a nice little setup here. Oh, this was. That looks to be an IPO or something. Let me see here. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. See, some of these are just. So far, I don't see anything. So far, I don't see anything except Sava. That's it. The only thing I see is Sava, and if you can get through that 20-day, you're still getting ready to come up into resistance. Pretty much filled the gap. $14 is what I'd look for on Sava. This thing's up 28%. And look, I know it. They're going to go take this to 14, guys. This thing's going to 14. You just saw it with that pop and that volume that just came in right there on that dip buy. Gimme, gimme, gimme. They're all running to it. Apple had a nice upgrade today. It's consolidating. Looks like it's getting ready to try to pull itself back. SPY. Hold up, guys. Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have went and got that coffee, man. I knew it. I knew it, bro. I knew we were getting ready to pull it back, guys. I told you. Sorry, I don't have the chat up. Told you. Yo, that's crazy. Are you serious?
Letter K, Keller Nova, expands partnership with Interpublic. Next, letter K.
All right.
And IPG.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to another hour of Squawk on the Street.
Some stuff is lagging.
Live as always from post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. David Faber has the morning off. Take a look at stocks starting on a positive note with the S&P up 0.75%.
No, come on.
And on top of the market, information technology at the very top, thanks to NVIDIA, which is up 3.7%. Qualcomm, Lam Research. So after that pause we saw in the action
Dude.
last week, where it was all about small
Just.
caps, it's been a reversal today. That's why you have the Nasdaq up
Like, how was that so hard?
As far as what's weaker today, energy, materials, consumer staples, industrials, and financials. Take a look at treasuries as we kick off the week as well. Kind of a mixed picture. The 10-year yield, 4.2%. There's some buying, especially at the long end. So we're flattening out after steepening last week. The 2-year yield a little bit higher at 4.5%. Tesla is also a big gainer, helping out the
Let's see
Nasdaq
here.
up 4.5%. We are 30 minutes here into the trading session. Here are some movers we're watching. CrowdStrike down again today after coming off its worst day since November 2022. The company saying a significant number of the 8.5 million Microsoft devices that were impacted as a result of their software update are now back online and operational. The stock getting a number of price target cuts on the street today. Details ahead on the show. Verizon shares moving lower too. The telecom giant posting mixed results, profit meeting estimates, revenue.
I don't know why that's so bright.
Check out shares of Ryanair tumbling after quarterly profit plummeted. The discount carrier says it sees, quote, materially lower summer fares ahead. Average fares per passenger fell 15% from a year ago. Similar warnings from other airlines, but this one was a doozy.
Airlines earnings later in the week. We'll begin this hour, though, with the fallout
That's so funny. You get away with lying to people for all these years. No, no, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. And yet, people actually still want to vote for these people. Oh, I'm going to give up. I'm going to give up. Yeah. Well, why would you give up? You have said all along that everything was okay. Like, this is what people... I don't understand, man. I wish somebody could tell me why they put any type of trust in these people. I don't understand it. I honestly feel like people really just have a personal feeling against Donald Trump, and that sways like what's really at hand. It's so funny. Like, it shouldn't even be an emotional, like, you shouldn't have an emotional bias because of the person themselves, but what it is they're going to offer and what it is that they're about, you know. I know the families that have assault weapons. Well, I don't like the word assault weapons, but what they like to call assault rifles. I didn't know that that word was a materialistic object, but you know, it's just because like the idea that a few irresponsible people make it so that the law-abiding public that is responsible gets their rights stripped away, which is fucking crazy. It's crazy.
From here, Eamon, because it is short and there's some decisions that have to be made. She also has to accept the nomination, if that's where they go.
Yeah. Well, we know that the Democratic National Committee process is going to be...
All right, low volume bounce here. Let's see. All right, so what I'm going to look for...
SCRB served robotics hitting $13.89 at the high, up about 80% in the after Romeo Victor.
And clear the field and keep anybody from prominent from getting in the race against her. She kind of has the Democratic nomination.
I was looking for a bounce there to get short.
Marketing opportunity, as so many political conventions are, for her as the nominee. If a Bigfoot
SBLK, here in a popular newsletter, mentions SBLK as a buy.
I'm just trying to look to see where we would get long, which I feel like would be right around this area here. Let's see if we can get this 551. Let's look for 551 to see if we can take a long. Again, I gotta caution you to be careful. You have to be careful. Like, this selling could really start to get out of hand here. You're at 551 right now.
To your point, Eamon, about this early wave of support, we've heard from Shapiro in Pennsylvania, Bashir in Kentucky this morning.
Let me go here. No. Yes, actually, yes. Take me there.
From Illinois, these blue state governors aren't taking much time.
Yeah, and some of them are running for vice president, right? So one or two of those might want to be considered for vice president as Kamala
Damn.
Harris.
And then it just snuck out of nowhere. It just snuck up on them. Okay, 551. 551.
And there may be a sense that they want to not make this feel like it's a top-down decision, like it's a bottom-up decision from the party rank and file. And so they don't want to be out in the lead endorsing Harris too early because that would feel too heavy-handed. But at some point, they will have to weigh in, and I think a lot of folks in the party will follow their lead.
It's so crazy. It makes no sense to me. Somebody that wants to, that has no will to stop this Ukraine-Russia war and to be able to make life easier for people in the United States and start saving us money without saying, I want to raise taxes. Why the fuck is anybody okay with raising taxes? I don't understand it. You should be solving the problems to save people money, to save them from paying higher taxes so that they can have a better life for themselves and create better opportunity and lives for others. Because if they are able to spend and have more money, so are others. Like, I don't understand it. I don't. You're just trying to strip money from a country that is with consumers. right? It's like taking jobs from China. I want to take your jobs. Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. No, speed it up. Speed up the velocity of money. We are consumers here. We buy. They're manufacturers. It's just really sad. It really is. Hopefully a lot of people have... Alright, let's see. NVDA pulled back. Really nice pullback here. We're still green. We're still a 0.5% in the green, guys. So don't get too scared just yet. And look at that. Friday's high. Wouldn't you know? So there you go. Friday's high. Damn, Bank of America really sold off, guys. It's really selling off right now. Okay, so there it is. Okay, that's your support level. Alright, cool. So you just pulled right into the support level. No big deal. Right? No big deal, right? No big deal? Is it safe to buy the dip? Let's watch. Let's see if it holds.
Because the view is the economy has softened and the Fed wants to make an adjustment to prevent recession, right? I don't know. Is the economy has softened, but it hasn't spelled anything like recession. In fact, if you look at the economic surprises...
JD, we're looking for a move back to 2650 for a possible long on JD.com. Let's go take a look at the heat map really quickly. Appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much. Hit that like button, subscribe. If you haven't done so already, greatly appreciate it. Let's go have a look. Semiconductors right now leading the way. So far today, leading the way, which is semiconductors. Nice broad range here. Tech, Google, Meta, Tesla, AVGO, semiconductors. Infrastructure isn't doing so well. All right, CrowdStrike, Oracle, all those names I told you guys, right? Oracle, Adobe, you know, that whole sector. We literally just talked about this. We just talked about it. Which was IVG, something like that. I forget the ticker. Let's go have a look at it, see what it's doing today. Yeah, IGV, I'm sorry. IGV. So we talked about IGV, and like this whole sector had some news going with it, and now you got even more news with the CrowdStrike stuff. Look at IGV pulling back here. So I should have just taken this trade, but it is what it is. It happens. That was a pretty clear double top there. Look, we got a nice bounce. We're pulling it back. Let's see if we can... I don't know if we'll break prior day's low. Let's go to the Qs. Oh my fucking god. If I gotta hear Trump trade again, like... I'm so tired of hearing Trump trade. What the hell is a Trump trade? What is it? I don't even know what it is. I don't even think they do. It just sounds like they know what they're talking about, but they don't.
Is your long-standing optimism about deflation really changing at all? Do you expect any surprises on Friday?
I mean, one print can be uncertain, but I think the forces underway for inflation to fall like a rock are in place. I mean, the reality is there's a durables recession. It's in housing.
So what did we say? 557, right? 556 on the SPY. Let's watch this level here. Let's keep our eyes out right here. I'm watching this level here. I'm watching this 20-day, which is also lined up. You can see that the volume to the buy side has just, it started to just give up there. Let's do it. That was a nice hold. That was a really nice hold there.
Yeah, I think energy is a tough trade in the near term because as long as oil's under pressure, I'm not sure I want to be overweight energy stocks. And if there's drilling under Trump, that's downside pressure to oil.
Let's see. This isn't, it's not adding up here. Volume is not adding up.
So the market is fully priced in September. I guess what I'm wondering is what...
There it goes. Just had to give it a minute.
This year, likely December, what does the market need to further rally off rate cuts then?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's 96%
Right.
September. But I think there's a couple things that I can get next to. There's some talk of a potential July cut, and I think Friday could actually change those probabilities from a 4%. I don't know. What if it goes to 70, right?
It's not his style to not telegraph a major policy.
What time is it? It's 10:14.
But there is exigent circumstances because the next meeting is not for 8 weeks, and if inflation has stalled, right? If we have 2 prints of 0 on PCE and this super core is rolling over, I'm not sure anybody would say you need to wait.
GDP. So this is also something I wanted to talk with you guys about. If you think going long, trying to go long in front of GDP contraction, we're doing it all wrong, right? When GDP is contracting, we want to contract with it. That means earnings should pull back. When GDP is expanding, we want to look to be long. And I feel like it's not ironic that this sell-off happened in front of this GDP number that's coming up this week. That's something I didn't see or even kind of, you know, bring up and talk about, you know, which is very important. It really is. It's important to understand those things. All right, so here we go. You had a nice pullback into the 15-minute trade line. I want to see the volume here on the SPY. Thank you guys for hitting the like button. If you guys have questions, please throw them down below. Let me know how your weekend was. I hope everybody had a wonderful weekend.
This is actually a photo from my wedding. I'm Adam Weiss, founder and CEO of Keepsake, a mobile app that makes it easy to have your photos printed, framed, and shipped to your doorstep.
Okay, so Coinbase looks like it's holding on there. JD.com. JP rejecting. That was a very nice move on Bank of America here off of that level. Not much volume. I will say that there wasn't much volume off of that level, but that was a really nice hold there. That was a really nice hold. Really nice hold. I mean, part of me really wants to try to take a long there, but I don't know what type of news you're going to get, if there's even going to be news, to really get this thing going. Like, it could pull back to 41 flat. You know, you do have room to 43. There's no reason why you shouldn't be able to fill the gap. I'm going to go back to the SPY real quick. Hold on. NVDA. Dude, come on. Yo, what is going on? Sorry that the mouse is right next to the mic. Again, I'm going to be fixing that. I want to watch this and see if this is a low volume pullback here. Let's find out. We could probably hit this long. We have a really nice, you know, we didn't get the 119, 118 level. Maybe we get another slight pullback. I want to hit this gap fill up there, 125. This could be a really nice trade over the next couple days.
Yeah, I'll do that in 1 second, Carl. But we actually have some news that just came in to me. So, Disney family heiress Abigail Disney, as people probably know, told me some time ago that she would be pausing giving money to the Democratic Party if, in fact, Joe Biden said that the ticket and did not step down. She just told me that she is coming back now, post him stepping down, endorsing the vice president for president in helping Democrats. She told me, quote email, I will resume supporting, and of course that was after the question of, will she resume supporting?
Donation reacted by it's just crazy. Alright. Looks like NVIDIA wants to start pulling back here. Feels like NVIDIA wants to start pulling back. We do have a little room here on this.
Who are some of the big donors that we're watching from here, Brian?
Well, I think we have to keep an eye on Reid Hoffman. I mean, what we had heard last night is that he is planning to get even more than he did when Biden was at the top of the ticket for Harris, in support of Harris. He's given north of $10 million to Biden's supportive PACs, and we're hearing it's going to be much more for Harris and whoever she's going to pick for the running mate. That's somebody to keep an eye on. Another one we should keep an eye on is Ron Conway. We have not.
It's got a little bit more room, guys.
There were some questions as to what he was planning to do if Biden stayed on the ticket, but now that he's gone, he's been close to the president for a while. There are some questions.
It's got a little bit of. It's got a little more room.
Kamala Harris, if at all.
Where are we, Brian, on how? I mean, obviously, money is always important, but how critical that this money machine is on both sides for winning an election?
It's critical, and I'll tell you why for the short term for the vice president. If anyone's thinking about challenging her in the coming days and weeks heading into the convention, some sort of mini primary convention fight, they're going to have to go up against what we know is $95 million war chest at the minimum. That was just coming into this month. So, you know, that is notable because the vice president controls a campaign, a political apparatus that can launch ads at a rapid clip, that can really push back on anyone trying to challenge her, even within the Democratic Party. And if she wins the nomination, she's going to be armed with so much money that not just within her campaign with the DNC and elsewhere, that she is going to be formidable. And the money is coming.
I think it's time, guys. I think that was just our rejection right there. Just got to be careful because you may not get the pullback you think you're looking for. Yeah.
It's really notable how the party and funding has coalesced around her just since yesterday.
How does it stack up against Trump, who's also
You know, like what I'm saying is just because it doesn't sell off in the way that you think it should, doesn't mean, you know, I think that's a little bit more bullish than it is anything else. So alrighty, let's do this. It's what we're seeing, so just trade the chart.
Brian, thank you very much. Busy time for you folks. You know you'll be working the phone.
And that is Freddy's high. We're holding that.
Wall Street Democrats are preparing to break out their checkbooks as well, naming Centerview's Blair Efron, Blackstone's John Gray, Lazard's Peter Orszag, to name a few. Along with our next guest, we are joined by Evercore founder and senior chairman Roger Altman. Roger, it's good to have you. So, as a Democratic donor, Wall Street donor, do you line up?
I would just be careful because just because you bounce here.
Yes, and listening to the conversation which you just had, I would observe think both candidates are going to have more or less all the funds they need, and it won't be money that decides this race.
What will it be?
Alright guys, CarMax is going here. I don't know if there was news on this or not, but check out CarMax, CMAX, guys. I was a little late on this. Come on. CMAX. This thing is really running here. Is that CarMax? It is. It is CarMax. Let's see if we have news. UBS adjusted price target on the 15th. So there isn't, I don't have anything just yet. I don't have anything just yet. You're at the 100-day, so be careful. Alright, sympathies could be Carvana. Carvana could be a sympathy play here. Okay, Carvana. So look, little support here. Boom. 394. $4. Look for a target. Where are we going next? Let's look for, you could, I think that move would take you to 14. Holy shit, guys, this thing gets going. It's going, guys. Watch out for CarMax. CarMax could really start to get going. Dude, watch this volume here on the 1 minute. Oh, man, this might be a big trade of the day, guys. This might be a big trade, and my fucking chart's going to freeze. Come on. Dude, this thing has nothing. We're at $4. You don't have anything to stop you to get to $14. There's no options. Of course there's not. Fuck. How does CarMax not have any options? Watch that tail on that 3-minute chart there. Let's see here. What do we have here? Low a day. Pull it back to that. You gotta hold that.
What do you know about her policy opinions and prescriptions, especially for Wall Street, for business, for the economy?
Well, nobody could give a more ringing endorsement of Vice President Harris.
CarMax could really get going, man. It really could. That I don't like that sell volume there, but it's still holding here. Let's see. I think I may go ahead and buy this. I gotta be honest. I think I'm gonna go ahead and buy this. I think the opportunity here is too great not to try it. It's just volume's drying up. All right, so here we go. Just doesn't want to. It just doesn't want to leave.
There are some that wonder if she is farther to the left than President Biden on issues like taxes. When she campaigned for president the first time around, she actually was in favor of a higher corporate tax rate.
Higher corporate tax rate is so insane.
Clearly, than former President Trump is talking about.
Yes, but that's a long time ago, Sarah. And in politics, it was a millennium ago.
There she goes. There she goes. I'm curious. Man, this thing's up. I don't know what is. I didn't even know CarMax was doing this, but man, this thing has room, guys. This thing really does have some room. All right, so there you go, 125s. I was looking at those 125 calls there on NVIDIA. Now, how do we know that it, like I said, guys, this thing still had a lot of room to really start to climb, but I think we may be in for a little too much double top up here. Let's see. You still have a little room to go higher. Let's see if it can break through the highs. Something tells me it's going to. Something tells me she's going to. Because we still have some room here. We still have some room. I think we will and should be able to get this 125 level. I do. This is a lower volume type of day. I think it's very possible we're able to get it. I'm just a little upset I did not get on the trade there. Okay, so it is pulling back. She's giving us one more opportunity here. You might get one last opportunity here. Here we go. Let's see. Needs to pull back for a little bit. Can't believe it's only 10:30 right now. It's only 10:30. It's only 10:30. I still think this might go ahead and go. I think we might go ahead and go with this. I think we can get a break and kind of just like, you see this thing rally through the highs and get up into that gap up there.
Design.
The former president out onto stage. That is what we do, and that is who we are. We are charged with protecting
all of our protectees.
So you distinguish between someone who is suspicious and someone who's threatening?
I missed that 180
There are a number
call
of
there.
times at protective events where
Or,
suspicious people
I missed
are
those
identified,
calls. They got to
and those
$1.80.
individuals have to be investigated and determined what is it that identifies that person as suspicious.
So did you deny a request for additional resources that had been made by the Trump campaign?
There were no assets denied for that event in Butler on the 13th.
I see. So you're saying there were requests made for additional assistance for other specific events rather than for the campaign as a whole. Is that right?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
Well, you seem to say that there were not additional resources requested for that event. And forgive me for being unfamiliar with this. Is it requested event by event, or is it requested just in general for the campaign?
So if I can explain the advance process, when an event or a venue is identified by, in this case, campaign staff, then the campaign staff works together with Secret Service agents who go out and conduct an advance. Generally, that is a 5-day time period where those discussions are had about what the perimeter is going to look like, what the size of the event is, what the venue is, and then from there, there is a request made to mitigate potential risk and threat. And I'm saying that on that day, the requests that were pushed forward were granted.
So the Secret Service did not know that the gunman actually had a weapon before President Trump was allowed to get up on the stage?
To the best of our knowledge and the facts that we have at this point, that is correct.
So can you answer this question, which I think is on the mind of most Americans thinking about this? How can a 20-year-old with his father's AR-15 assault weapon climb onto a roof with a direct 150-yard line of sight to the speaker's podium without the Secret Service or local police stopping him?
So again, sir, I will say we are 9 days out from this event, and I would like to know those answers as well, which is why we are going through these investigations to be able to determine that fully. Okay.
It's been reported that the shooter was not carrying a driver's license or any form of identification. They had no idea who he was, but then he was quickly identified, I think within 30 minutes, by using the serial number on the AR-15 under a tracing system that is now controversial. Some people say we should get rid of it. Some people want to keep it. But is that right, that the serial number was the key information which led to the identification of the shooter?
That is my understanding, sir, yes.
Okay. If an American citizen were just to stop you and say, Director Cheadle, we support your work to the tune of billions of dollars and thousands of employees, what went wrong? What would you say?
Again, knowing that we're 9 days out, I would say, as I have said from the very outset, I accept responsibility for this tragedy. We are going to look into how this happened, and we are going to take corrective action to ensure that it never happens again.
Well, I appreciate that, and I hope you will act with vigor and focus and intensity, and it seems you understand the gravity and solemnity of this to the American people. Millions and millions of Americans don't feel safe with all the AR-15s out there. We thought at least the President of the United States or a former President of the United States
we do feel safe, actually.
But now that's not even clear.
We do feel
Mr.
safe.
Chairman, I yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the Chairman of the House.
This is what I'm talking about. Don't speak for me, you piece of shit. Don't speak for me. Like, that was that. Listen, when they strip it from you, and you get somebody in there like a Hitler or somebody that starts to take over, and then these men and women start to strip your guns or strip other people's rights to have it. Fucking dickhead.
Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, were you guessing or lying? Now, the next day, the New York Times said this: Mr. Guglielmi acknowledged that the Secret Service had turned down some requests for additional federal security assets for Mr. Trump's detail. So which is it? Because both statements can't be true. Were you guessing or lying when you said you didn't turn down requests from President Trump's detail?
Neither, sir, and I appreciate the question.
Well, what were you doing? Because those statements don't don't jive.
So what I can tell you is that for the event in Butler, there were no requests that were denied. As far as requests...
Well, maybe they got tired of asking. Maybe you turned them down so darn much, they said, not worth asking. How many times did you turn them down ahead of that?
I think that it is important to distinguish between what some people may view as a denial of an asset or a request.
So I want to see if we can pull this thing back
spokesperson?
here at 122, guys, but it doesn't look
He
like
said
it.
he acknowledged the Secret Service had turned down some requests. I'm asking how many?
A denial of a request does not equal a vulnerability.
Well, tell me what it is.
There are a number of ways that threats and risks can be mitigated with a number of different assets, whether that be through personnel, whether that be through technology, or other resources.
Well, tell the committee which it was. They asked for additional help in some form or another. You told them no. How many times did you tell them no, and what did you tell them no to?
Again, I cannot speak to specific incidents, but I can tell you in general terms, the Secret Service is judicious with their resources based on...
What does some requests mean? How many times? Some indicate request is plural. So more than once they asked for additional help and you turned them down. What did they ask for and how many times did you turn them down? Pretty basic questions.
So again, without having all of the details in front of me, sir, what I can tell you is that there are times...
Well, why wouldn't you bring the details with you?
Detail when they asked for additional help?
I'm sorry.
You didn't get briefed on that before you came to this hearing knowing you were going to get asked that question?
What I can tell you is that in generic terms, when details make a request, there are times that there are alternate ways to cover off on that threat.
There were innocent American
That's not what he
people,
said. He said they were denied certain
going
requests.
out with their families who lost their lives. So this rhetoric of her knowing something and simply not answering the question is pretty shitty towards those families and the people who actually lost their life and went through that, experienced it. So let's keep that in mind. Donald Trump's good. He's good. He got hit in the ear. But there's a guy who didn't. There's two other people that I still have pictures of that got hit. So...
Any of those requests denied to President Trump's detail after you knew
to
about
her
the Iranian
own
threat?
Agenda.
What I can tell you, again, I
She
don't
has
know
an
the specifics,
obligation
is that
to answer the
there are
questions to the
times
best of her
when
knowledge.
we
For
can
those
fill
people.
a request.
For the person
It
that
doesn't
lost his
necessarily
life.
have to be with a Secret Service asset or resource. We can fill that request with locally available assets.
You spoke to anyone at the White House since July 13th?
Yes, I have.
Who'd you talk to?
I have briefed the President and the Vice President.
Talked to the First Lady?
No, I have not.
Talked to the White House staff? Anyone in the White House communications?
No, I have not.
Have you talked to the counter sniper who took the shot that took out the bad guy?
Yes, I have.
And can you tell us about that conversation?
I would not want to reveal conversations that I've had with my employees.
But that's exactly the kind of information the American people want to know. American people who pay your salary.
I understand.
Right.
This is an ongoing investigation, and
Who's all doing the investigating at Secret Service? I know the
It's
Inspector
not
General,
an
but is there
ongoing
also an
investigation
internal
because the guy's
investigation in
dead.
addition
The
to
guy
the
who did
Inspector
it's
General?
dead. Let's remember
we are
that.
conducting a mission assurance investigation internally, yes.
You know what it looks like, Director? It looks like you won't answer some pretty basic questions. It looks like you got a 9% raise and you cut corners when it came to protecting one of the most important individuals, most well-known individuals on the planet. A former president, likely the guy who's going to be the next president. Looks like you guys were cutting corners. That's what it looks like to me. Is that true?
I am here today because I want to answer questions, but I also want to be cautious.
You might want to, but you haven't answered. I don't think you've answered one question from the chairman, the ranking member.
She hasn't. She
or
really
me.
hasn't.
Well, we got a lot of other people asking. We'll see if your record improves. But right now, you haven't answered, I don't think, any questions. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Ms. Norton from Washington, D.C.
The thing is like, it's already happened.
Thank you, Mr.
So
Chairman.
just answer it. Just answer
In
the
the
questions.
summer of
They got
1963,
caught
as a
lacking.
law student, I
Tell them
traveled
for what it is. They
to
got
the
caught
South
lacking.
to work in the
You
civil
guys
rights
got comfortable.
movement. When I arrived
didn't
in
think it
Jackson,
could happen.
Mississippi, I was met by a civil rights activist who showed me around town
Or
and tried to
They
convince
didn't
me
care
to
to
work in
protect them.
Jackson that
It's
summer.
one or the other.
I recall talking with him and his wife about the raw atmosphere in Jackson. Later that day, he took me to the bus station for my trip to my assignment. That night,
All right, I'm watching this volume on NVIDIA here. See if we can break through this. I want to see an increase in volume.
I condemn the political violence. It is a threat to democracy. I want to discuss one of the roots of political
Let's see here.
violence, guns.
Oh,
For
Jesus
years,
Christ.
Republicans, including a member of this committee, have introduced legislation and amendments to repeal or block the District of Columbia gun violence protection laws, including its bans on assault weapons and
Which is
large
ridiculous.
capacity magazines.
Assault weapon.
The
assault
shooter
isn't a
at
type
the
of weapon.
Trump rally used the mass shooter's gun of choice, an assault weapon, specifically
rifle,
an AR-15
actually.
style
It wasn't an AR-15.
rifle,
It's a
and
rifle.
presumably a large capacity magazine, which is defined in D.C. as a magazine.
Notice how she said
that
it was
can
believed. Was it or was it not?
hold more than 10
She's such a-
bullets.
I fucking hate
Under
these
current
people.
D.C. law, D.C. does not recognize concealed carry permits issued by other jurisdictions. Residents. However, D.C. imposes a number of requirements on concealed carry applicants, including suitability,
I think of
such
I
as
think
not
of my
having
parents. I think
exhibited
of the
a
families that I've
propensity
been
for
around who have guns when I hear this shit.
violence
Who
or
are law-abiding
instability.
citizens,
Moreover,
who have respect
D.C. residents
for the
where,
for 'em.
where the restricts
Like-
where the guns can be carried, such as a political demonstration. People under Secret Service protection, provided the permit holder has been given notice. This week, the House is expected to consider the fiscal year 2025 Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Bill. This Republican drafted bill would allow an individual with a permit to carry a concealed handgun
Good, they should.
issued by a state or
If they so
territory
choose to.
to carry a concealed handgun in D.C., regardless of that jurisdiction's permit requirements.
25.
A Republican has filed an amendment to that provision to allow such an individual to carry a magazine of any size with that handgun. In short, the pending bill and amendment would allow any person with a carry permit issued by another jurisdiction to carry a concealed handgun with a magazine of any size in any location in the District of Columbia. The Secret Service is responsible for protecting a large number of people and facilities in D.C. Director Cheadle, would Secret Service protectees in D.C. be safer or less safe if people who have exhibited a propensity for violence or instability could carry a concealed handguns in D.C.?
I think
It's a
being
nice
Secret
double
Service
top there,
agent
like we
and an
said. Watch
officer
that double
or a law
top.
enforcement
You
officer
got a little
in
bit
any
of an
state
increase in volume
is
there.
difficult.
Let's see
They are
if
required to make decisions
see if it's
and
about
snap
time here.
judgments in the blink of an eye. And I think that
Just not
the
sure if you're gonna
officers
get it.
and the agents that work here in the
Let's
D.C.
see.
area do a great
Let's
job
watch the volume, watch
of
level 2.
monitoring the public and reacting to
Just
threats
don't know if it's going to give
as
you
appropriate
that
when they,
follow through
arise.
to really
Would Secret
to get
Service
paid on the put
protectees
side. It
in
might.
D.C.
They may,
be
sellers may
safer
come out of
or
nowhere
less safe
and
if
sell it
people
off,
in
but
If you're just now tuning in to Live Now from Fox, good morning to you. The question and answer portion underway, and my goodness, you can see they are really grilling the Secret Service director there on
we go.
this Trump
Get a little bounce
assassination
here.
attempt hearing. Now at 10:47 on the East Coast. We must take our third 2-minute commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
all right. Let's see here. Let me see. Let's see.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. President Biden dropping out of the 2024 race, endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee.
Pullbacks into 120. Shit. What is that? I just don't know if we're gonna get it, man. That volume is really weak. I don't think there's a trade here just yet. I think if you get a pullback, as of now, it still feels like you want to... Let me pull up the overall markets. The overall markets are still hanging out, just like I thought. They're breaking out to new highs. Low volume pullbacks. breaking out on an increase in volume. Buyers are in control today, obviously. So the SPY, you can watch this level here. You're right at Friday's highs. You're at Friday's highs. Dude, this chart's pissing me off, man. It sucks. So I'm looking for, I'm trying to find a trade here, guys. I'm trying to find a trade. Okay, so here we go. Finally, you got the SPY breaking down off of that. That was key there. That was key. That was key. That was key there. That was key there. See, the Qs aren't. The Qs are not. The Qs are not breaking down. They're actually holding here. This is the level we were talking about when we said we were watching to see if we can break and hold it. And that we started to already sense the divergence in the technology. The Qs... Alright, I think it's about time. Let's see. Let's see if we can break this level here. See if you get another pop on the Qs and then see if it stalls. Or it's actually starting now, maybe. Watch 481 if that can break. Let's see if we can start pulling it back. I just gotta say this. I don't think you have enough volume, and I don't think you're gonna get that downside that you're looking for. You may, but I don't think you're going to. You're not going to see like what you saw last week. So if you do get paid, take it. Take your money. All right, take your money. She stole my word. She stole my word on CNBC. She said it seems to be lacking. Literally, not slacking, but lacking. That's funny. Pullbacks to low a day, 120. What do we have here? 192. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying here. This is what I don't like. That's that. I don't like this low volume pullback. Let me go back and bring this up. So I'll let you guys know when I take the entry on this.
Social media, I guess.
Your security footprint and your threat assessment. And he went on to say that the generalized threat that he has told the whole country that we are under from a potential terrorist threat. He has said we're under the highest threat level since 9/11, that the lights are flashing red. And he has specifically indicated that people have crossed the southern border as a result of the Biden administration's policy, and that there are in our country today terrorists and individuals who are affiliated with terrorist groups and organizations. That would be a heightened threat environment, Director Cheadle, would it not?
Yes.
In his public statements, he has said he is making these statements because he wants people to take them into consideration in threat assessments, specifically. Now, that would be a threat not just to Donald Trump, but it would also be a threat to the crowd there, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Are ISIS terrorists and Al-Qaeda terrorists and international groups and terrorists more capable than a 20-year-old?
So look, I have the puts up, guys.
Their mass shooting.
I have
or
these
assassination
puts up.
of Donald Trump.
Sir, again, there was clearly a breakdown and a failure
I have
that
the
day.
120
Have you read
puts
the
up.
intelligence
Again,
of the
just looking for a
terrorists
small
that are
move
currently
down.
in the
This
United
thing is-
States that Director Ray speaks, and those individuals that are
This
here
thing's
that are
trending
affiliated
higher
with terrorist groups and organizations that are in the process, as
volume.
Director Ray said, of representing a significant threat of a terrorist attack occurring in the United States?
I have read reports that apply specifically to the Secret Service's mission.
Director Cheadle, Because Donald Trump is alive, and thank God he is, you look incompetent. If Donald Trump had been killed, you would have looked culpable. There is no aspect of this that indicates that there has been any protection to Donald Trump. The threat was identified before he took the stage, and the shooter was only killed after Donald Trump himself was killed. Not only should you resign, if you refuse to do so, President Biden needs to fire you, because his life, Donald Trump's life, and all the other people which you protect are at risk because you have no concept of the aspect
innocent person who lost their life.
Security footprint needs
Let's
to be
think about
correlated
that.
to the threat.
I get they bring up
Now you're back.
presidents, but more importantly than them,
Well, Mr. Turner did not hold back,
people
saying that she should be
that
fired
they are
and calling
to
her
protect.
incompetent. Now at 10:53 on the East Coast, taking our final 2-minute commercial break
All
of the hour. We'll be right
let's see
back.
here. Can we get something? Can we get something going? I want to start seeing some volume, man. Man, I'm done with that. I want to hear this. Sorry, guys. I'm going to go back to it. I don't know why. Secret Service Live. Secret Service Live. Come on. I don't want just Fox. Like, come on.
What particularly allowed agents or law enforcement to identify him as a person of interest?
So I appreciate the question, and again, I will say that we are 9 days out, and there are a multitude of interviews that are still taking place.
Okay, so did he have a rangefinder? There were some reports that the individual had a rangefinder. That would certainly raise my suspicion. Did he have a rangefinder?
Yes, he did, but may I explain that at a number of our sites,
CarMax is
especially
still
when you're
holding
outdoor
$4.
venues, a rangefinder is not a prohibited item.
lot of room if
it
it
is
gets
sometimes
going,
an item
guys.
that is brought in by individuals if you're going to be in the back.
Did anybody confront him on that?
Double tap.
Anybody ask him questions? What are you doing with the rangefinder? Anybody confront him on his presence where he was in proximity to the president?
So again, to my knowledge, I believe that was the process that was taking place, was to locate the individual.
Did they confront him? Did they go up to him? Did
I would
they
like a pullback
talk
to
to him?
470.
I do not have those details at this time.
Those are important details.
That might be the better play. If you guys could hear me, let me know, please, in the chat.
There's also a failure to
Do I
communicate
need to
between
turn
law
down the-
enforcement to act quickly upon information provided by either local law enforcement or rally attendees that the
I'm gonna try
suspect
it.
was
I'm gonna
positioned on
switch
the
out of
roof. There
NVIDIA
were
and go back
minutes
to
of
the
delay
queues.
before any meaningful action was taken, even though he
Just be
was several
careful.
hundred feet from the podium. And this was obviously
what?
minutes before
470 what?
the shooting.
478.
Let me ask you, there was considerable delay in removing the president from the podium after the shooting began. He was shot in the air. It was still over a minute before he was removed from the stage. Meanwhile, this shooter had multiple clips, several clips. He got off 8 shots, and he had the capacity and the ability, if he was not neutralized, to basically mow down that whole Secret Service detachment as well as the president. What, from your own investigation, caused that delay under the circumstances?
Here, guys. Hold on.
What I can tell you is that when the agents identified that the shooting was taking place, in under 3 seconds, they threw themselves on top of the
I understand
president.
that. There was heroism there. No question about it. No question about it. But protocol would indicate, and these are the opinions of various former Secret
Yeah, I'm
Service
just looking
agents,
for a
people who
pullback
have,
here, guys.
done this work in the past, that over a minute
I'll let you
of
guys know
exposure
when I take this.
on that podium,
Still looking for an
with,
entry.
with a shooter with a high capacity weapon who had already wounded the president.
Let's do it.
And could have got off.
Damn it.
We don't know how many more rounds.
Hold on.
And yet the president remained exposed, even though
I just think
he
this
was
is
joined
wrong.
in that exposure by the Secret Service in their heroic
Just think
acts.
my timing
It's
is
just,
off, that's all.
I don't know if there's a good explanation for that.
Our personnel created a body bunker on top of the
get
president,
that. I get that.
shielding him.
Yeah, this was
All right,
an
let's-
AR-15
up
style
to you
weapon.
guys.
and
Let's
that
try and go for
would
a
have made
pullback.
pretty quick work if he was determined and
I
able
just
to
took
do so.
those. We'll see
This
if
is
we
not the
get
first
something with
investigation that
these.
we've had of the Secret
I'm gonna
Service
keep
during
my
my
stop
time here on
loss
this
really
committee. And the
close.
last one we had,
All right. That is the
our
cues. I am a
previous
little bit out of the
investigation
money
determined
here.
that the Secret Service was experiencing a staffing crisis that poses perhaps the greatest threat to the agency, and that's a
I'm not
quote.
seeing what I want to see.
Is
though,
that staffing crisis
unfortunately.
still in place?
There we
Is
go.
that
Let's
still
go
something
with the
that you deal with
timing,
on a daily
baby.
basis?
Let's go.
As of today, the Secret Service has
Let's
just
go.
over 8,000 employees.
Let's go.
We continue to hire.
That's how we do it.
Knowing that we need to ensure that we keep pace with
What would be the
Oh my
full
God, they
complement of?
fucking
And
fucked
gentlemen,
me on
time's
that,
expired, but
Phil.
please answer the
They
question.
fucked me on that, Phil. Sorry for the language.
What would be the full complement
Let's
that you're
go.
looking for? You've got 8,000, and how many would be a full complement for the service?
So
With
we
all-
are still
timing.
striving towards a number of
That's why you don't need to get.
95,
I'm telling you, man. Get a
100
one-on-one
employees
with me.
approximately in order to be able to
Could've
meet
got- you couldn't
future
have
and
gotten a better
emerging
timing
needs.
on
Okay,
that.
thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your courtesy. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Dr. Fox from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Cheadle, what
That was
grade would
38
you give the
cents
Secret
to-
Service's performance
to
in
50.
Butler, Pennsylvania on
That was
July
nice.
13?
That was nice. Nice.
As I've stated, ma'am, this was clearly a failure. I would grade the agents and officers who selflessly threw themselves in front of the president and neutralized the threat an A. I think that we need to examine the events that led up to and prior to that day.
You stated in 2021 that the Secret Service has a zero-fail mission. It's clear that the events of July 13 show a cascade of failures that cost Corey Comparator his life, nearly cost former president his life, and injured David Dutch and James Copenhaver. When an agency fails spectacularly at its mission, those responsible must be held accountable, and the problems must be fixed so they cannot happen again. Why should the American people or the officials you're responsible for protecting have confidence in your ability to lead the Secret Service after such a spectacular failure?
I appreciate the question, and I am committed to finding answers so that we can make the agency stronger after this.
You said on July 15 that the buck stops with me. How are you taking accountability for the Secret Service's failures during the
That was
July
sick.
13
That
assassination
was sick.
attempt on President Trump?
That was sick, man.
I have taken
Congrats
accountability,
to
and I will
anybody that
continue
got
to
on
take
that.
accountability.
What a beautiful
I am
scout.
responsible for leading the agency.
It was nearly
and I am
that was
responsible
nearly
for finding the
50% right
answers
there.
to how this event occurred and making sure.
So I would like to explore how you got the job as director of the United States Secret Service.
Oh, I hung out with
Is it
Biden's
typical
wife.
for the director of the Secret Service to be recommended for the role at the behest of a president's family and
Shit.
senior staff?
I knew we should've
Perhaps
got
at the
it.
request
We
of
should've
Joe
got it
Biden
there.
or Anthony Bernal?
I got the job as a director of the Secret Service because I spent 27 years in an agency with a mission that I absolutely love. I started my career in Detroit. I worked my way up through investigations and protection.
Was there competition for the position?
You would have to ask those who were involved in the interview process.
But you think you are the best person in the country to head the Secret Service?
I think that I am the best person to lead the Secret Service at this time.
The Secret Service receives billions in funding each year, as has been explained by my colleagues here. In fact, you've had an increase in real terms of 55%. As you're no doubt
Get a nice little loan
aware,
here,
staffing
too.
levels for those assigned to protect the president, former presidents, and other senior officials has decreased by about 350 between 2014 and today. Clearly, a lack of financial resources not to blame for the staffing shortage. In 2022, the Secret Service saw nearly half its workforce leave in 1 year. And during the same year, it was ranked dead last among law enforcement agencies in the best places to work in the federal government. Can you explain why your agency was so poorly rated and why so many staff left in just 1 year?
So with all due respect, I dispute the statistic of half of the employees leaving in 2022. I think that has been inaccurate data that's been. But what I can tell you is, as I have returned as the director of the agency, we have had an increase in hiring and staffing and an increase in resources, and we are committed to continue to hire so that we can be staffed appropriately to meet the dynamic mission that we have.
Well, you may want to dispute it, but it's out there. My understanding, given the high-profile failures and rotten culture at the Secret Service during your nearly 2-year tenure, why should the American people have any confidence in your ability to lead the Secret Service to perform its zero-fail mission to protect our senior leaders?
The Secret Service has an incredible culture. Our men and women place service over self. They come in every day willing to risk their lives for our protective mission, and they work investigations that thwart people who would do harm to children, child exploiters. We have an incredible mission, and our culture is we will get the job done no matter what.
Well, those on the front line certainly have a great culture, and they were willing to risk their lives for President Trump. But I'm not sure the leadership at the agency has this right kind of culture. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Conley from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I hope the American people do appreciate the incredible daily risks Secret Service agents take on our behalf. You mentioned there are 36 regular clients you've got that you protect constantly, but I was participating in the NATO summit just 2 weeks ago. We had 32 heads of government and heads of state, plus visiting heads of state and heads of government. Presumably, you provided protection for all of them.
That is correct.
Just saying. Help us understand, however, I will stipulate that there's an ongoing investigation. You don't want to go into too much detail on that until you've been able to ascertain all the facts and analyze what they mean.
Nothing.
You can understand, however, the anxiety we and the American public have about how could this happen and how can we ensure it can't recur. Now, there are some things my friends on one particular side of the aisle don't really want to talk about, like AR-15s and access to them by a 20-year-old, or anybody for that matter. Presumably, Director Cheadle,
it's the same exact thing. It's a fucking rifle
of weapons.
You're putting too much emphasis
in America, especially
on the
assault
item
weapons
and
or
not the fact that it's a
semi-automatic
person.
weapons. That's helped your job and the mission
not
of
like
your
taking
agency.
a
Right, it's made it less complicated.
That type
Isn't
of
that true?
rifle off the street is going to just get rid of rifles. You could have used a
Real
shotgun.
simple. More guns, especially
And it would have
dangerous
just hit
ones,
all
that made
kinds
your
of
job
people.
protecting
And it would have
people
been really
easier.
ugly.
Is that not right?
I think
But again,
from
it's
every-
our
Director
right.
Cheadle,
Just because someone who breaks the law and does something, that does not mean that we should have our rights taken away. We didn't do that. So these people that get elected, I would hope that we can make a change.
Simple English.
These fucking dirtbags
More
are just
guns.
you just see them.
Do they make your
time
job
after
more
person after
complicated
person,
or
ready to
less
strip your rights.
complicated in protecting
They don't want
these
you to
36 clients
have
and visiting
anything, and they
heads
do
of
not
state and heads of
hold
government that
you
come to
responsible
Washington?
or
I
accountable.
think the Secret Service needs to take into account.
I didn't ask that.
That they're in.
I'm sorry. I asked to stipulate it's always difficult. Again, this is a simple one. Does the ubiquity of guns make your job easier or more difficult today?
I understand the Second Amendment rights of individuals.
I didn't ask that question. I'm not questioning the Second Amendment. I'm asking a simple analysis, Director Cheadle. And I can tell you, you're not making my job easier in terms of assessing your qualification for continuing on as director. Please answer the question. You're the head of the Secret Service. You're speaking on behalf of 8,000 members who put their lives on the line. We just had a failure by your own admission. Do guns make your job easier or harder?
I think the job of the Secret Service is difficult on every day, and we need to make sure that we are mitigating all threats, whether that be
That
weapons,
isn't my question.
personnel.
That is not my question, and now I think you're evading the answer, which is not a hard one.
Yes,
I'm
it
sorry
makes
that
it
you
easier.
feel that way, sir.
How else could I feel, Director Cheadle, when you're clearly avoiding a direct answer to a very simple declarative question? And we almost lost a presidential candidate the other day. A 20-year-old had access to his father's AR-15 and got on top of a roof within 500 yards or feet of the podium.
So that's the picture
And I'm
that
asking
we
you,
use
did
for
the
everyone.
Availability of that AR-15,
All the men and women out there.
which
She's
is
not answering it
replicated
because
all
she
across
knows
America, make your
it's-
job harder
that's
or
not-
easier, and you're not willing to answer that
It makes it
question?
easier.
And you think, and you
Because
wonder why
without
we
those
might
items,
have a lack of confidence
they
in your
couldn't take them out
continued
in 3
ability
seconds.
to direct this agency?
I understand your question, and that's the environment.
Well, if you understand my question, why not answer it?
Because it's the environment that the Secret Service works in every day.
That doesn't tell me anything. That's the environment we work in. I had an attack on my office a year ago. I know a little bit about violence too. He came to kill me. When he couldn't, he beat one of my staffers 8 times with a baseball bat on the head.
Oh.
We live with the threat of violence. But a simple answer from the director of the Secret Service would
Damn, look
be
at that,
helpful.
guys.
And I'm sorry
Look, they're
you've
already
chosen
up to
evade it.
75
I yield
cents.
back.
Let's
Chair
go.
recognizes Mr. Grossman from Wisconsin.
Let's go. 75 cents.
Thank you. When this guy took the shots, he climbed a ladder to get on the roof, correct?
I'm unable to answer details of exactly how the individual accessed the roof at this time.
Do you know when if he did use the ladder, do you know when the ladder was placed there? Was the ladder there 2 days before, just the night before? Do you have any information at all as to when the ladder got there?
I would like to be able to answer those questions. The FBI is still conducting an investigation.
How did the rifle get to the roof?
Again, sir, at this time, I'm unable to answer questions to provide
Have
clarity.
they cleaned the roof since the assassination attempt?
Have they cleaned the roof?
Right. Has anything been done to the roof? Is it just like it was, 10 days ago, or not? Has anything been done to the roof?
I don't have an answer for that.
Okay. Were President Trump's normal agents normally assigned to him there that day?
Yes.
These were the same agents that were always there?
Yes, sir. The people that are assigned to his detail were working on that day.
Okay, there's stuff on the internet that says they were not there that day, but these are the same agents who are routinely there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we know which agents fired the shots that finally took down the potential assassin?
Yes, sir, I do.
Can you give us those names or the background of those agents?
I would not offer their name up in this setting, but it was one of our technical officers, our counter snipers.
Okay, so can we privately get those names, the committee?
I am certain that we can make names available privately.
Okay. Do we know where all the shots landed? First of all, how many shots did that potential assassin, how many shots came out of the rifle?
So again, I would hesitate to offer that information as the FBI is conducting an investigation.
Have we got the bullets from all the shots?
Again, that would be the responsibility of the FBI to collect that evidence.
Okay. Do we have the correspondence from the shooter? Has that been recovered from his phone, whatever?
Again, I would have to defer you to the FBI for details on that investigation.
Okay. You've spent some time trying to change the makeup of the Secret Service. Okay, you feel there are, whatever, too high a percentage are men. Does this affect at all who you are hiring for the Secret Service?
I've spent my time as the director trying to increase the number of people that we hire in the Secret Service so that we have the best and the brightest, and that's been my concentration as the director.
Okay, you ever not hiring men because of your desire to hit certain targets?
I am hiring the best qualified candidates that put in an application that want to work for our great organization.
Okay. Next question. The shooter obtained a direct sight of President Trump from the position on the rooftop. I assume that is not something that should ever happen. It should never happen. Do you want to elaborate a little on how that happened, or what you wish you had done differently, or would do differently next time there's a Trump rally?
Again, sir, the facts of this particular event are still unfolding. 9 days, there have been a number of reports that have been out there, so I do not want to provide information that perhaps would contradict something that has been erroneously reported or is not factual. But there clearly was a mistake, and we will take every effort to make sure that this never happens again.
Could you elaborate why you want 1/3 of the Secret Service to be women?
I've never stated that I want 1/3 of the Secret Service to be women.
30% or something. You had some target, no?
Okay, so what I want to look for again is see if we can get another shot at this. I'm looking to target
What
this
was,
guy
Director, what was
below us.
erroneously reported? You said, to Mr. Grothman's question, you
Looking
said something
for
was
one more
erroneously
pop
reported.
in
What
the
are you referring
VWAP and see what we do here.
I'm referring to their...
His question was in the context of the shooter using a ladder to get on the building. What was erroneously reported? Because you won't tell us anything, but you'll tell us something that wasn't reported accurately?
I'm saying, sir, that there have been a number of reports that are out there that have been speculation, and until we have the actual facts, I don't want
Facts
to
are the
report
facts.
anything that would contradict speculation that has been out there.
Thank you, gentleman, for yielding.
Chair recognizes Mr. Krishnamurti from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, for bringing us together this morning. One question I get asked a lot from my constituents is, what can Congress actually do to stop this from happening again?
They were.
And I'd like to share a graphic from a very recent study conducted by Professor Robert Pape, a world-renowned expert in combating political violence. The graphic shows that 74% of Americans want this Congress to come together to denounce political violence of all stripes, and you can tell it's across party lines. I commend the chair and ranking member for putting out the statement the other day condemning political violence, and to further this effort,
guys. Congrats.
I'd like
Great
to ask
job.
all my
Great
colleagues
job.
to
Look at
join
that.
Dr. Brad Wenstrup and me in introducing a
91,
resolution
99
that we think can secure a
dollars.
unanimous House passage in deploring and condemning political violence, and we will be circulating that resolution shortly. Director
Over
Cheadle,
100%, guys.
as you know, the shooter began shooting at 6:11 p.m. Eastern on July 13th.
It's a beautiful trade right there.
NBC reported that at 5:51 p.m., 20 minutes before the shooting began, the state police informed the Secret Service of their concern. Now, the rally was not paused at that point, correct?
No.
And according to NBC, just 2 minutes later, at 5:53 p.m., the Secret Service notified its snipers about the gunman. The rally wasn't paused at that point either, correct?
No.
Let me show you some video footage by rally goers. If you could play the video on the screen up here. This was taken 2 minutes before the shooting started. If you could turn up the volume.
Criminals. We have criminals. We have drug dealers. We have people that should not be here.
Right on the roof.
It's much tougher than it happens.
You went right on the roof, big guy.
Up here.
Ma'am, that doesn't look like suspicious behavior. That looks like threatening behavior to me. And the rally wasn't paused at that point either, correct?
I can tell you, as I stated earlier, sir, that the moment
That's the
that
kind of guy we
shift,
need right there. Straight to
surrounding
the point.
president were aware of an actual threat.
That's a threat. Right there. The guy's on the roof and everybody's yelling at him.
Yes.
And directing the
I like
officer's
this guy.
attention to him.
Mr.
The rally
Krishnan,
was not paused at that
Maruthi.
point, correct?
We are currently still
I applaud you,
combing
brother.
through
No rhetoric,
communications
straight to the
and
facts.
when
These are the people we need in
communications were
office.
passed.
Well, I can
He
point you to
deserves
this
his job.
communication. It's 2 minutes before the shots
I don't care if he's
started
a
ringing
Democrat
out.
or a
Director
Republican.
Cheadle, yes or no? Was there ever a moment where the Secret Service actually considered pausing the rally?
And then he starts, if
The
he starts
Secret
the gun
Service
thing,
would have paused
then,
the rally
you know, my views will
had they
change on that.
known or been
So the
told
answer is
there
no.
was an actual threat.
The answer is no. Correct?
I can speak to you in generalities.
No, I don't want
I don't
generalities. I
know
want
all of the
specifics.
communications
The
that were-
answer is no. You did not consider pausing the rally, correct?
The people that are in charge of protecting the president on that day would never bring the former president out if there was a threat that had been identified.
Well, they did, because we've now identified 3 points in the 20 minutes before the shooting.
Sorry, guys, I'm
that
just
the
trying to get
threat
this up because it
emerged.
looks like we're
Let me
going
point
right
you to
into the
something
trade line now.
else, which is the
And-
building that the shooter was perched on, seen here. This
I might
building
drop
is
down
called the
a,
AGR building. I'm sure that you're familiar with it.
may
It's no
drop
more
down
than
a
150
contract.
yards from the stage where Donald Trump stood. Yet the
High risk,
security
high
perimeter
reward,
was
but
drawn
low
such
precision
that the
size.
AGR building was placed outside of
go.
it. Director Cheadle, according to the Washington Post, the AR-15 styled rifle used in the shooting had a range of 400 to 600 yards, and therefore the AGR building was clearly within rifle range of the stage, correct?
Yes.
So then it should have been
NBC
held
News has
down.
reported that in the days before the rally, the Secret Service had identified the building as a vulnerability that required special attention, correct?
Damn, man. Great job, guys. Those are up,
That's reporting
up
from
to
NBC.
$1 now.
Yes.
So I am still looking into an active investigation.
I know, but it's been 9 days. I mean, you should know that, right? And yet, despite the fact that the AGR building was in rifle range of the stage and it was flagged as a vulnerability, this building was put outside of the Secret Service's security perimeter. And I respectfully submit the Secret Service must expand its security perimeter to account for the kinds of weapons that can be used outside the perimeter to endanger the protectees.
That's what we do.
inside the
Instead of
perimeter,
saying
ma'am.
you people can no longer
Let me turn
have
your
these.
attention
We don't
to
put trust and
some
faith in
conspiracy
people
theories that have
responsible.
been
come
circulating
on.
and ask you to
That's what this world's coming to. It's crazy.
comment on them. First, you have not found evidence that the incident was a staged shooting, right?
Correct.
And you haven't found evidence that this was a result of a conspiracy of high-ranking government officials, correct?
Correct.
And you have not found evidence that this incident was in fact directed or perpetrated by a foreign state or entity, right?
And that's the last question, but I'll let the director answer that, please.
Not at this time.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes
We're going to
Mr.
be
Cloud
going
from
long
Texas.
here soon, guys.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm there was only one counter sniper who took one shot. Is that
We had multiple counter sniper teams available
yeah, on the
that day.
premises, but is only one took one shot? Is that correct, or only one?
Correct.
Okay. How many spent shell casings were found on the
Sorry,
roof?
hold on.
Again, I would
That's
have
my
to defer
bad.
you to the FBI's criminal investigation.
Okay. Word is that the car was rigged with explosives.
Again, sir, I'd have to defer you
To
to
the
the
FBI.
FBI's investigation.
Okay. You're not curious about? You don't communicate with them? No. Okay. CNN reported that the Secret Service did not sweep the building the shooter was used to shoot President Trump and other attendees. Is that true or false?
So we are conducting a mission insurance investigation and will depend on the information that we obtain from our investigations.
Okay. The Secret Service knew there was a suspicious person anywhere from 8 minutes before President walked on stage to 30 to 60 minutes. We have different reports. Was President Trump or his team notified of the threat?
I think there's a difference and a distinction between suspicious
person
and threat.
Yeah.
So we are going back and looking at communications to know when the information about a suspicious person was passed to Secret Service personnel.
Okay, but was President Trump or his team notified?
Again, we are going back and looking to make sure that we have the exact information of when those notifications were made and who those notifications were made to.
Okay. I think it's troubling for a lot of us that the number one question everyone in America is wondering is why was the roof left open? And after 9 days, we should at least maybe have a little bit of that information. And when you come to this committee hearing and you don't have anything to say about that, it's very, very troubling. Did you review the security plan for this event?
I personally do not review security plans for events that take place across the country.
Any of them?
We have a number of events that take place.
Who's the top level official who reviews the security plans?
There's a number of people that review security plans.
Who's
as they
ultimately
unfold.
responsible for signing off on a security plan?
It's a conjunction of personnel. There are people on the ground, there are supervisors on the detail, there are people at headquarters.
So there's not one person who says, okay, this is good, it's copacetic, we're going for it?
I think much in the way that we build our security plans, where they are multi-layered.
No doubt there's teams working different aspects of it, but ultimately, isn't there an individual who signs off on the plan?
Much like how we design our security plans, they're multi-layered, there are multiple layers.
So there's
of
no
people.
accountability?
There is accountability, sir.
There's, this is whether it's the FBI or Fauci or anything, it's time after time after time, these multiple layers of accountability turn into layers of plausible deniability in agency after agency after agency. That's got to be fixed, because you keep coming here and expecting, yes, you're saying I'm responsible, but and you're accountable for it, but then there's nothing. What do you mean by that? I mean, you're saying you're going to keep your job, right?
I assure you, sir, that if we determine through the course of our investigation that someone or people need to be held accountable, we will do so.
What level of, if President Biden, God forbid, had been
nice job, guys. Nice
killed,
job.
would you think that
You're
was
still
worthy
in
of
there. You got
resignation?
to steal.
I would do the same thing that I'm doing here, where I would want to make sure that we are conducting an investigation, that there is continuity in that investigation, and that we could find the answers
You do not
to
think
what
the
happened.
assassination of somebody under
All
your
right.
feet, under your
I gotta
details,
look
worthy of
for-
resignation?
I think that this
Along
event
here.
was
We got to the
tragic and
target.
deserves answers.
Fuck, I gotta hurry up.
The thing that you've said so far is that you want to make sure that this never happens again. The thing is, everyone in America knows that's not the job description that you're tasked with. The job description you're tasked with is to make sure it never happens, period. One of your goals in the strategic plan is to champion diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. You've accomplished the accessibility part. What standards, do you keep the same standards for all applicants and all, or does every Secret Service agent meet the same qualifications, or do you have different standards for different people?
Yes, sir. Everyone who moves through the application process has to meet the same standards to become a special agent.
Okay. The trouble I think we're having with right now, so far you gave a lame excuse for sloped roof. You said that local law enforcement's job was to cover up.
It was actually,
the
they lied. It was
building
actually
before
a flat
backtracking
roof.
on that. We were
And
told
shout
that
out to the people
President
that
Trump's team
like
did
the
not
stream.
ask for
Shout out to
security
y'all.
before you backtracked on that.
I appreciate you guys.
haven't provided the audio recording.
Let's
that
look
this
for a
committee,
long here.
Chairman.
Let's see if we can get ourselves a nice reversal here. You know, be careful. The volume is still is not favorable, but look at this volume coming in right now. Massive volume. Damn, we still might have more room to go, guys. We might be filling this gap. Fuck. This market just ain't safe right now, man. Shit. $477. 477. Just give me 1 second. Let me figure out this, and we'll look for an. I'm going to look for an entry for a reversal here, guys. I'm looking for a reversal.
Question, Director.
Sir, I've been.
I want to thank the chair and the ranking member for convening this hearing on a bipartisan basis. I join them in condemning the horrific assassination attempt on the former president. I am relieved for the sake of the country that he wasn't seriously hurt and that he survived, and my thoughts with him and his family during such a traumatic event. I also want to express condolences to Corey Comprator's family and recognize his heroism in saving his daughter's lives, and to the victims of that awful event. Now, Director,
there's news there on
Cheadle,
Mattel.
would you agree that this is the most serious security lapse since President Reagan was shot in 1981 of the Secret Service?
Yes, sir, I would.
And, you know,
And look,
you know
it's
what
just giving you
Stuart
the
Knight
extension.
did
This could be a
when
nice reversal
he was in
here.
charge at the time of the Secret Service? You know what he did afterwards?
He remained on duty.
Still think
He
we got to be
resigned.
careful.
He resigned.
Still got to be careful.
And Stuart Knight was not a Democratic appointee or Republican appointee.
Damn, man, this could be
Look,
a
I'm
big
not
day.
questioning
This is going to be a
your
big
judgment.
day.
And I just don't think this is partisan.
Feels like it could be.
If you have an assassination attempt on a president, a former president, or a candidate, you need to resign. That's what Stuart Knight did. He was a Republican appointee, and he took responsibility. And I think you need to reflect. This is not a question of you. It's a question of the American people. You cannot go leading
So we said
the
119,
Secret Service
118
agency
longs
when
on
there
NVIDIA.
is an assassination attempt
119,
on a presidential
118
candidate.
longs.
I would say that about anyone who is running. And so I guess my question to you is, what's the difference between your position and what Stuart Knight did?
What I will tell you, sir, is that I am dedicated to finding the answers to what happened. And like every Secret Service agent, we don't shirk from our responsibilities. I will remain on and be responsible to the agency, to this committee, to the former president, and to the American public.
But is there a reason you wouldn't just do what Stuart Knight did after the Reagan assassination attempt?
I believe that I provided an answer.
There's nothing more that you have to say? I mean, do you really believe at this moment, given how divided the country is and the questions asked, that your service in this role is the best for the nation? I mean, I'm not saying you can't do public service again, you can't do something else again. Do you really genuinely in your heart believe that you being in this role is what's right for America at this moment? I mean, do you think there are people who are Trump supporters who have confidence in you? The one thing that we've got to have agencies in this country that are transcend politics, that have the confidence of independents, Democrats, Republicans, progressives, conservatives. Do you really believe that the majority of this country has confidence in you right now?
I believe that the country deserves answers, and I am committed to finding those answers and providing those answers.
Well, look, I believe, Director Cheadle, that you should resign. I think there are colleagues on both sides of the aisle who believe that, and I hope you'll consider it. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Palmer from Alabama for 5 minutes.
Director Cheadle, did local law enforcement ESU teams have compromised authority to engage a perceived threat?
This is Kamala Harris. When things go wrong,
Why do you think they didn't?
they just keep them in office.
I believe that they follow the same
Like,
use of force.
They don't
that
lose their
already-
jobs
You don't.
like you would.
When you have
You would have
compromised
lost
authority,
your
you don't have to
job.
get
You
permission
would have been
to
fired.
perceive a threat.
Like
And
you.
There were not just the ESU units, but there were local
But
law
they
enforcement
talk so much
that
shit on the
had
other
line of
side.
sight
So
on the
funny.
shooter before the shots were taken. So one of my questions is there was supposed to be a briefing with the Secret Service sniper units, your counter assault team members, with the contract team, with the local ESU teams. That didn't take place. Why was that?
So I have been told that there has been a briefing. There was a briefing that took place.
I've been told that there wasn't one.
And again, we are still looking into the facts of the investigation. So
Let me
that we
ask
can-
you this. When were you informed that there was a credible threat against President Trump, former President Trump? When did you learn of that?
Sir, the former president has a number of threats.
I didn't ask you that. There was a credible threat from Iran. When were you informed of that? Answer the question.
We have been monitoring the threats
You
for the
knew
former
before.
president.
You knew before the rally, okay? All right. The site security plan is generally drafted by the site supervisor and the site agent. probably out of the Pittsburgh district office, did they take into account the credible threat against President Trump?
Our personnel take into account the threats that are
Then
out
why
there.
would they leave a building? And I will correct the distance that's been quoted. It was about 140 yards with clear line of sight to the president. Why was that building not occupied on the roof? I mean, you could have put Barney Fife on the roof and kept somebody from getting up there. So why wasn't that done?
The plan that was developed that day encompassed a number
ma'am,
of security mitigations.
The issue is the site supervisor, the site agent, and the special agent in charge, who I think signed off on the plan, did not include that in the inner perimeter, and they didn't have a plan to secure the building. As I understand it, the Butler County ESU unit was situated on the second floor of a building next to that, but they
Guys,
didn't have a clear line of
$1.40
sight
now.
of the roof.
$1.40 on those 138 puts
the
in
photograph
the
that was
or
taken of the
478
young man,
puts
of the shooter
in the money.
When he had the
In the money.
rangefinder, was taken at 5:15.
In the money now.
Until 5:38.
Entry
that
of
photograph
38 cents
was, transmitted
to
the Secret Service
$1.50.
sniper units. I don't understand the lack of interoperability here in the communication process.
Let's fucking
I don't
go.
understand why people didn't perceive that as a credible threat. The video that Mr. Christopher Morphy had shown there was clearly a credible threat. So how is it that all of these mistakes could be made? How many explosive devices were found on or near the site?
Again, I would have to defer you to the FBI.
I want to
Madam,
try and
I
look at a
believe they were in his
481
car,
here, but I'm
and there,
still a little
I
reluctant
think there might have been
to
one
do
near a
so.
main gas line. It wasn't just the fact that he had a rifle. It was the fact that he had the ability to inflict enormous harm, enormous numbers of casualties.
I'm gonna do
had
it,
those
actually.
devices exploded. I want to know also, when your agents conduct a site review,
Sure, did I have
are
this
they
here?
fully informed?
Again, this is a
of all of
daily.
the threats that are being made against?
I don't like the deltas on these.
Principle that they're protecting.
What I can tell you is that when our agents go out to conduct an advance, their whole goal is to ensure
I
the safety
understand
and
what their
security.
goal is. The failure to secure that building not only put the
go.
former president's life
Let's
in danger,
go.
put the lives of individuals in the crowd in danger as well. I mean, the Reagan shooting, there were other people shot at that time as well.
Hold on, guys. I have it up. I'm getting ready to
And the
enter.
Secret
Hold on.
Service members' lives were in danger. So I don't understand how.
Boom. Let's
you
go.
can
Go, 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 go,
continue
go.
to stay in the position you're in.
Okay. Shit. All right. I took that. All right.
This
I
was
took
a-
that. Let's see what I got
a
filled at.
Failure of historic
Let's see what we got
magnitude.
filled at.
43 years
Where are
without
we at?
anything
Where
like
are we
this
at?
happening.
Where are we at? Okay, 36 cents.
And you failed in this case in a
36 cents.
spectacular
I'm going to keep
way.
an eye on this and keep
Mr.
it.
Chairman, yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes
Because
Mr.
we still may have
Nfume
some
from
room to go,
Maryland.
guys. Still may have room to
Thank
go.
you, Mr. Chair. I want to commend you and the
migraine like
ranking
no other
member
right now.
on your joint statement
Out of
and for
nowhere.
holding this hearing that we might all at least attempt to try to get some answers. Some of us, Ms. Cheadle, grew up in an era not too unlike what we see today in terms of political violence. And some of us remember the November 22nd, 1963 assassination
migraine out of
of
nowhere
President
right now.
Kennedy. Some of us, like myself, remember 2 days later when Jack Ruby on live TV shot and killed Lee Harvey Oswald. We've seen over and over and over.
was a
since
beautiful,
that time,
beautiful
these kinds of
reversal,
attempts,
guys.
Whether it was the
Let's go.
assassination of Martin Luther King or Bobby Kennedy, or the attempted attack on George Wallace in Laurel, Maryland, the shooting in 1981 of Ronald Reagan, our friend and colleague Steve Scalise shooting here in D.C., and the unfortunate attack on Paul Pelosi, and now this matter regarding former President Trump. Let me try, if I might, to take another walk at this. People just assume that whoever is in charge takes full responsibility when there's never been, at least on this magnitude and scale, this sort of failure. So when members
Let's go,
ask
guys.
you,
Take your profits.
are you going to resign?
Take your
and
profits.
you say you have no intention to, they are perplexed, like many people who watch what's
Beautiful.
going on.
Let's go.
And
That's a
there's some
low-volume
things I just don't
bounce.
understand. Why was the building,
man.
the
Fucking
ARG building, placed outside of the perimeter?
Still looking for another loan.
When clearly it was close enough for someone to launch an attack.
So again, sir, we are looking into all of the details
Such a
of how the
migraine.
advanced was comprised.
Such a
But I
migraine.
can tell
it's
you
not
that
even
there
funny.
was overwatch on that building provided that day.
By a drone?
I'm not going to get into the specifics of technology or assets that were used in
Well,
the storm.
I think it's fair to say the Overwatch
I don't know if I
failed.
gave you guys the word of the day and all that stuff and all that good stuff. But hold on one second. So what did I enter those in? Hold on one second, guys. So we got in those at 36 cents. $19.12. That was a sell at 48 cents. So just diamond, bro. Just getting all these dimes. I would like to possibly look at something for tomorrow. So you should get a pop and another drop here. Watch this level right here. It's beautiful. Look at that. 52 cents. 52 cents now. Dude, you could just do this shit all day long, guys. All day long, if you know what you're doing.
You know, technology can't answer those questions, but RIAs can. And when you're supported by someone who's faced up to, it's not easy.
Fuck, man. Sorry for cussing. Again, I had just weird migraine out of nowhere.
And treats RIAs like they treat their clients. And that's trade PMO.
We need a small business loan fast. I got this. Loan cannon! There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to ondeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Hey there, stop changing channels. I'm out here in the woods.
MIRA, Mira Pharmaceuticals, new highs now.
That when the Secret Service...
I have the July 17th report of Government Executive, which is a credible reporting service for the federal government, for employees. And the 2023 ranking of places to work within the federal government showed, and this is through the Office of Personnel Management, that the Secret Service came in 413th out of 459 sub-agencies and agencies. Can you explain that?
This area is pretty packed,
Certainly.
mind
What
you.
I can tell you is the
This
Secret
area is
Service
really packed,
is a difficult
so
job. It challenges our employees daily.
if we do break this,
It's
we could start
holidays,
really
it's
seeing some
weekends,
downside.
It's no leave
Not
period.
really.
But Madam, people come to work knowing that. You do explain that when you hire somebody. They know that. It's the same with other agencies. They miss
CrowdStrike's
holidays,
still
they come to
hurting.
work at odd hours. But to be worked, one of the worst places to work within the federal government, 413 out of 459? I just need an explanation. What do you think as the director there?
I think that this
And that's the last question, but please answer Mr. Mfube's question.
I think that this is a challenging job. I think that it's a challenging environment to be in law enforcement, and we do have a no-fail mission. And our folks are tasked with that every day, 365 days of the year. But I can tell you I've also taken a number of measures since I have been the director to recruit and retain and stem the tide of attrition in our agency, which will hopefully alleviate some of that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Sessions from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I join in the calls of all of our members to say thank you for doing this hearing on a bipartisan basis. Director, I'm not going to sit here and say you ought to resign, but I am going to say that you have not given us confidence that you have the ability to understand what happened, to take the responsibility in terms of understanding You've spent a number of years. How many years do you say you've been with the agency?
29.
Well, I spent 16 years with AT&T, moved 7 times with them, and had a really good feel about their operations, how they worked, what was acceptable, who was responsible. And I've heard you say today numbers of times, well, you've got to wait. Well, you've got to wait. Wait for the final report. When is the final going to happen? I mean, how long do we have to wait before you can give us credible answers? You've been there 28 years. You've had a few days to be able to draw your own analysis of this. You should understand the entire process. You talked about being on the team, perhaps in Georgia. You have talked about your experience in this. You've talked about the professional nature of the agency. That I don't doubt. But the director, just like it was when I ran my operations at AT&T, was responsible for making sure they worked. And in business, it either works or it doesn't work. There's no in between. It either works or it does not work. And your job as the, in essence, administrator, the director, is to make sure it looks right and works. And I've not heard you say one thing about my analysis is, I have asked these questions. It's always, I've got to sit back and wait for someone else to decide that. So I'm going to ask you a question that maybe you can answer. Have any employees been disciplined for their role in Butler, PA incident?
No, sir, not at this time. I am asking those questions.
So no employee has been disciplined and no employee has been placed in any position that would place their job in jeopardy nor their standing in the agency.
We are still in the process of
That's
interviewing
not what
people.
I asked. You're the person that runs the place. You're the person that knows right from wrong, good from bad. You've had a number of days, and now you come before this committee knowing you're going to be before us, and you've got to slough it off to someone else. Do you see where there was something that went wrong as a professional at an agency with 28 years, or do you have to count on someone else to give you the final report?
I see that something went wrong, and I've acknowledged that something went wrong.
Then what went wrong?
I
Was
need
the
to-
special agent in charge not doing their job? Was the shooter given extra time? Was the sniper doing their job? I mean, these are things that people who've been around for 28 years can analyze quickly. I watched it live on TV, and then within minutes saw a number of facts and factors that would have and should have been known by people who were there. You've got 28 years. You're showing up here telling us and the American public, well, I've got to wait for the final answer. What is your evaluation?
I'm asking those same questions.
Well, no, you're before the
And
committee. Tell us what went wrong. A special agent in charge, the person who was there. Tell us, and don't try and play a shell game with us. Do you have the ability to effectively, as the director of this agency, to understand what went wrong and at least tell us, I do or don't know what I'm doing? And we come away with, and I'm not asking for you to resign. I'm asking for you, if you've got this experience, then you should be able to say to us, we know what we did wrong. It was a failure in our system, and we're immediately making these corrections. That's why you're having a difficult time with this group of members of Congress, because we saw it too. We've seen the things, but you are the 28-year expert. You are the person that, and only you, that can make the changes. And I hear you say, well, I've got to wait for a final report before I, at 28 years experience. That is why we think what you're doing, the answers you're giving us are not
you don't
correct.
clap. He
and
hasn't
you are not
fucking done
using your
anything.
professional expertise. Mr. Chairman, I will allow her to
Biden
respond.
hasn't even really been sick from COVID. That's all been a
I am
fucking
asking
lie,
those
so he
same
can just
questions,
hide out
sir,
in his bunker.
And I assure you, when I have a full and
Go ask him
complete,
for the positive COVID test.
report of exactly what happened, there will be accountability, and we will make changes.
Before I recognize the question, just
Bo
out of
would tell
curiosity,
stories.
Director, it's been 9 days. Every American wants these questions answered. Do you have a ballpark estimate of what Mr. Sessions asked you would be able to answer,
So I can
time-wise?
I can tell you on our mission assurance internal investigation, we are targeting to have that completed within 60 days. There's also an external investigation that is going to be taking place. There are a number of Office of Inspector General investigations as well, and we are working in
Snowflake.
concert. And then, of course, there's the Department of Justice, FBI, criminal investigation.
Chair recognizes Ms.
No, we are
Ocasio-Cortez
not.
from New York.
Thank you,
are not
Mr.
grateful
Chairman.
for Joe Biden's service.
Director Cheadle, respectfully,
Not okay with big government.
what you had just laid out about 60 days. We are currently in the midst
Like, this
of
service that they
a,
speak of is
of
self-fulfilling.
an especially concentrated
it
presidential campaign in the
benefits them.
that is also paired with, of course, elections happening across the country. They're happening in about 100 days. So the notion of a report coming out in 60 days when the threat environment is so high in the United States, irrespective of party, is not acceptable. And I think it's very important to understand that.
She's
This
like,
is not
bitch,
theater.
I'm
This is
old
not
enough to
about
have you as my
jockeying.
child.
This is about
Who are
the
you
safety
talking to?
of some of the most highly targeted and valued targets internationally and domestically in the United States of America.
No,
So the
they
idea
don't.
that a
They don't have
report
a
will be
fresh start.
finalized in 60 days, let alone
Democrats not have a
prior
fresh
to
start.
any
They fucked up.
actionable
Fucked up.
decisions
Sorry.
that would be made, is simply
Just had to be
not
reminded.
acceptable.
That's all.
It has been
Just had to
10
be
days
reminded.
since an assassination attempt on a former president of the United States, regardless of party. There need to be answers. Again, this committee, this is not a moment of theater. We have to make policy decisions, and we have to make them now. We do. And that may be and that may require legislation. That may require policy that we must pass in the immediate term. And without that, we are flying blind. So the lack of answers and the lack of report is just simply not something that we can accept here. Director Cheadle, is there a standard perimeter that the Secret Service establishes around an event, or are those perimeters independently determined per event and scenario?
There is no standard. Every event and every venue is different and treated as such.
So each event has a different perimeter that is established depending on the logistics of that event. Now, you established earlier that the building upon which the shooter operated from was outside of that established perimeter, correct, for the Butler, Pennsylvania event?
It was outside of our secure perimeter, yes.
Now, that building was, I believe, 500. How far away was that building from the president?
It was approximately 200 yards.
200 yards. Now, the individual used an AR-15 in order to act out his assassination attempt. An AR-15 has a range of about 400 to 600 yards. My question is, why does the Secret Service perimeter, why is the Secret Service protective perimeter shorter than one of the most popular semi-automatic weapons in the United States?
Look for bounce backs to 479.90, 470.80,
With a number of ranges.
480.
Again,
I'm sorry.
an advance was completed. The determination.
Look
of
for a
the
run
perimeter, I'm
back
not gonna
up
speak
there.
to
See if we can't
specifics,
run
but
back to
there are a number of
VWAP.
factors that are taken
Bring VWAP
into
back
account
down a little
when
bit.
we determine our perimeter. Some of it has to do with
Nice little
terrain,
bear
some of it has
flag
to do with
here on the
buildings, some of it
5-minute
has to
chart.
do with assets and
Let's
resources
check in.
that are available.
And so
Oh shit.
what
Hold on.
I'm hearing is that a perimeter was
hold up.
not established outdoors in an outdoor venue that would prevent an AR-15, which is one of the most common weapons used in mass shootings, from being able to be within the range of Secret Service protection.
The perimeter was established, and even though there were buildings that were outside of that perimeter, it wasn't just that building. There were a number of buildings in the area, and there was overwatch that was created to help mitigate some of those buildings.
Respectfully, Dr. Cheadle, as well, as a person who has experienced
MIRA is still going
an
as well.
enormous amount of threat incidents, including incidents that have never been reported publicly. there is a common pattern that happens here, whether it's Secret Service, FBI, Capitol Police, local departments. After a critical security failure, we often hear there will be an independent investigation. That independent investigation gets set up. Usually the expectation is between 2 to 3 months after the incident, and then nothing really occurs from there. The report is usually not satisfactory to the questions that are usually being raised here. And most importantly,
Oh my God, I fucking
corrective
missed
action
it.
is
Sorry
rarely
for my
taken.
language.
If I were to state anything that I think is profoundly important, is that we need to have answers
So
to the
Maxine
public.
Water says, "Oh, they're she concerned."
Ideally,
No,
I would
it's because
encourage,
she is going to pass on his agenda.
You and the agency
try to
to
get-
be more forthright with the members that still have yet to have their questioning, because the public deserves to have full confidence, and the stakes are too high. The violence that could break out in this political moment, regardless of party, in the event of someone getting hurt, constitutes a national security threat to the entire country. Thank you, and I yield back.
Could I go back to something you
Yes, please, feel free, Director.
Ma'am, if I could just speak to something you said at the outset when you started your questioning. I want to assure you and everyone on this committee that I'm not waiting for a report to take action. We have been conducting analysis all along, and we have been adding additional features to our security details since this incident occurred.
Yeah, you're gonna need some more Maxine Waters.
I'd hope you can highlight
ain't
and
digging
illuminate
that
what some
shit.
of those are in
Chickens
the
ain't
event
digging that shit.
of other members questioning as well.
Chickens ain't digging that.
Very good. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I request unanimous consent for that photo to go into the official record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Director. Your agency has a no-fail mission, and on Saturday, July 13th, your agency spectacularly failed. The failure resulted in the death of Corey Comparator and serious injury to two other rally attendees, David Dutch and James Copenhaver, besides the injuries to President Trump. It is unfathomable that a 20-year-old on the radar of Secret Service and local law enforcement before President Trump went on stage was able to climb onto the roof of a building with a rifle and fire off multiple rounds before he was neutralized. Was Mr. Crooks acting alone?
Again, I would have to refer you to the FBI's investigation.
Was he just a lone gunman?
I would have to refer you to the FBI's investigation for motive.
What did the Technical Services Division determine was going to be the event perimeter?
Those are questions that we are asking, and we are
I mean, you're sitting here today. Come on, Director. Everybody said this. You knew you were going to be asked that question because it's been asked multiple times. So this is an easy one. What did they determine was going to be the event perimeter? So you should know that. I mean, this is not, gee, I got to wait till someone else tells me. What was it?
Again, I don't want to speak to specifics of the event.
Okay,
that took place.
this is a specific.
I understand.
This is a specific that you ought to know. As someone who said the buck stops with me, I'm going to stay in my job. I'm going to give the answers to the American people, and I know what happened. Except for you're not going to tell us. And you're not going to tell the American people. And you yourself said in an interview that foments this notion of conspiracy theories. Guess what? When you sit here and repeatedly tell people, hey, I have to wait, as it frustrated everybody on this committee, guess what? It undermines your credibility and whether you're really going to get to it. So I'm going to ask you again. What did the Technical Service Division determine was going to be the event perimeter?
We are still gathering reports. We are interviewing individuals.
You know what it is, though. No, you're just not going to tell us, right?
When I have those details, I will most certainly share those.
Was the gun already on the roof, or did the shooter carry the gun up with him?
I do not have that information at this time.
It's been a week.
When was the last sweep of that roof done prior to the rally?
I do not
That's
have
a
that
lie.
information at this time.
So, how many holds? I mean, so most of us here have been in events, and Secret Service has been there. There's been security, and I can't tell you how many times we've said there's going to be a security hold right here. So we're going to wait, and we wait to 1 or 2 or 3 minutes, and yet we're hearing from you, apparently, that there were no holds in place. So ever instituted here with President Trump's going on stage. And you said, and this is, I think, connected with this, you said they hadn't adjudicated the shooter to be a threat. He was adjudicated to be a suspicious person, even though we got some dynamic video that Mr. Krishnamurthy put on the video for us. So I guess my question for you is, and I think you answered this, I just want to see if you're consistent with what you said about an hour and a half ago. What do you do if a suspicious person is identified by the agency?
So at a number of our events, it is not unusual.
I know it's not unusual. What do you do?
Those individuals that are identified as suspicious.
Okay,
we will
Maxine
send
Waters,
teams
answer the
out
question.
to
She asked, where does she
was a team
stand?
sent
Is
out
she
to you?
progressive, to
There
the
were
left,
teams that were
to the
sent
right?
to identify.
Where is she? Not,
and
oh,
interview
she's done a
that
great
individual.
job.
They were sent to
Fucking
interview the
retards.
individual who's scampered up in camo on top of a roof within 130 yards of his target. And did your team get there? When did your team get there to conduct that interview?
I don't have the details on the timeline. It is my understanding.
So if you did send, if they did send a team and they're going to interview him, and you described that earlier as an investigation, why didn't they put a security hold on President Trump going on stage at that rally?
At a number of our protective sites, there are suspicious individuals that are identified all the time. It doesn't necessarily mean that they constitute a threat.
Of course not. But here you got a guy scampering up the side of a building on top of a roof. It's identified to you, and you said you sent a team there. And you can't answer that. And this gets to one of my finer points, Mr. Chairman, if I can make it. And that is, we can have these kind of interview sessions, 5 minutes, everybody gets a kiss at the pig, 5 minutes, and she gets to stonewall us, not deliver answers. So we say, okay, we're going to put together a congressional committee, a blue ribbon committee. Same crap will happen. I am calling, and I'll support that, but I will tell you this, I am calling on the Speaker to give us and put together a truly independent commission of qualified former Secret Service agencies, presidential and VIP protective services people who can actually conduct this kind of investigation and give us real answers, because I don't think you're going to give us those answers.
So I'm still
You
watching the
come
cues
today
here.
Ready to give us answers. I call upon
Watching
you
for
to
thy
resign
reversal.
today.
That's
And
happening right
I also say
now,
I've got a bunch of
unfortunately.
UC
Fuck,
requests
man,
if
I
I
should
can
have
go
just
ahead,
kept
Mr.
it.
Chairman.
That was a
Proceed
beautiful
with it.
entry. We got long right here.
Thank you. I apologize.
Sat and held it.
That
Watch
might-
out for that
might
volume.
take a
That
moment.
volume's drying up hard. But I still think
Anthony Guglielmi,
I still think
the
you get a
Secret
nice
Service
rally.
spokesman. One from him.
Without objection, so ordered.
Article, U.S. Secret Service says it previously denied Trump requests for additional resources, New York Times reports.
Without objection, so ordered.
Secret Service says it denied earlier Trump requests for more federal resources.
Objections ordered.
Secret Service
This is
acknowledges
the first
denying
time
some
I've
past
actually
requests by
traded
Trump's
the
campaign
indexes in a
protection
long
Without
time.
objections ordered.
And I'm
Preliminary
digging
findings
the fact
by
that
Senator Ron Johnson and his
I'm
committee.
digging the fact that
Without
I'm
objections ordered.
just laying it to them. Just do
Articles
this all day
entitled,
long.
Notice anything different about
Learn
Trump's
how
Secret Service?
to learn how to do it.
Disney
If you don't know
Star
how to
Wars
do
Mark
it,
Hamill cracks joke about Trump's ear bandage following assassination attempt. Biden, I haven't engaged in inciting rhetoric. Trump has. I'm just talking about threat to democracy. Piece called "Who is Secret Service Chief Kimberly Cheadle?" Charlemagne the God says Trump
threat to
solely
democracy
responsible for
when he
violent
wants to
rhetoric
get
that
rid
led
of
to attempt on
assault
his life.
weapons. He wants to
Video
ban
activist
assault
Amanda
weapons, but
Seals
that's
pushes conspiracy theory.
but that's
Donald Trump
protecting democracy.
Assassination trip was staged. Report Secret Service identified rooftop as a potential vulnerability.
Having other
days
people
before
pay
the rally.
for
Watch
other
Black Rock
non-working
Review's ad
people's
showing
health
former
insurance
President
and their
Donald Trump
costs
will be
go up, but
assassinated.
others get it for
Why
free.
does the Biden
That's
administration have
democracy.
100% confident Secret Service after assassination attempt? Secret Service director, we didn't put snipers on the roof because it was kind of sloped. Here's what Thomas Matthew Crooks did in the days
It's
leading
a
up to
fucking.
Trump assassination
It's damn near a
attempt.
flat roof, guys.
Secret Service director under scrutiny for diversity initiatives after Trump assassination attempt. The official story on Trump shooting makes no sense at all. Andrew McCabe says Trump.
So I'm looking for another shot down here at 478.
Just
477.
You don't want me to read? Is it too tedious?
Well, we're not even really hearing them anyway. So if we could,
I think you still have some more room to the downside.
You would like me to slow? I'll slow it down. I was probably going too fast. Secret Service's explanations for security
see
failures
here.
ahead of Trump assassination attempt are not adding up.
U.S. reportedly received intel of Iranian plot to assassinate President Trump. What
470.
WTH Secret Service now saying that they didn't put any agents on the roof because slight slope was too dangerous. Report, U.S. officials received intel of Iranian plot to assassinate Donald Trump before Crook's attempt. Exclusive GOP rep Cloud. Homeland Security Agency is interfering in
So we're 2 for 2 on the morning.
Investigation.
With a cup,
Why
with
Trump's
the first one being a
raised
big
fist after
hitter
surviving
for anybody that
assassination
just
attempt
joined
is triggering
us.
the liberal media. Questions swirl over the security lapse at Trump rally.
37-cent entry, you got over
$1
$1 some there
Secret
on,
Service
on
scrambles
those
to shift
puts.
blame after Trump
We
shooting
timed
as
those
backlash
puts
hits hard.
perfectly on the
Nobody
cues.
contacted me. Must see 6-camera split screen of assassination attempt captures everything shooter was in open 2+ minutes. Murillo, 5 reasons you should be angry. Breaking, shooter spotted up to 30 minutes before firing, reported multiple times. Pictures taken, no one stopped him. Cheadle calls the 30 minutes between noticing and neutralizing shooter a very short period of time. Secret Service director says buck stops with me on Trump assassination attempt but won't resign.
Mr. Biggs, we'll stop right there. We can retake them on the next one. I know there are more,
Okay.
but without objection, we'll enter into the record all of those, and we'll take up the others after the next speaker. Chair now recognizes Ms. Brown from Ohio for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to highlight certain comments from Ranking Member Raskin, my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, President Biden and Vice President Harris, and that is political violence is completely unacceptable in this country, full stop. It is an assault on our democracy itself, and I am devastated by this attack on a candidate for the president, for the office of the highest office in the land, and continue to pray for the victims of this shooting and their families. As someone who has known gun violence firsthand, no one should have to experience the pain of losing a loved one to weapons of war. It is deeply unfortunate political violence has become far too common. Whether it is the deadly attack on the Capitol on January 6th, the assault on Speaker Pelosi's husband, or the threats of violence against election workers, we all must work to condemn political violence and tone down the rhetoric. So, Director Cheadle, on behalf of the hardworking men and women of the Secret Service, can you give us some perspective as into what goes into securing an event like the rally? Like, how much time do you have to prepare?
Thank you for the question. Generally, when we receive notification that there's going to be an event taking place at a venue, the advance team assignments are made, and there is a 5-day process to conduct walkthroughs, coordinate with staff, local staff, and whether it be campaign staff or the protectees staff, and then with local law enforcement on where the perimeter is going to be, the size and the scope of the event, how many attendees there are going to be, if it's an indoor rally, outdoor rally, what sort of assets are available locally, what sort of assets the Secret Service can bring to bear, and what the scope of the event that the staff is trying to accomplish.
So to that point, how many agents were recommended or requested as opposed to how many were assigned?
So I'm not going to get into specifics of how many were assigned, but those numbers that were requested were provided.
And how many local agents were involved in the preparation, if you will, that you talked about, that 5-day preparation?
So there were a number of local agents from the local office, as well as agents from the former Trump detail that were involved in that advance process.
Do we have a number?
I do have a number. I'm not going to release that number in this setting.
You're not making this easy for us. This is a shocking incident on the former president's life and an appalling instance of political violence and a threat to our democratic values. I'm thankful that the former president is on the mend. And again, I'm grieving for the family and friends of Corey Compatore, who lost a loved one in this shooting and now know the unbearable pain of gun violence. I really hope this serves as a reminder about our responsibility to attack policies, not personalities, to be honest and truthful, and to treat one another with dignity, respect, and thoughtfulness. And with that, I yield my remaining time to Ranking Member Raskin.
Thank you, Ms. Brown, for those very powerful and moving remarks. Director Cheadle, we don't want to lose a presidential candidate to an AR-15 attack. We cannot lose a presidential candidate to an AR-15 attack, and we can't lose any more citizens to AR-15 mass violence, mass shootings. And we certainly don't want an attempted AR-15 assassination or assassination attempt to set off political violence or riots in America. So this is deadly serious business. The vice-ranking member pointed out that a report in 60 days won't do it for us because we have a responsibility. Members of Congress have a responsibility to take action now if there's anything we can do to prevent this. So my question for you is, what is informing your operational decisions right now that you've invoked without a report? Can you tell us what are the preliminary judgments, or if you don't want to foreshadow the report, fine. What are your personal professional judgments informing the operational decisions you're making right now?
Certainly, and I appreciate that question. I don't want to make any preliminary judgments on what happened on this particular day, but I can tell you that we have looked at, as we did immediately in the aftermath, what the security plan for the Republican National Convention was going to be, and we made adjustments to the interior of the perimeter there. We looked at the protectees that we have here in the Washington, D.C. area and our protective sites, and we did make some adjustments to their security posture. And as we continue to move through the next several weeks, even yesterday with the announcement of the president no longer running, we have made adjustments to the vice president's detail. We are already prepared for an eventual VP nominee, and we continue to make those assessments. I think it just shows how dynamic the environment is that this agency works in every day.
So you've made the same kinds of common sense judgments and intuitive recommendations that members of the public and members of Congress are asking about right now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
And before I recognize Ms. Mace, I have to say, Director, we're pretty close to the halfway point during this. You answered more questions with an ABC reporter than you have with members of Congress. We have a lot more questions. The American people are demanding that we get answers to those questions, and that's what the purpose of this hearing is today. So I'm sure a lot of the questions that have already been asked are going to be asked again, and hopefully we can get some answers to those questions. I strongly implore you to answer those questions. You're here with a subpoena, and we expect you to answer the questions. Chair now recognizes Ms. Mace from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Cheadle, the American people are watching, and they're wondering if there are any questions you can answer honestly today. So, Director Cheadle, I have a series of questions, very specific questions. I want very specific answers. Most of my questions are going to demand a yes or no answer. Do you understand?
I do.
Okay, my first question. Both sides of the aisle today have asked for your resignation. Would you like to use my 5 minutes to draft your resignation letter, yes or no?
No, thank you.
Was this a colossal failure?
It was a failure.
Yes or no? Was it a colossal failure is the question, yes or no?
I have admitted this is a terrible
This is a yes or no series of questions. Was this a colossal failure, yes or no?
Yes.
Was this tragedy preventable, yes or no?
Yes.
Has the Secret Service been transparent with this committee?
Yes.
Would you say the fact that we had to issue a subpoena to get you to show up today as being transparent, yes or no?
I have always been
yes or no. You didn't want to answer the question.
Committee.
We had to issue a subpoena to get you to show up today. That is not transparent, by the way. You stated earlier, Secret Service is not political. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say leaking your opening statement to Punchbowl News, Politico's Playbook, and Washington Post several hours before you sent it to this committee as being political, yes or no?
I have no idea how my statement got out.
Well, that's bullshit. So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record articles by Punchbowl News, Political Playbook, Washington Post, all done at 5:24 a.m., 6:12 a.m., 6:34 a.m., a solid 3 to 4 hours before this committee got your statement.
Without objection, so ordered.
Okay. Is the Secret Service fully cooperating with our committee?
Yes.
Okay, you say you're fully cooperating with this committee. On July 15th, this committee sent you a list of demands of information that we wanted. Has the Secret Service provided this committee a complete list of all law enforcement personnel that were there that day? Have you done that? Have you provided a list to the Oversight Committee? Yes or no?
I will have to get back to you on that.
That is a no. Have you provided all audio and video recordings in your possession to this committee?
Guys, I'm looking for a long, just so you guys are aware.
I would have to get back
Still,
to you. That is a no. You're full of shit today. You're just
Bro,
being
she is
completely
on one.
dishonest.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
Chairman, I want to.
Come on.
We have to maintain decorum in this committee, no matter how
have you provided
upset we
any
get.
and all memos to this committee that we've asked you on July 15th? Have you provided all memorandums within the Secret Service?
I would have to get back to you on
that. That is a
Sorry
no.
for clicking.
You're being dishonest or lying. Like you're being dishonest here with this committee. These are important questions that the American people want answers to, and you're just dodging and talking around it in generalities. And we had to subpoena you to be here, and you won't even answer the questions. We have asked you repeatedly to answer our questions. This isn't hard. These are not hard questions.
This actually very well may be a
from
decent
the
downside
Secret
move
Service
if we can
related to
just
that day
get
and that rally. Have you provided this committee? We've asked for this information
what we
on
need.
July 15th. Have you provided any of this information that this committee has asked of the Secret Service? Any of it?
I'll have to get back to you.
Have you even read this letter that we sent you? Did you even read this?
Yes.
Okay, and you have said you don't know, you have no idea. The answer is no.
so-
We haven't gotten a single document or piece of information or data from you or your agency in related to the rally that we have asked you for. So, was this attempted assassination of Donald Trump a failure of training or execution or both?
I think that those are answers that we need to
Training,
examine.
execution, or both? Which one?
I think those are answers.
All right.
we
How
need to
many
determine.
how many Secret Service personnel have lost their jobs due to this colossal failure?
At this time, none.
How many Secret Service personnel have been required to take a refresher course on how not to let people shoot Donald Trump?
Our personnel are currently operational. We are examining the facts of this investigation, and we will make the changes necessary.
What time did law enforcement become aware that there was an individual on the roof with a clear line of sight to President Trump?
I am still verifying timelines.
Of course, 9 days in, you have no answers. How many minutes went by between the time law enforcement saw and took photos of crooks and the shooting? How many minutes?
I am still verifying timelines.
57 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Before I recognize Mr. Stansberry, I believe I want to recognize Mr. Mfume for a unanimous consent.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I beg your indulgence. I meant to do this earlier. I'd like to have unanimous consent that it be submitted for the record. The 2023 ranking of best and worst workplaces in the federal government, compiled by the Office of Personnel Management, which shows the United States Secret Service coming in, again, as I said earlier, 413th out of 459 sub-agencies, and this appears in the July 17th.
Because you don't have to worry about getting fired.
Chair now recognizes
You just
Ms.
get to
Stansberry
slack
from New
off.
Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by just saying that part of why you have bipartisan agreement here on the dais about the severity and importance of this hearing is because this is not just a single shooting. This is about national security and the security of our democracy. It's not just one operational failure. This is about our public officials safe. And what does that signal to our country and to the world about American security and the ability of our officials to do their job safely? So I want to start by saying thank you to all of our brave men and women who are in the uniform, whether it's the Secret Service or local law enforcement, who put their lives on the line I think obviously we honor their service, but this is really about operational failures and what it means for our country at large. And I also want to reaffirm that we must condemn unequivocally political violence of any kind, not just political violence, and that it cannot be tolerated in this democracy. And also to offer my prayers for the slain Fire Chief Corey Comprator, and also prayers for those who've been injured. Now, I think, you know, the tone of this hearing is, how is it that a 20-year-old young man with a gun that was legally purchased by his father could, on the day of a rally, go to a gun shop, legally purchase ammunition, show up to a secured site, and then not only attempt an assassination of a political figure, but kill and injure 2 others? How could this happen? I'm not asking yet. I think we've had a lot of testimony here today. I want to talk a little bit about the timeline. Now, here's what we know, and I know, Director, you were also on the call that we had a few days ago with the FBI and other law enforcement, so I respect that you are not able to share, based on your testimony, some of the details that are currently being investigated, but I know you were on the call because I heard you on the call and you heard them too. So I'm going to lay out the timeline a little bit. On July 3rd, the rally was announced that it was going to be in Butler. On July 6th, 3 days later, we know that the shooter searched for dates for Trump and DNC events. On July 7th, so this is 4 days after the announcement, the shooter went to the site. He actually physically went to the site. On July 12th, the shooter went to a gun range where he and his dad regularly go and practiced shooting. And the next day, on July 13th, he went to the site again before the rally began. We know that he then went and searched online for a gun store, where he went and he purchased 50 rounds of ammunition, went home, got his father's AR, which was legally purchased, and returned to the venue. At 5 p.m. that evening, this is more than an hour before Donald Trump actually took the stage that evening, local law enforcement were made aware that there was a suspicious man. In fact, at 5:20, local law enforcement flagged that he had a rangefinder, and they radioed their concerns and sent around pictures of the individual. At 5:40, 20 minutes before local law enforcement actually identified the shooter, and at 5:51, Secret Service was notified of the suspicious person by the state police, and 1 minute later, they distributed that information. That was before Donald Trump even took the stage. That was 11 minutes before he took the stage. So the Secret Service was aware that there was a suspicious person. At 6:03, he took the stage. At 6:09, rally-goers, as was shown in the video, identified this gentleman climbing on the roof. At 6:11, 3 shots were heard, 3 rounds of shots, and of course, the president and the other victims were shot. This shooter was a 20-year-old young man, no criminal record, legally purchased gun and ammunition, who for days in the lead up to this shooting was searching mass shooters. He even had a picture of a mass shooter on his cell phone the day of the shooting. He searched for explosives. He searched high-level officials. So the American people want to know, how did a 20-year-old young man with access to a military-style weapon actually bring it on to an unsecured perimeter, who for days had been planning a mass shooting event? And I think that, Madam Director, with all due respect, the answers that we've received here in this hearing today are completely unsatisfactory.
Surrounding this earnings report, in particular for the conference call, I think they have to provide
How could this happen?
understanding of the effect of the new tool.
Because you weren't prepared. They were slacking. That's
We
it.
need answers.
They didn't do
We
their
need
job.
answers
They
not
need to
just
be
for
fired.
the family members of the gentleman who was killed and those who were injured, but we need answers for our democracy. Because as others have stated here today, we are in a highly politically charged environment right now. We are only weeks away from one of the most significant presidential elections in American history. And it is clear that our public officials' safety has not been secured. And it is not just a matter of one shooting, it is a matter of national security. So I hope that you will take our comments to heart. I hope that there will be accountability, and we need answers. And with that, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. LaTurner from Kansas.
Mr. LaTurner from
Director
Kansas.
Cheadle, I have a question just right off the bat. Something that you've bragged about repeatedly is that you've increased protection for the 36 individuals that the Secret Service is also entrusted with. Is that correct?
I think I stated that we currently have 36 protectees, and that we continue to make evaluations on where those levels of protection are provided.
You've mentioned specific increases in protection that you've provided for some of those individuals, correct?
Correct.
Based on what?
Well, some of it has been as a result of the tragic incident that occurred on the 13th. We went back and reassessed where we were at in providing protection and wanted to make sure.
All right, let's hit
that
another one.
We were not, overlooking anything, considering this most recent incident.
So the Secret Service needed to learn that allowing a rooftop 150 yards away from a protectee, not putting that in a perimeter, not having someone guarding that roof, that information is new to you, and it's caused you to increase protection to other folks that are under your care?
I think it is prudent, after any incident that occurs, to go back and take a look at your current practices and see if there is anything that needs to be done differently.
It's inconsistent because what you said earlier to Mr. Turner was that the protection that you were offering to President Trump was in line with the current threats, him being a former president, him being a nominee of a major political party, the threats from Iran, the protection that you're providing him was adequate. Do you stand by that statement?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think it's a problem that the Americans' trust in the federal government is an all-time low? Do you think that's a problem?
I think that it's unfortunate.
I don't know why you're quibbling with my word. Is it a problem or is it not?
I think the American public deserves to have trust in their federal government.
Okay. I don't know why you're being difficult.
Well,
I'm just,
when
it's
you
a
try to
simple
strip
question.
us all
Are
of
you
everything
concerned
because you
about
don't
the
think we're
increasing
responsible
prevalence of conspiracy theories
and try
going
to
on out
solve
there
every
right now?
problem that you're not going to solve.
Yes.
I am too. You've been incredibly inconsistent with your answers before this committee today and what you were willing to reveal. You've acknowledged that the shooter was identified with a rangefinder, that President Trump's detail was sufficient for the threats he faced from Iran, that certain details were erroneously reported, in your words, but you haven't been willing to provide any information about the decision to place the building in question outside the perimeter, the explosives placed in the shooter's vehicle, the use of a drone by the shooter, or when exactly the Secret Service identified the shooter as a threat rather than merely suspicious. What is your standard today for what you are willing to answer and what you are not? Because you've been inconsistent.
I'm certain that you can understand that some of the information that's been provided to you thus far has come from the FBI's investigation and has come from information that we have released. I want to make sure that information that is being provided to this committee is consistent and is factual.
But the question about the drone that the chairman asked at the beginning of the hearing, he said, do you know this information? And you acknowledged that, yes, you do know the information, you just don't want to tell us. I guess my question is that if you wanted to wait till the end of the investigation to draw conclusions, which you've acknowledged you're not, you're drawing conclusions right now and making changes. But if that was your standard, that you want to wait till the end of the investigation to draw conclusions, okay, at least you would be consistent in that. But what we're wanting to know today, and what would dispel some of the conspiracy theories out there, what would increase trust with the American people, is for you to let facts out, for you to tell us what you know. And I want to understand from you, why is that a problem? Why is it inconsistent with a quality investigation to release to the American people today at least the information that you know for sure? Because you certainly know for sure more information than you're willing to give us today.
I have released that there was a failure and that there are gaps that we need to make sure that they don't happen again.
That's not acceptable. That's not enough. That doesn't quell any conspiracy theories out there. In your 27 years of experience, would you have been concerned about an elevated location within 150 yards of a protectee that did not have a Secret Service presence? Just based on your experience.
What I can tell you is that every site and every venue
No.
is
I'm
advanced
asking
differently.
for your experience. Looking at this situation, would that have been of concern to you? Or would you have agreed that it's fine, it doesn't need to be covered?
What I have explained today
You're
is
not going
that
to answer.
there was
Is it true that at 5:45 p.m., approximately 18 minutes before President Trump took the stage, the Beaver County Emergency Services Unit noticed the shooter on the roof and photographed him? Is that a fact or not?
that is the information that I have from the FBI's report, yes.
You haven't been willing to share whether or when this was communicated to the Secret Service, so I'd like to get into the difference between suspicious activity and threatening activity. Is it suspicious or threatening if an individual is seen around the perimeter with a rangefinder? Is that just suspicious?
That could be termed as suspicious.
If that same individual with the rangefinder is found on a rooftop, is that still just suspicious, or is that considered threatening?
That could be termed still as suspicious.
All right, my time is over. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes Mr. Frost from Florida.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And obviously, I want to start by stressing that political violence is always unacceptable, and acknowledging that this is still an ongoing investigation. But oversight hearings like this are essential components of an investigation, and I want to thank the chair for pulling this together. Madam Director, I appreciate you for being here. The events of July 13th raised serious questions about the efficacy and thoroughness of the security protocols in place. The gravity of the fact that an unsophisticated gunman was able to secure his perch and take a shot at a former president despite multiple layers of security and intelligence are not lost on me. Before I came to Congress, I used to work advance for a major political candidate and have interacted with many different law enforcement agencies on large political events like the one that just happened. How many times was the Secret Service alerted about a suspicious person at the July 13th campaign event prior to the first shot being shot?
I don't have an exact number to share with you today, but from what I've been able to discern, somewhere between 2 and 5 times there was some sort of communication about a suspicious individual.
To the Secret Service specifically? Mm-hmm. According to reports, the shooter was photographed twice by security officers prior to the shooting. A police officer saw the shooter on the ground and reported him with a photograph as a suspicious person. Multiple local law enforcement officers identified the shooter, radioed that he was acting suspiciously near the event's magnetometers. A local law enforcement tactical team saw the shooter on a roof and notified other security services and also photographed him. One police officer who photographed the shooter saw him scoping out the roof and carrying a rangefinder. My question is, and you've answered this, but why, or you haven't answered this, why wasn't the event paused right then?
Again, I'm not clear on the timeline of when the Secret Service shift and the counter sniper were notified.
But earlier, Madam Director, earlier you said that the Secret Service would have paused the rally if they identified a threat.
Correct.
So why wasn't it paused?
Because I have to assume that they did not know that there was a threat when they brought the president out on the stage.
I feel like this is a breakdown in communication between local law enforcement, you all, and other actors at the rally. And again, as someone who's worked on these, I understand that there's multiple people with multiple decision, with the ability to make different decisions on the ground. I've taken over the last week, I've spoken with a lot of folks in local law enforcement in my district and across the country that I've worked with before, and other people have brought up concerns around
all right, let's do it.
Being able to communicate
I'm doing it.
With Secret Service during these big events and having their flags taken seriously. I do believe that if Secret Service believed that there was a legitimate threat, that they would have paused the rally. My concern is before that.
Just want to see if we can get another little pullback here. I'm a little
as
bit
seriously as it should have been taken. So I think this shows an issue with communication, and I want to know, Madam Director, what you intend to do to fix that, not in 60 days, but now. We're in the middle of a presidential election. Obviously, a former
Damn, that
president
15
who had an
15-minute chart looked
assassination
ugly,
attempt,
man.
another rally goer who was killed due to this gun violence. We now have a presumptive nominee of the Democratic Party who's also historic, first black woman to be running for president. And so I am worried
She's
about
not black.
everybody's life. What do y'all intend to do to fix
She's
this communication
from
breakdown?
India.
And making
Indian.
sure that you actually take
Abby,
what
please,
local
baby
law
love, hold
enforcement,
on.
local folks are saying more seriously.
First black president.
We take what
She's
local
not
law
black.
enforcement relays
Obama
to us
was
seriously.
black.
Let me just be clear on that.
I don't even know
As
if he
far as
was.
the communication,
But not this time.
we always trust our law enforcement partners and have a great relationship with them.
All right,
We are
maybe I
looking at
guess
whether or not there was a
we
communication
get that
breakdown.
pulled back.
If that was the case,
All right,
we
let's,
will take steps to
I'm going
ensure
for it. I'm
that
going
we
for it,
correct
guys.
that, because to your point,
Give
we
me a
cannot have
428 right
communication
now.
breakdown.
I'm going to go
Madam
for
Director,
a
does
478.
you
478,
mentioned that the perimeter of the event did not include the
478.
rooftop where the shooter was.
Fuck.
Does your responsibility and the Secret Service's
Okay,
responsibility
hold
to
on.
protect
You
the
don't have to
principal
yell at
stop
me.
at the perimeter of an event?
Damn. Hold on.
Our responsibility is to ensure the
475.
safety and security
That'd be a
of the
waste
event
of money.
itself and the protectee who is attending that event and the personnel who are protecting.
So you would say the fact that the rooftop was outside the perimeter
on,
is
baby.
not an excuse for what happened, saying that it was outside the perimeter of the event.
I am not offering that as an excuse.
Okay. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes
All right,
Mr.
let's see if we
Fallon
bounce
from
here.
Texas.
Get like
How
a
did a
quick,
20-year-old
because you have like
loner
this
with a
little
week's
bull
notice
flag forming here.
pick the absolute best location to assassinate President
Right
Trump in the entire
about
Secret Service history.
there.
Director Cheadle, in your leadership, your
Right there.
agency
So
got
you get that
outsmarted and
bounce,
outmaneuvered by a
and then it
20-year-old.
fails.
How can we have any confidence that you could stop a trained professionals from a nefarious nation state?
Those are absolutely questions that we need to have
I know the
answers
question,
to.
but you know, the fact of the matter is we can't have that confidence. Director, do you have the ability personally, and do you have the authority to beef up security of any of your protectees?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So were you also aware there was a credible threat President Trump was facing? He was facing a heightened security threat to a foreign adversary?
Hey, hold on, baby.
Yes.
So given that there was an increased threat to President Trump's life, was he provided a full security
Ooh,
complement
here we
akin to
go.
what
Get
a
that
sitting
pop.
U.S. president
Get
would
that
receive?
pop.
He was provided a full complement of security based on the threat assessment that we had.
That's not my
and
question.
the venue.
My question is, if he'd been the sitting president, would he have had the same security he had on July 13th, or would have been beefed up?
There is a difference between the
So
sitting
he didn't.
president
So your answer is he didn't.
and continuity of government and the responsibility
So he
that we
did
have.
not. Okay, there wasn't a CAT team, full CAT team on site. There wasn't counter surveillance teams on site. But this is the thing. You just said you had the ability to beef up the security. You knew about the threat, and you didn't. And that's as telling as it is chilling. We have satellite images from the Butler Fairgrounds. Have you visited the site?
No, I have not.
9 days and you have not visited the site. You should have been there that night. Did you talk to, that evening, did you talk to the team, the heroes that surrounded the president? Did you call them that night?
They were still operational work.
So that's an answer is no. Did you call them the next day?
President. Yes, I spoke with
You called them the very next day, not the day of, or was it 72 hours after?
I don't know the timeline, but I spoke with
Okay,
them
because you're under oath.
immediately
I
following.
think it was 72 hours after you waited 3 days. What is immediately clear is that there are a number of structures that need to be secured. Of these, Director, other than the first, immediate 4, what's the most dangerous site that should have been secured? Because Security 101, you got to mitigate the high ground.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the next most dangerous site, what was the closest structure to the president, other than the 4 immediate ones that you had your counter sniper teams on?
There are a number of structures around that event site.
You know who the shooter knew? The shooter has visited the site 2 more times than you have, and he had a drone, and he picked the AGR building. So you said, do you remember in an ABC interview you did that you didn't have people on the roof of the AGR building because you were worried about safety because of the slope?
I recall that statement.
Okay. Does the Secret Service have written policy you can share with us about slope roofs?
No.
Okay. So why'd you act like there was one? Because is it your practice to comment on enormous events of enormous national implications when you're ignorant of the facts? That's rhetorical. So here's this thing with the slopes. You can go all up to like 1812. You can go to a 112, which is about as flat as you can get without it being completely flat. And you're saying that there was a danger, safety concern there. But the problem is, Director, you put your counter snipers on a 312 roof, which is steeper than the 112. And by the way, the 112 is ADA compliant. You can build a ramp for a wheelchair on a 112 roof. So these are nothing but pathetic excuses, and they make no sense, and they're a bunch of cow dung. All the law enforcement I've spoken with over the last 9 days are amazed that the AGR rooftop was not secure. And you want to know why? Because it's dangerous. I have never had any long gun training in my life. I own an AR-15, and last time I shot it one time my whole life. It was 6 years ago. That is until Saturday, where we recreated the events in Savoy, Texas. We recreated what happened in Butler. I was lying prone on a sloped roof at 130 yards at 6:30 at night. And I knew that he had a scope. I didn't know what kind, red dot or magnified. So I shot 8 rounds from both. You know what the result was? 15 out of 16 kill shots. And the one I missed would have hit the president's ear. That's a 94% success rate. And that shooter was a better shot than me. It is a miracle President Trump wasn't killed. Corey Comparator's life is over because that damn shooter made it on the roof. And it wasn't the roof that was dangerous. It was the nut job on top of the roof. You know what else is dangerous? I believe your horrifying ineptitude and your lack of skilled leadership is a disgrace. Your obfuscating today is shameful. And you should be fired immediately and go back to Garden Doritos. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair recognizes Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank the chair, the ranking member, for coming together and holding this hearing. But I have to say, I don't think any of our concerns have been addressed today, and what little we've learned has not inspired much confidence. I will just say that we obviously can't allow the violence we're seeing in this country become the norm or a commonplace, but that seems to be where we're heading. On this occasion, it was, very shockingly, a former president and current political candidate at a rally that we all assume is one of the most secure places we can be. But the violence we saw last Saturday is the same culture of violence that makes too many of our kids and our community members feel unsafe to play outside or to go to class or to simply live their lives each day. But again, this was a political rally, and it is supposed to be one of the most secure places. So we do have very specific questions about that. Director Cheadle, I'd like to start by following up on some of my colleagues' questions. My colleagues, Mr. Krishnamurthy and Mr. Frost, highlighted a number of points that showed the shooter presenting an active threat. So I'd like to ask you, Director Cheater, to clarify what the protocol is for postponing or canceling an event based on a threat and how the events on July 13 didn't meet those standards.
So again, I think we're talking about the distinction between suspicious behavior and a threat. And at the time that this individual was identified, they were displaying suspicious behavior. I'm still waiting for interviews from the FBI to determine what it was that identified that individual as suspicious and what those behaviors were.
To that question, does suspicious behavior vary between different events? For instance, if we have an event with a president, would there not be a heightened standard for suspicious behavior?
I think that there are a number of ways that someone could be identified as suspicious, and it doesn't matter whether it's at a rally or an indoor event or who the protectee is. I think it's up to law enforcement or citizens to identify someone as suspicious.
Okay, thank you. According to the Associated Press, at least 6 different agencies, including 2 sheriff's office, local police, state police, as well as fire and emergency rescue officials were involved in securing the rally in Butler. When there are so many teams that are collaborating, who takes the lead and how is that determined?
The Secret Service is responsible for the security of the site and the coordination.
And that was the case on July 13th?
Correct.
Okay. Changing gears, in 2024's appropriations budget, the Secret Service was given a little over $3 billion, which was about $78 million above what was requested. For 2025's budget, you've requested yet another increase. How much of these funds goes towards training and improving protection procedures?
I would have to get back to you on the training aspect of it, but about 30% of our budget is for protection and facilities and training.
But clearly the problem can't be a lack of funding. So what exactly do you see as the core problem that led to this failure, that led to your agency being outgunned by a 20-year-old using his father's gun and acting on his own without a particularly sophisticated plan or technology?
I think that we are waiting to determine exactly what those failures or failure was. so that we can make sure that the Secret Service is stronger after this.
So we've heard a lot today that you can't answer because it's an ongoing investigation, that you're still figuring out the details, and that you won't answer basic questions. You've said 60 days for the investigation, but I simply don't think that's acceptable. Do you really plan to keep avoiding questions and the American people's questions, ours and the American people's questions, for the next 60 days?
I'm not avoiding questions. I want to make sure that I am providing factual and accurate information.
Certainly, but is there no in-between, right, between what is obviously a fact and what you can surmise from the details that you already have?
I assure you, when I have a full and complete report of what took place on that day, I will certainly come back and make that available.
Certainly. Studies indicate that the United States is experiencing increasing levels of political violence and tension. Does the Secret Service see increasing political violence as a threat to its work? And if so, how is the Secret Service adapting its strategies and protocols to account for increasing political violence?
We are constantly evaluating the threats that we receive and monitoring that, and we make adjustments on a daily basis to our protectees based on what those threats are and what actions we need to take.
Yes or no? Do you believe that stricter controls on the availability of assault weapons would make it easier for the Secret Service to fulfill its missions of protecting public officials?
I think the Secret Service is tasked with providing a safe environment, which is why we put into place a number of mitigation factors.
Certainly, but do assault weapons make it easier or harder for you to do your job?
I think that any weapon makes it difficult for us to do our job.
Okay, I yield back.
Chair Dale recognizes Mr. Donalds from Florida.
Thank you, Chairman. Director, real quick, at what time was Secret Service aware of
What's up,
the
Mo?
active threat against President
Give me
Trump?
1 second. They had a price upgrade this morning.
What time?
I mean,
The Secret
they
Service
have
was
2
aware
weeks
that
until
there
their
was an
earnings,
individual who
so
had been identified as
I think
suspicious.
I
and
think
that individual was attempting to be tracked
you're
down.
going to get Google tomorrow after
I don't
hours.
have a specific timeline other than to tell
Director,
you.
it's been 9 days.
I
At
understand
what
that.
time?
I would
I want to
honestly,
make sure
I
that
would
I give you-
honestly play really anything outside of Microsoft and CrowdStrike because of the 2 news that they have, which I haven't looked. I would trade Apple on the market, right? If we're getting a bounce in the market, you know, Apple has the upgrades and the money and liquidity behind it to give you that rally if the Qs and SPY can bounce. And then same for the downside. You know, I would just, you could tell we're just going to be consolidating. You know what I mean? Holding the 20-day. Unless you get news, I don't think you see a breakout to new highs and extend higher. Unless the market does. Unless the market goes right back to all-time highs, then you could expect that. So I would just play Apple with the strength that it is. It has some upgrades. I know I'm upgrading my phone this year. I've been up for like 2 years now, and I just haven't done it. So, you know, I don't know. I think outside of that, Verizon's earnings weren't that great, so less and less people in credit. You know, I know that kind of doesn't really have anything to do with it, but it does in a sense for them selling phones, right? It's easier for somebody to upgrade on a plan than it is for somebody to outright pay $1,200 to $1,300, $1,400 for a brand new phone, however much it is for a brand new phone, versus somebody that has a contract. So I'm upgrading into a new phone. There's going to be some AI stuff, I guess. I don't know if they're going to go with ChatGPT, but I would just play Apple with the market. That's what I would do. If the market's going to continue to pull back, or if it bounces, look for Apple to bounce, and kind of just play it like that. My cat's going crazy right now for whatever reason. I have no idea why. She's got food. She wants me to change her food, and I'm not. It's fine. She ate it once. She can eat it twice. I'm not wasting it. So you guys might hear her in the background. I don't know if you do or not, but you might hear her in the background meowing and yelling at me. No problem, Mo. just, you know, I would just trade anything. Just understand like the sentiment behind what it is you're looking at. Like if I were to look at like Google, it's been kind of weak. So outside of like if Google didn't have earnings tomorrow to change this direction possibly, then I would say, you know, Google's where I want to be short if the market's pulling back. If I want to be long, I'm going to go look at Apple to be long, and you can kind of hedge there. You know, find the strength, find the weakness, and ride it. More so, if these are going to consolidate, let's focus more so on where we should be. You know what I mean? What's going on right now? Crypto, Bitcoin is ripping. That's where we need to be. We have that. And what else do we have? We had bank earnings, but I think they were starting to pull back. So yeah, so JP Morgan's still consolidating here. I would just stay with where the news is at. Bitcoin right now, it's going, it's got a really nice chart pattern to trend higher. So I would stay focused on BITO. It's a very liquid stock. Coinbase, Mara, Riot, MSTR looked really nice there. Look at that chart. Look at that. Oh, wait. What did I... Mara. No, where was it? Riot? What did I just pull up? I just pulled up something that looked really good. Coinbase. But they all have... Look at these chart patterns. These are nice, you know, breakout, wedge, consolidation to break out and extend higher. So that's your strength, right? This is so far right now. This is our strength, and we're looking to see, are we going to break out to new highs? So a swing trade possibly there at 280 to 300 is possible. But you could also back it up with a hedge, with like what else? What's been weak? I've been on this for a while. Oh, China. China's lowering interest rates. We want to look at BABA, JD, right? Look, this is up 3%, 2.5% right now. So, crypto is extending higher or trying to. Like, you know, the sentiment's there. It's got a nice chart pattern. China's cutting rates, so China stocks and crypto. China stocks and crypto. That's the bull side. You know, what could I come up with for downside? Maybe like, I don't know, a hedge. What would a hedge be for there? I don't really have. You have bad news with CrowdStrike and Microsoft. So that could be a nice setup trade where you have a nice hedge. That could be a nice hedge. CrowdStrike and Microsoft. CRWD. I don't know what's going on with my chart, guys. I'm sorry. It's acting up. So we're making a new low on volume. And then we look for, you know, I don't know. There's a hedge. If the market's pulling back, these should really start to pull back. If the market's bounce, then we should, let's see if we see Coinbase and others really start to extend higher. I'm not sure if anybody got that or if anybody was here or not for that, but that was a good analysis, I thought. Damn, we don't. It's all good.
Before the first shot rang out.
No, it was.
Was it 15 minutes before the first shot rang out?
It was less than that time frame when it was identified as a threat.
How many days before the shooting took place at Secret Service?
Until those investigations are.
So I did some research and called Coventry Direct.
And so is it your view that that can only happen after the completion of the investigation?
It is my view that when the investigations are complete, that we will be able to share that information.
And how about before that?
If I have factual information that I can share before that, I absolutely will.
I'm guessing you have factual information as to when the suspicious photograph of the suspicious person was relayed to the Secret Service. There's a timestamp on that text message or whatever it was, correct?
Sir, I'm sure you can understand that when you're dealing with text messages, emails, and other communications, the timelines don't always match up.
Not really if they're time-stamped, but let me move on. Because you have acknowledged that this was a major security failure. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you acknowledge that it was a major security failure not to secure the rooftop of the building that the shooter shot from?
I believe at this time that the rooftop was provided overwatch. I acknowledge that we are unaware at this time how the individual was able to access the roof.
Overwatch meaning from other counter sniper, other higher points?
Correct.
And so was it a failure then that when that shooter was on the rooftop that Overwatch did not identify him before he fired his shots?
I don't have the timeline of how the individual accessed the roof, where they accessed the roof, or how long they were on the roof.
Let me ask a couple things quickly. You have testified here about all the resources that the Secret Service needed to deploy to protect the NATO summit and all of the leaders here. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you have to rely more on local law enforcement because of the NATO summit for this event?
The Secret Service routinely works with local law enforcement at every event. It doesn't matter whether it is a NATO summit, NSSE, the RNC in
No, but that's not my
Milwaukee.
question. Obviously, there's a natural give and take as to, I'm sure, how many agents you deploy and how much you rely on local law enforcement. Did you have to rely more on local law enforcement because there were fewer Secret Service assets available because of the NATO summit?
No.
I hope we get answers before the completion. I don't like the fact that the media has received far more answers than Congress has. If this is a function of getting your ducks in a row, I assume you have access to a lot of these reports and a lot of this information, and you should have come prepared here today. And I would just want to flag, Mr. Chairman, before I yield back, that I want to just point out one thing that my colleague from Texas was talking about. When he said he recreated this shooting twice with an AR-15, and he had a 94% success rate, 15 out of 16 shots. I don't know why that doesn't convince him that we should get rid of AR-15s, but clearly we need to do something about the prevalence of AR-15s and weapons of war on our streets. And I yield back.
Chair now recognize Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania.
It's us against you, dog. You ain't taking
60
shit.
days is the time of the investigation. Is that the information?
Because there's
that you
responsible
put out?
human beings
Where
out
did
there
come
that
from?
don't do
60
stupid
days,
shit
or is
like
it just
this.
Information that the committee members are talking about.
So?
I stated that earlier today. I've asked
Okay,
my
60
team.
days. So
Like, this idea that the government can solve every single little tiny issue or thing that happens,
What happened 9
it's
days ago? Are
fucking
you
stupid
receiving
to begin
regular
with,
updates from the FBI
and the
on
fact
their
that they
investigation?
use it and trick
Yes, I am.
people
So you know some things
as a
are true,
reason
some
to
things
get
are
rid of
probably not true.
something,
We
or
want to talk
to
about
continue
the
to take
things that
from
we're hearing about and find
others
out
when
if
they
they're
themselves
true.
can have
You've
it?
been in contact with the FBI, then you're
Come on.
getting updates on a daily basis, right?
Come on.
Yes.
Based
How
on
many
this.
innocent lives
Okay,
has the
so-
government
and are
killed,
you confident
and it
that
hasn't been
the person in
looked
question,
upon
Mr.
or
Crooks, was the
questioned?
only person firing
Maybe
that
the
day
government
against
shouldn't
the
be
president
having
or
these
the
things.
crowd? Is he the only one? I'm not asking you yet if he acted alone, but is
That'll
he the
never
only
happen,
one?
right?
Can you say that with certainty to the
But they'll
American
do it
people?
to you and me.
That is the information I have at this time, yes.
Okay, does it appear he acted alone?
Anyway.
That's the information we have at this time.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the fact that he was noticed as a person of interest, of concern, suspicion, as you say. Your PI team.
Such a migraine.
How do they stay in? There's a sea of people. How does the PI team get to that
nice rally
individual
today,
that's
man.
in question in the sea of people?
Nice little rally on
how's
low
that
volume.
individual tracked?
Our protective intelligence teams that work at our sites are paired up with a local police counterpart, and so they work in conjunction together.
So they just follow them around?
Let's see if we
or-
consolidate up
Let me
here,
ask
then
you
we'll look
this.
for the downside.
Looking at the site, you have multiple perimeters, right? You have the
See if
secure
this is a
the
failed
inside
hold of
perimeter, you have
VWAP
multiple
again.
secure or multiple perimeters. Was the AGR so-called building the highest location affecting the site of the rally? Was it the highest location?
I believe the highest location at the site was where our counter snipers were.
What about the water tower
positioned.
adjacent? What about how high is the water tower?
I don't have the height on the water tower.
Okay, seems like water towers are pretty high, at least in the photo. It looks like there might actually be a building right behind the AGR building that is even higher than the building that Crooks fired from. You're familiar with cover, concealment, and defilade, right? You're familiar with those terms?
Yes.
So how would your sniper team or your PI team track the individual and give vectors to Secret Service on the PI team to get to that individual?
I think that's what we
to
needed,
question
guys, was that
And
late
how would
little
you
push
cover
right
the
there.
defilade, the cover and concealment of low areas that you can't see from where your sniper team immediately adjacent to the president were sighted? How would you do that if you're not up on the high ground?
So when our counter sniper teams go out and conduct an advance, they have a methodology and provide a grid system that our response teams are able to vector in if they see something that is troubling.
So when Mr. Jordan asked about the assets that
All right,
were
let's,
requested,
I'm going
just
for it.
ask you about assets requested. Were aerial assets requested for this event from either the Secret Service or state police or anybody else, drone, manned, otherwise? Aerial assets, were they requested?
I can't speak to what the local
Just asking
police
if they were
may have
requested.
conversations with the local police, but I can tell you that the assets that were requested from the Secret Service for the site that day.
Okay, guys, so we got long, the cues there.
Were aerial assets required? I'm just I didn't ask if you used them or what you used.
Let's
were they
see,
requested?
because I forget which one it was. I just want you guys
Overwatch
to know.
was requested and
Aerial.
that was provided.
Is that aerial?
481
'Cause Overwatch
calls
could mean on the
at
water tower or not on the
11:36
water. Here,
a.m.
Can you be specific?
11:36.
I'm running out of daylight.
Top left,
I understand.
11:36.
If you're
Yes, you
asking
see
me
that correct right
about
there.
specifics, whether or not there was-
36
It's not
cent
clear what I'm
fill
asking you. Were
at
aerial assets
11:30.
requested by
on.
the president, by Secret Service, by anybody? Were they requested?
The
Where's
Secret
time
Service, we felt that we had a good plan in place.
Okay, fair enough. How about K9 assets with
11:36
bomb sniffing
a.m.
or explosive sniffing capabilities? Requested.
Right there.
Didn't say they were present. Were
Right
they
there on
requested?
that pullback candle
Those
right there,
requests were
11:36.
fulfilled.
They were
You
requested
can see
and
that
fulfilled.
back into the
So
level.
was the Crooks
11:36.
vehicle inside any of
36
your
cents.
perimeters?
No, it was not.
481
It was not.
calls.
How did you? So okay, so it was not
481
within the.
calls.
It was not, so what
481
was there a
calls,
device located on
$1.37.
Mr.
That is
Crook's body
not
to
one,
detonate the vehicle?
That is the
but
information
two.
that I have.
So what would be the point of detonating
Over
the vehicle if it was
100%
not
gains
inside the
today.
perimeter?
And it wasn't even an
I have
hour-long
no
trade.
idea what Mr. Crook's motivation was.
Ma'am, the fact that you haven't, I'll close with this, Mr. Chairman, haven't
Not
even
one,
visited the site. I understand
but
there are
two.
other things going on,
And
but
I
the
think we
culture
have.
of your
Yeah,
organization,
we're all
the
getting ready to
culture
take our third trade.
that doesn't.
Possibly,
Do you know how tall the
possibly.
president is? How tall is the president?
If it
President
sets
Trump,
up.
how tall is he?
I don't. He's over 6 feet tall. I don't. know the
Okay, so
exact-
do you assign agents based on their ability to cover physically and carry, if necessary, the President of the United States when you assign them to this mission? Is that a parameter that is considered?
I assign agents to work our protectees that are capable and have been trained by the Secret Service.
I understand they're trained, but if you're not tall enough, it has nothing to do with, we're not mad at you, but if somebody's 7 feet tall and you're 5 feet tall, there's going to be a delta there that is problematic in protecting the protectee. And I'm asking, is that a
So not one,
consideration
but
when
two.
when these
Huge
agents,
trades
not saying
there.
you, but when they're assigned to the protectee?
The agents that are assigned to our protectees are perfectly capable.
Okay, ma'am. So
of
the
providing
culture is what I'm
protection.
concerned about, because the primary objective here seems to be something other than securing the site, securing the principal, and securing the people at the site. And that's the concern based on the answers that you've given today so far. Without a yield, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Moskowitz from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this hearing. I want to thank the subpoena that you sent. I want to thank Ranking Member Raskin and your work, the letter you sent to the committee. And I also support the creation of a commission to get to the bottom of what happened. Director, I just want to give you an honest assessment of how this is going for you today. Did you happen to catch the hearing many months ago in education where there were a bunch of university presidents, and Elise Stefanik asked a very easy question and couldn't get an answer. Did you see that hearing?
No, I don't think I did.
Okay, well, let me tell you, it didn't go well, and the short end of that story was those university professors all resigned. They're gone. That's how this is going for you. This is where this is headed, okay? This is, I don't know who prepared you for this. I don't know how many times you've testified in front of Congress, but a president was almost assassinated live on television, not just for Americans, but for the world to see. And this being your first opportunity, I understand there's an ongoing investigation. I understand there's things that you can not talk about, but the idea that we're getting less than you did on television is something that Democrats, Independents, and Republicans are going to find unacceptable. My high school, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, was on the list of mass shootings that Representative Raskin held up. That very day, the school resource officer, a police officer, did not run into the building. He hid in the stairwell while the shooter was in the building. He stayed outside, never helped.
Coward asshole.
He also directed other officers who showed up on the scene not to go into the building. When it was determined that the failures in response and training, and that the sheriff fired nobody in his agency, Governor DeSantis then removed that sheriff. I supported the removal. So here's my question. You said there's going to be accountability. I understand you don't want to give us names. When you say that, are you telling the committee that once it's concluded, you're prepared to fire the people on the ground who made poor decisions?
Thank you, guys.
I'm prepared to take the actions necessary.
No, that's nonsense, okay? Accountability. The failure was human. That doesn't mean they're bad people. It means they failed that day.
The point is that American people who don't do their job,
are you prepared
even
to fire
less stuff
the
like
human
this, they
failure
get fired.
on the ground? Yes or no?
But it feels
When
like
have
once
the
you get
names
into
of
the
where those
government, you're
failures were,
just free to
they're
do whatever
people,
you
it's
want,
not like
and
a piece of
mistakes are
technology
okay.
failed. It was people who failed that day. Are you prepared to fire them?
And that's not okay.
I don't have an answer as to whether.
Well, then how can there be accountability if you're not prepared to fire someone? And the reason why your name is going to be the person who's held accountable, the reason why members in this committee are calling for resignation, and I join in that, or for the president to fire you, is because you're saying there's going to be accountability, but you can't commit that people are going to get fired. Let me ask this question a different way. If Trump had been assassinated that day, if the gunman had succeeded, okay, would you have come and tendered your resignation?
I would still be sitting here because I would want to ensure the integrity of the investigation.
Totally
that would move
understand.
forward.
That's a fair answer that you would have set up that process. But would you have had the honor to come in front of the committee and say a president was assassinated?
Very low volume right there in front of that level.
There should be new leadership.
I think that I have admitted that there was.
No, that's what I'm asking. Would you have tendered your resignation if he had been killed?
That occurred on my watch, and I am accountable for that.
Okay, but would you have tendered your resignation if he had been killed?
I think that I've admitted that I've taken accountability and will take responsibility.
Okay. Well, let me ask I want to follow up on Representative Connolly's question, in which he asked about guns, and you were not willing to commit that makes your job harder. This is not about the Second Amendment. If there were over 400 million guns on the streets, if all of those guns were machine guns, would that make your job harder to protect people?
Again, I think weapons that are out there.
If all of
make our
those
job-
guns were rocket-propelled grenades, would that make your job harder?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Perfect. This is not a trick question. Thank you. Okay. I won't ask the other 15 things I was going to do. I was going to do drone strikes, but it's okay. So that's all we were asking. It creates a challenging environment. It has nothing to do with the Second Amendment or people's rights, but it does make your job harder. So credit to Representative Connolly for asking that question. One last thing, Mr. Chairman, and I'll conclude. You know, there was a question asked, is an Iranian assassin more capable than a 20-year-old? And I have been tough on Iran. I probably have more resolutions on Iran than almost anyone in Congress. But I can tell you it isn't Iranians walking into schools and grocery stores and movie theaters and churches. It is 20-year-olds, right? And some of them are mentally unstable. and they have access to guns, and they're domestic terrorists.
So the
Someone talked
younger
about
the
Christopher
younger
Wray.
generation
Christopher
fucking
Wray
it up for
talked
everybody.
about
About to
domestic
smack the
terrorists.
shit out of
And
all
so,
y'all when I
yes,
see y'all in public.
we collectively come together on foreign threats, and I am not at all debasing the fact that there are foreign threats here and abroad, but there are domestic threats, and we have to get to the bottom of how we stop domestic terrorism, because it was a 20-year-old who walked into my high school and killed 17 people. He was plenty capable, and he was an Iranian. Thank you.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Timmons from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Cheadle, we've asked you a lot of questions and haven't really got a lot of straight answers. I have intentionally created a line of questioning that I think that you can answer. So the first question is, do you agree that the allocation of Secret Service resources should correspond with the risk profile of any given event? A higher degree of risk at one event should get more resources. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Okay. And when two events occur at the same time in the same geographic vicinity, that the risk profile of each event should be taken into account.
All right, come on,
and
let's
whichever
reject
event
this level.
Is greater risk should receive
Let's fail to
greater
hold it.
resources.
That is correct.
Okay, so I'm going to go over the Trump event. So this was publicly announced July 3rd, Butler, Pennsylvania. The venue is an outdoor fairground, open air, no existing security. The crowd size was expected to be tens of thousands. It ended up being over 20,000. There were general and specific threats from foreign adversaries. As the chairman of intelligence remarked, Iran has said they want revenge, as well as when President Trump was in office, he made a lot of people mad, terrorists to be included all over the world.
Excuse me, sorry.
And, you know, President Trump is the former president and the future president. So I would say that that is a fairly high-risk event. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay, let's conversely, the First Lady had an event at a casino in Pittsburgh, just a few dozen miles away. It was a dinner for the Italian Sons and Daughters of America. It was publicly announced on July 10th. What's interesting is that the casino is actually extremely secure. They already have magnetometers existing prior to this event even being announced. It was in a ballroom. And the size of the crowd, a mere 400. There were no specific threats. There may have been general threats. And the asset is the First Lady. Those seem like there's a huge disparity relative to risk. Would you agree?
Wow, that's not good for Mattel, guys. Mattel.
Okay, thank you.
That
Multiple
bounce may be
whistleblowers
taken
from
back.
Various media outlets have reported that the Pittsburgh field office of the Secret Service allocated 12 additional post standers to the First Lady's event and 3 additional post standers to
I
the
don't know
Trump
what
rally.
the ticker is from
Is that
Mattel.
correct?
There were no assets that were diverted from the First
So no.
Lady's
This is a very
visit.
simple question. I'm not asking if anyone was diverted. Did the First Lady's event that was relatively secure, especially compared to Trump's rally, get 12 assets? And did the First Lady's event get 12 assets and Trump's get 3 from the Pittsburgh field office?
I don't know the
That's
ticker.
a yes or no
The
question. If you
number-
don't know, don't answer it. I mean, if you don't know, don't
The number
answer
of
it.
personnel that were allocated to both of those events were comparable to the risk at both of those events.
Wow. Really? So you think that the Pittsburgh casino, 400 person in a ballroom with ingress egress through probably a very well-guarded parking garage was 4 times more dangerous than a 20,000 person rally in an open field with the former president and future president? You think that that's 4 times more dangerous, the casino event?
I didn't say that at all.
Well, they got 4 times the resources from the Pittsburgh field office, who was likely in charge of the final walkthrough for both events. I mean, we've continually highlighted the failures of the Secret Service at the Trump rally. And, you know, you have the former and future president getting shot. You have multiple injuries, 1 fatality. And I would have to think that if we had 9 more post standards, 9 more individuals that have the training and the integration into the Secret Service defense of Trump at that rally, that I have a feeling that Crooks would have had somebody come say hello to him before he fired a bunch of shots. Do you think that's possibly true?
There were significantly more assets and resources available at the former president's event than there were at the First
Who made the decision to deploy 12 post standards to the casino where the First Lady was having a 400-person dinner, and only 3 people from the Pittsburgh field office to the 20,000 plus in person plus Trump rally? Who made that decision?
There were additional Secret Service resources available at the former President Trump's event.
Who made the decision to deploy 12 to the First Lady's event and 3 to the Trump event?
The allocation of resources is decided based on the availability of personnel and their location and where they are, but there were sufficient resources
What did you just
that
say?
were given to
Did you just say there were
former
sufficient
presidents.
resources? President Trump
Event
got
that
shot.
day.
Someone got killed. There were not sufficient resources, clearly.
There was
And
a
it
gap.
doesn't take 27 years of experience to know that. And whoever made that decision, it probably wasn't you, needs to be fired. And then you need to resign because this is absolutely unacceptable. You've lost the trust of the American people. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Ms. Tlaib from Michigan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank
Keep
you,
the
Director, for
lead.
being here. You know, when we hear the headline, a 20-year-old young man with access to an assault weapon commits an act of mass violence. I mean, we've heard this before, over and over again.
Have you, though?
But the unfortunate thing is that my residents don't get a committee hearing.
All right,
We
guys.
have not had
So,
one committee hearing
480
about the
puts.
over
I
260
repeat,
mass shootings that we've
480
had,
puts on the
killing
queues.
hundreds of people,
Going after
injuring
those bad boys
hundreds,
very
changing their lives
soon.
forever. And don't get me wrong, to many of my
On
colleagues,
pops
I mean,
like that.
I watched, and even the pool of blood,
Sorry, I have a Red
the
Bull.
screams,
You'll have to
it was horrific.
forgive me
but it made me think about
for being
the images
a
I saw
little
after mass
hyper.
shootings at schools, grocery stores. I mean, I think of Buffalo, New York at a supermarket.
I think of
where
Buffalo,
a
New
racist
York.
gunman killed 10 shoppers.
If you thought about
with
Buffalo,
an
New
AR.
York, why the fuck you looking down at
In
your
El
paper,
Paso,
bro, if you was thinking about it?
AK-47 style assault rifle killed 22.
You should know these
Florida,
facts if
Parkland,
you
Florida,
remember it all the
17
time and shit.
And teachers murdered.
Come on,
Again with an
stop
AR.
it. Stop it.
In Pittsburgh, at a place of faith, Tree of Life Synagogue, 11 murdered. And don't get me about Newton, Connecticut, which still breaks my heart. 26 murdered, including 20 elementary
She's
school
trying
children.
to act like
This
she's
year
gonna
in Michigan,
cry.
we've had, Mr. Chair, 2
Bunch of
mass
bullshit.
shootings.
Bunch of bullshit.
21 shot in Detroit. One of the most horrific shootings we've seen. 2 killed at a splash pad in Rochester Hills, Michigan.
A lot of
8
Mattel
shot
news.
there. Again, an assault weapon.
She
used.
doesn't even deserve to be on TV. All right, let's do it. I'm in it. I'm in it to win it, guys. I just took it there. Damn it. Damn it. I don't like that. What did I... What? Yo, they got me, bro. They got me. They got me on that one. That's a mean move back to highs. I fucked up. I should have never shorted it. I'm just looking for a move back to VWAP. I'm not going to sit in this long, guys, because it is a daily. And remember, we just made a really mean move off of the lows there. You can see we're just going to keep extending. Fuck. Yep, we got room. We have room. I should have went with tomorrow's. Fuck. I just had a really good opportunity right there. Sell it off, baby. Let's go. Boom, 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 boom. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Pack it on them. Let's go. Fuck. Damn it, bro. Come on. Fuck. This is fucking bullshit, man. I should have just taken that off at 46 cents. That would have been a really nice move. It just moved on to the next one. I just don't have enough time on this. Oh my God, I'm making the wrong decision here, guys. Making the wrong decision. We're holding that level. We're holding. I'm making the wrong decision here. Motherfucker, yo. I could still get at, like, I should have just taken it off. I was trying to hold on to this a little bit longer. Again, you got to remember, like, I'm in a daily. Let's keep that on. You know what I mean? I'm in a daily. I only have a few hours left. All right, I only have a few hours left, so. Dude, if they rip this higher. Fuck, man, I had a really nice opportunity there to take this fucking piece of crap off. What the fuck, bro? You gotta be kidding me. It's gonna go higher. It's gonna go fucking higher. Let's go. Fucking pull it back, baby. Pull it back. Pull it back. Let's go. Pull it back. Even though that was a fucking mean-ass move, just pull it back to VWAP, collect your thoughts, and then go higher. Pull it back, collect your thoughts, and then you can move higher. All right? Pull it back. Pull it back. There we go. That's what I want to start seeing. God damn, that was a fucking shake and bake, man. Especially you get some size on there and you start seeing that shit hold up. That's where trading becomes hard with size. Right there. Right there. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Pack it on them. Let's go. Pack it on them. All right, guys. That was a nice one there. That was a nice one there. That was nice. That was nice. Just take a piece off, take half off, whichever. That's it, man. This is all it is, baby. That's all it is. Holy shit. We still got a... Oh, my God. Woo! Woo! Oh, my gosh. This is crazy. Bro, I'm going to do this all week. If y'all don't know, this was on the... not the watch list, because I didn't have a watch list for you this week. I mean, I did, but I didn't. I wasn't able to get it out. I'm going to see how this turns out, you know, towards the end of the week. I want to see what this looks like if I just pack it in. I'm going to do this all fucking day long, bro. All day long. Look at the reversal. Let it go higher, and then we'll get the downside. Let it go higher. Take that shit off. All right. There's a few things here that I'm not discussing. That you guys, it's right in front of your face. This shit is right in front of your face on what's going on. As much people, like, you know, you have a lot of new people that kind of just got into the markets and think, you know, they're king shit. But the one thing that really will separate you from the rest is being able to, first off, link up and find the right person to help you, like I was able to find. Yeah, and again, the person that I, you know, have learned from and always wanted to recreate, you know, was an institutional player, still is, registered advisor, and, you know, there's a lot you can't do at time. You're not always going to be right, but if you just, you know, like for instance, the very first trade today, I don't think the timing of that trade could have been any better. Seriously, the timing of that trade could not have been any better. So we were short, we were long, we got a quick short there, collected our 10 cents, and we're going to keep it going. So again, weekly goal, consistency. Whether it's an easy money trade, news catalyst, or setup, take the trades, pile on the wins. Small cap, mid cap, large cap, doesn't matter. Consistently pack on the wins, small or large. Doesn't matter. Take your money. All right, that's what I'm doing. That's my goal this week. Just to pack it on. I hope everybody's having a great day today. If anybody has any questions, comments, concerns, anything, just let me know. I would urge to reach out. Links in the description. Hit me up on Twitter. Send me a message on Twitter if you like. Email me. All that fun stuff. I urge you guys to set up a one-on-one so I could... Guys, if you just give me 20 minutes. Give me 20 minutes of your time. Give me 20 minutes of your time. And I promise I can help you see these things a little bit better and be able to help set up your timing. We're not always going to be right. But if we know that if we enter correctly and pay less and get out correctly, we're going to make more when we're right than when we lose when we're wrong. And that's all it is. This is today's setup, like especially on the Qs, is a prime example of a setup that this is a perfect example of a setup. That's all I'm going to say. I don't want to get too much into it. It just, there's a lot underneath that it's telling you when this stuff happens. All right, let's see. Are we going to hold this and make a run for 285, 287.50? 285, 287.50. Okay, so that actually is our level. So I got it a little bit wrong. 482.50. I could do this shit all fucking day long, man. Sorry for my language. I'm sorry. 482.50. 482.50. 482.50. $82.50 for $82.50. Okay, so what I was wanting to do was see where we were in accordance to the overall markets.
For things like gondola activity and rail activity, broadly speaking. Yes, and what's nice is we're hearing it on both sides or all sides of the aisle these days, is this focus on investing in infrastructure and recognizing where we need.
Okay, so you have a nice double top here on the Qs. The Qs are, like you can see this double top was a lot lower. The IWM is broken out to new highs. The SPY is also trying to break out to a new high. Breaker 19. The Dow lagging. So small cap tech is a pretty clear winner today. Names like probably PayPal. Yep, look at PayPal, guys, up over 2%. Papa, 2.4%. JD, nah, I was hoping JD was going to give us that entry here, but they took it, 26.50. It's all good.
Continue to focus is how do we build the North American market more strong. Right. In other words, you don't want to kind of, you don't want it to be, okay, Mexico wins at the, or maybe Mexico can win at the expense of China, but not that it comes all completely within the U.S. and kind of cuts off our closest trade partner. Exactly, but you're right. You're absolutely right that Mexico is our #1 trade partner. And
What I want to do is see where,
for the United States as well. If we were to bring everything back to the United States, I don't think we have a workforce to support that, right? So we need to think about the fact that we do need our partners here in North America to make all of our countries greater. That's interesting. And of course, things are a little charged right now with migration.
okay, internet content information is doing really well today. Reddit, names like Reddit, Meta, diagnostic, and what is this? Resources? Research in healthcare. I'm so used to healthcare being up at the top right. I don't understand why they changed it. It's such bullshit.
But we are seeing it's poor comps if you look at a year ago, but we are seeing loadings go in the right direction. This is where, from the freight industry perspective, I look at not just what's great for Greenbrier, but what's great for our industry, because as our industry improves, as the railroads improve their operations,
Vertiv Holdings is also having a really nice day. Airlines are down bad right now. What is Ray? Ryanair. Oh, wow.
Railcar loadings, I think, should be up. Are those publicly released, or do they? I'm sure you can find it on the internet. I heard a little bit about it. I think you should make it public.
REA? I don't even know how the hell you say that. Waste Management. Pessy is up. GFL is up a little bit. Damn, what's up with Pessy? Joe Pessy? P-E-S-I? Never even heard of it. Bro, what is going on? Come on. Delta Airlines. CPA. UAL, AAL is up. CPA. American Airlines have earnings this week, just so you guys know, if anybody's looking at if anyone is looking. Dude, what is going on here? If anybody's wanting to look at Airlines. Yep, so you see why we got out of that? Because we rallied and we held, and we're going to wait. We're going to wait for the real rejection. I think you have... you could just use the IWM and the SPY, guys. The IWM and the SPY just keep climbing higher. Wait, what did I just put in? What ticker did I just put in there? Was it like D or something? AM? Yeah, look at this. Look at this, y'all. This thing is illiquid as heck, but...
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Damn! Look at this thing. From high to low. This thing's up 23% in a few months. Damn. This thing just goes up. That's all it does is go up. That's wild, actually. Not really, I'm just kidding. AMD was on the watch list that I never gave you guys. Oh, we do also have some IPOs this week too, which I can give you guys a rundown on that. Maybe I'll do a watch list tonight.
When your home needs work, where do you go? Angie? That's where Angie came in. With Angie, rated certified pros in your area, plus compare quotes and pricing to help you get all your jobs done well. Find top rated certified.
I'm gonna have to use the restroom here. I just wonder if it's too early. Look, that's a nice break. Hell holds it. Now it starts to extend. We could start to extend going into the bell. I don't know what. So the SPY is up 1%. Does anybody know the average is like 2.5%, 2% for the Qs? But I figured when the SPY was up 1%, that the Qs would usually be up around 2%. But again, it is lagging, so that wouldn't be the case today. I want to say thank you guys for hitting that like button, subscribing, all that fun stuff. I'm going to use the restroom really quick. Give me uno momento. Kamala.
We've got more breaking news in the race for the White House. Emily Wilkins with the story. Emily?
Hey, Kelly. Well, yes, now we can say that former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is out with a full-throated endorsement of Kamala Harris, saying that both personally and professionally she supports Harris, saying it's with immense pride and limitless optimism for our country's future that she endorses her. She says personally she's known Harris for decades. Remember, both of them from California. And Pelosi says that politically, make no mistake, Kamala Harris, as a woman in politics, is brilliantly astute, and I have full confidence that she will lead us to victory in November. Now, of course, Pelosi is now the former Speaker of the House, but she still has a lot of sway on Capitol Hill. In fact, it's almost impossible to overstate how much influence she has had when it comes to talking with Biden about his exit from the race, when talking about members, about the right time for them to put forward statements. She really has been one of the people who's sort of been conducting the Democrats in this last month since those concerns initially rose with Biden. And her endorsement of Harris today really leaves only sort of two major Democrats that we haven't heard from yet, Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. But of course, we already
Holdings and UE Newport reporting after the close.
That is true. I have my head up on Capitol Hill, but you're absolutely right. We haven't seen that yet from Obama.
Again, don't mind me. A little hyper. Just drank a Red Bull. I'm a little, I'm excited that we're starting the week off on the right foot and not the left.
WOLF, Wolf Speed, share is pulling back here. Traders circulating a short report. 2132 now on WOLF. Whiskey Oscar Lima Foxtrot. AMC to restructure debt load using theaters to support the deal. That's from Bloomberg. Alpha Michael Charlie. AMC shares selling off here. $4.80.
AMC, y'all. AMC. Big news, big news. Restructuring of debt using their movie theater chain. Look at this bad boy go to $4.39. Do I got a $4.39? Do I got a 4? 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 Damn! Debt restructuring. Top end of this is, I was going to say, debt restructuring is always good. I don't know why I was initially like pointing to the downside. Watch that previous low on AMC at 520. AMC is going to stop moving now or what? What the hell's going on now? I'm sitting here looking at it on the hourly chart like a goofball. And I didn't get it. Fuck. What does it mean? What does it mean? Okay, I got the 450 puts on AMC. 450 puts on AMC. 450 puts on AMC. Paid 7 cents. Oh shit. I better get up out of that, John, bro.
Each year, 6 million pet dogs in the U.S. are diagnosed with cancer. Globally, the number is much higher. Now, Volition RX, an NYSE company, stock symbol VNRX, has commercialized a groundbreaking...
Oh shit. I don't want to mess this day up, bro. I do not want to mess this day up, bro. They're probably like, what's it mean? What's it mean? Shit. I could have got, I was trying to get out of that. I could have got 10 cents for it.
What's this? My new pony and I love him. Yeah, no, thank you. I ran the numbers on Quicken. It's totally in my budget.
Damn! They flipped it and reversed it. That restructure ring.
This is amazing. I know.
Damn! Dude, this thing's gonna pop, bro. This thing's gonna pop. They're trying to figure out what's going on with this debt restructuring deal here with AMC. Damn! That's a loser. Fuck! I tried to get out, guys. I tried to get out on that, I tried to get out on that 10 cents, and I was a little off on it. Let's see if the volatility will help, but I doubt it. I'm going to have to call this one a loss. Fuck! It shouldn't be that bad, though. We'll see. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. This is a good... This is good. This is always good. I'm gonna see if I can get, yeah, that's no good. That's no fucking good. It's alright. It's a small position. I really wanted to try to get this thing back down here to like 460 or so. Is it halted? Yo, did they just halt it? Hold up. Did they just halt AMC? They just halted it, guys. Look at the ask price, 20 cents. Oh, shit. They halted it. I'm throwing out an order. I have a limit order out there. I have a limit order out there on AMC. I mean, debt restructuring is always a good thing. That's always a good sign. I mean, look at that. They're sitting there at 24 cents. I put out a limit order at 20 cents, guys. We'll see if I can get that. Maybe we can try to do something with volatility there. I'm just going to leave it alone for a little bit. All right, so the Qs. First thing we need to do is go look to see, can the IWM turn around or can the Qs lead us lower? That is my question. The Dow. Them damn dogs at it again. Fuck, I have indigestion. Sorry for the language. Basic, what's up, gang? Killer trades today, my bro. Packing them in, bro. Like this week, and I was just talking about it a minute ago. I don't know when you commented, but weekly goal, man, consistency and really focusing on just, you know, just pounding the table with like scalps, longs, anything, and just bang, 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 bang. I'm gonna try to do that this week. So far, so good. 3 for 3. Actually, it might be 3 for 1. But I have a limit order out here on this. Debt restructuring for any company. So there's news with a debt restructuring thing with AMC and its movie theaters. What I think they're going to do, what this means is, from the sounds of it, and I haven't looked, so don't quote me, but this probably means that they're going to just start selling off some of the leasing of their movie theaters, which means leasing, laying off. So bringing down payroll, bringing down the amount of theaters, and a debt restructuring. I don't know how that restructures your debt. I don't know.
Schumer and Jeffries to endorse Harris as today, according to CNN.
So I'm still AMC top left, QQQ top right, because I'm still wanting to continue with this short idea on the Qs. Like, I'm not looking for a big move. I'm just looking for a move back to VWAP. And then maybe we'll take the long. So we've been long and we've been short, hit on both. So far, AMC, it was down. I tried to get out at 10 cents from a 6-cent entry. And it just kind of went a little too quick. I was actually, I guess, a little greedy because I held on to it. But we'll see what happens here. But restructuring for AMC. I was using a film, myself sleeping in. Dude, I know. I think that was a lot of people. I slept in too, buddy. I slept in too, bro. I did too. I was up a little late. Like, I started falling asleep and I was watching something, and then I ended up staying up until like freaking 2 o'clock in the morning, and I don't know. So I did the same thing. I was tired this weekend. Like Friday, guys, I was exhausted Friday. I was exhausted, and I started looking around. Like, I was Trader TV. Like, at lunchtime, they were yawning, falling asleep. Like, everybody was tired. I think Trading Fraternity, he went and fell asleep Friday. Like, I'm like, damn, so it's not just me. Like, everybody was asleep Friday. But, so yeah, I was tired too. Or not tired, but I ended up going to sleep late, slept in today. That was kind of my weekend. So let's see here. What's going on here? Let's see what the news says. AMC just halted pending news. AMC restructuring debt. Let's see what this says. It doesn't say anything about it, though. Rise again has looked to a good 8-day winning streak. Again, I have a limit order for those options at 20 cents. I just threw out a high bid. Just, you know what I mean? If I get filled, I get filled. That would be a huge trade. 6 cents to 20 cents. It'd actually be huge. I doubt I get filled because I think this is good news and is going to help the stock, not hurt it. But anyway, let's go back to business. We'll see what happens when that opens up. QQQ. Let's see if we can't look for a move back to VWAP. Let's go back to the hourly chart. Keep your eye on the IWM because that's been our leader to the upside so far. So we can see we have a little bit of decrease in volume, even though this hourly chart isn't over with right now. Yeah, we still got a little room to the upside. Let this thing go. Let it go. Let it pop. Let this thing pop. It's still got some room left. trying to get to the 5-minute chart. I mean, if it doesn't hold up, it doesn't hold. But I think you see this thing pop, and I think it's got a little bit more room. Look at that. That's a nice break. Little flag here. See if it breaks out. And then I would look for that breakout to be a failed breakout. Just for the short term. Like, just for the short term. Like, not... Like, obviously, this setup today is pretty damn bullish. I'm just looking again, just for a little move. We've been getting paid really well just for little moves like back down the VWAP, back down to 480. Because these things are going from, like 480, you're paying 20 cents. You get this in the money. I mean, yes, we're a few hours away, but every time we've traded this, they've gone to $1, $1.30 now. Look, 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 I got filled. Did I get filled? Did I get filled at 20 cents? Did I get... Hold on, no, because I clicked on the Q's. It's 20 cents. Shit. I'm sorry, guys. I got... Yeah, I'm going to get screwed on this. 24. Oh my god, I thought that I got filled there on that AMC at 21 cents. And I'm refreshing. I'm like, whoa, 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 what's going on? So what happened was it's above my bid price, so when I see that I'm not filled and I'm refreshing,
of senior secured term loans due 2026 with the potential to extend an additional $800 million 2026 maturities to 2029.
I didn't catch that, unfortunately. I wish I would have caught it.
Opportunity to reduce debt by $464 million through the conversion.
That's not that much. I mean, it's a little bit, but...
Equity.
I mean, for AMC, I just don't think that that's... Maybe, you know, listen, it's better than nothing. Let me not say anything. It's better than anything. It's a lot of money, but for a company of that size, they could probably get that out of payroll.
Getting a pop here as well.
All right, so DJT, GameStop, all these are going to start being on the list. GME. Look, somebody had to have known that debt restructuring was going to happen. Look at the setup we came into this morning, because I checked this out and I was looking at this and I'm like, yo, this is a really nice break of this 25 level. And they held this thing up. They held it up. I would look for a move back to 26, but more so 27, depending on if things get crazy. I would target $26. But if things get crazy, you could look at 27 because you have enough room to get there. There's enough meat on the bone to get there, man. I'm telling you guys right now. You'll probably get that slight pullback off of 26 and try to hold the 20-day moving average, and then 27 would be the target. Carvana's hanging out. CarMax, this was a good one. I thought this thing had room to 14, guys. I still do. This thing has nothing stopping it to go to $14. If that volume continues, oh man, see, it's already getting weak. It might take a little bit of time. I don't know what's going on with CarMax. Over the next like couple weeks, maybe a month, I think you do see this thing hit $14 on CarMax. Give it a couple weeks. I don't know what's going on. If there's like some debt, it's closing down, bankruptcy. I don't know, but that's what I would be looking for. Is how can I get that thing to 14 and in what time? Obviously, it's going to take a few weeks. So I'm still waiting on the Qs, guys. I'm still waiting for a Q set up here. We'll look to get short. Just, again, a pullback to like I was saying, a pullback to 480 is going to put us, if we get in at 20, 30 cents, we'll get $1 out of that. We can get well over 100%. All right, if not close to. So we've been doing it all morning, man. Some really nice trades today. let's see. I have a migraine. Let's see, 15. So we have room to go higher. We still have some room here. It's just tricky. Alright, here's our 1 minute chart. See, this thing looks like it wants to just... Oh, you such a jerk. It's not going to go down. It may not be worth shorting just yet. Just give it a little bit. Oh my god, it's going to go now. It's got room. She's got some room. I was hoping for a better setup, though. Like, it might be time. What time is it? All right, it's 1:53, right in front of 2 o'clock as well. Let's see. Let's see if we can break it and take this thing back down to VWAP. 480 puts. I'm just going to leave that AMC thing alone. That trade is for free. It's a small trade. It ain't worth nothing. Whether I make money or lose money on it. It's just a small trade that I took just to take. Let's see if we can get a pop and then get short the pop. I'm just giving you guys the timing on this. Alright, I'm going to let you guys know when I do it. So I'm just, like, I'm not just going to do it right now. I'm going to do it when it tells me to do it. You know, like I said, look, it's popping right now. Let it pop. We just have a little bit more room for the upside, and then I think we take this. Or at least I'm going to. I hope everybody's having a wonderful day. If you guys could be so kindly to hit that like button for me. Subscribe if you haven't done so. We'll be doing a giveaway here soon enough. And if you guys want to work with me one-on-one, going to get a hold of me, you guys want to do anything, whether it's a one-on-one, outside content, anything, links in the description. If you want to give back to the stream, that link's in the description as well. Thank you guys. You guys follow me also on Twitter at Ivy League Trades. I want to check in real quick while this thing pops real quick. Just be patient. JP Morgan, I'm still waiting for this to figure out if we're going to get that bounce or if we're going to pull back. I posted this on Twitter. I think you could see some of these financials, and it's not ironic that Warren Buffett started selling Bank of America. I think you could start to see these banks, and I don't know what it's going to be. Maybe a random, like, downgraded credit for the United States or whatever, another banking issue. I think you see banks start to pull back, but I don't know when. The charts are telling us that, like, that pullback is coming, and it's either when the Fed starts to cut rates. I don't know. I feel like it's going to be news. I don't think it's going to be cutting rates, because what's going to happen is, let's see here. Don't fall for it yet. Don't fall for it yet. It's not time. It's not time. I mean, it could be. They could pack on here, but I don't think they're going to. Just be patient. Just wait. So I think, like, what happens is, you know, yes, the banks are not going to bring in as much with these loans, but what it's going to do is it when the Fed starts to pull back these rates and rates are still up from what they were, they should be able to write more loans. Hopefully, again, so the other side to that is the labor market. If people start losing their jobs, they're not going to have as many loans. They're actually going to start defaulting on loans. So I wonder if that's what the chart is telling us, is like that scenario is like coming in the next few months or next month or in the next couple weeks. So if you go look at these bank charts, and I'm talking the major banks, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, JP Morgan, UBS. I mean, you can look at PNC. PNC is a pretty big regional bank, but more so the bigger diversified banks here. Citi. So I think because that's the other side to it. Is if you're cutting rates and the labor market starts to soften, it doesn't matter if you cut rates because nobody's really going to write loans if they don't have jobs. So it's going to be a tricky scenario that we're going to start to come into, and I think that the chart's telling us just that. Bro, this thing has not moved. This is not cool. Like, come on, we got like a little bump. Like, take this thing to the upside. Look at that, 37,000 shares. I think I still have a picture on my phone of the biggest order that I seen. I think it was like 280,000 shares of the Qs. It might have been, I'm sure it was a, a market maker or somebody selling, or, doing something. But it was a huge, massive order. Biggest order I've ever seen. Alright, come on, let's do this. Come on, baby, let's go. We're almost there. It's probably, look, they're already sending it. Look at time and sales. You guys noticing that? Look at time and sales. It's on. Let's do it. Let's do it. Friday. Hold on. 627, 2627. 26, 27. Yes, I want this thing to pop and then we take it. So 25, 27 cents. Again, listen, we have 2 hours. So if you're trading dailies, be careful. Go out until tomorrow. Give yourself time. All right, because if this thing pops on you, you're going to be down 50% depending on what options you're going to trade. But me, I'm looking at 480. I'm looking at 480 puts. And as soon as I enter them, I'll let you guys know. So we have 3 trades today. Both green. Just AMC. I took that real quick. I think I may be down on that. It's a small trade. I'm not even really worried about it. Shit. I hate when that happens. I just bought a small piece of it just to have some exposure. For the increased volatility, because sometimes you'll be able to collect, even if you're on the wrong side, just the volatility that starts to bring those option prices up. I had a chance to get out at 10 cents with a 6-cent entry, and I was a little slow on getting it off, so I'm still in AMC puts. Again, debt restructuring on a company that's hurting, it's not good to be on puts. Like, that's bullish news. All right, so let's see here. So here we go. We're getting our little pop. Like I said, look for this little bounce up here. Here we go. Let's go. Damn, I think we're going to extend into new highs, you guys. I think we are. We could. Very well could. Analyze the market from every angle. Exactly. I love this commercial where there are surfers. Let's see here. So right now I'm watching level 2 in time and sales. Hold on. Am I up on that AMC? Is AMC still halted? It's still halted. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. 5 minute. Let's see. It's a nice little bull flag we have here. Let's see. Do we break out? Do we break down? And I'll give you guys a heads up. Like, going this week, I am looking at Chinese companies like Baba, JD, Baidu. I am going to look to see if we can try to get a trade off, like a swing trade, like a trade for the day or two, something. I haven't gotten my entry yet. I was looking for pullbacks 26 on JD. Haven't got that. Damn, Coinbase and again Bitcoin. So take what we have going on right now with a really nice bullish pattern out of Bitcoin. Mara Riot, MSTR, Coinbase, BITO, ARCB, right? Crypto, Bitcoin's going higher. Trade those higher. Hit that relative strength. Second, China cutting rates. Let's look to be bullish on some of those names to start catching bids on the low. Like if some of this money's gonna leave the markets, let's look for some of that money to find a home. Because if you've made an asinine amount of money, you're going to allocate something to Baba, JD, Baidu, right? One of these tech companies in China. It would be stupid not to. Even like a small amount. You know, if you get a small amount from a few different institutions, that could still get you a nice little bid, if that makes any sense. Because they a little bit from each of them, still a good amount of money, and that could start to bring some volume in and help try to lift these things out of the gutter. All right, Tesla, Coinbase, QQQ. Okay, so look at the SPY. Okay, so it's above that triple top.
So this is something we haven't seen before. So if you were to combine that with all this talk about an open primary or an open convention or some device to have people run against each other, the frank thing is the leaders of the Democratic Party, most of them think it is too late, and it doesn't exactly look as if a lot of Democratic challengers are lining up to run against Kamala Harris.
Yes, and Larry Simon, I've seen polling that suggests a lot of the electorate, especially independents, still don't have a strong feeling about Vice President Harris.
Okay.
And I guess the race is on.
Man, this is so crazy. We still have not moved. This consolidation very well may just take us higher going into the end of the day. So don't be scared of the put or the calls either. I'm just going to have a few more crackers. It's a prime example, looking at that chart right there of the volume that's pulled back. All right, get ready. Time is it? It's 2 o'clock. I'm just waiting. There we go. Pop it up.
The question, and Maya, I'll direct it to you, is then what does that tell us about her
I'm going to just jump ahead to the November electability because the potential for this going to some kind of open process, you still have to pick who's in that open
Again, it's
process.
stuff. It's really risky, guys. So don't go crazy.
As of right now, there are no challengers coming up against
All
the
right.
vice president for the nomination. That's it. I mean, unless somebody steps forward and says they are going to run some sort of primary campaign from now to the convention against the vice president, unless that happens, there's no sights here as to this being some sort of challenge at the convention. And the other point I want to make there on that is that the vice president now controls $95 million at least worth of campaign tab since the endorsement by Biden.
Let's time the shit out of this trade.
And you don't have the money, that might not be such a great idea.
Yo, I'm telling you guys, if you guys go back and look at the very first trade we took today, yo, we seriously smacked the shit out of that timing, bro. Just like backhanded it. Like, I don't think we could have timed it any perfect. We couldn't. We couldn't have timed it any better. It was like we triggered it.
Like abortion, women's rights have come to the fore. She is vice president already.
Alright, these are starting to look. These are starting to look good here.
Like you're trying too hard to overlook a vice president Harris in this process with your openness, no?
Absolutely. I think what we're seeing is that momentum is building around her. There is this outpouring of grassroots support, and there's this outpouring of endorsements. I think that the DNC has committed to an open and fair and transparent process, but this is the impact, I think, of that process, right? What we're seeing is people are coming forward and endorsing her. It doesn't seem that there is...
I didn't get it. I didn't get it there.
And I think what that shows is really the strength and momentum of
Just let it go. Let it go.
and as a nominee and a candidate going into November, and I think that should show us everything.
Oh my god. Come on.
The excitement, the shift, this enthusiasm should really be, and I think it has been. I think it has changed the entire tenor of this race. And what we're seeing is people who are
Extend, extend, extend. Extend, extend, extend.
The change to her potentially the top of the ticket lowers his Trump reelection odds from 75%, extremely high number, to 55%. And the market reaction, he thinks, reflects that.
They not like us. They not like us. 10 cents? I think I gotta do it now, y'all.
Likelihood and the trading patterns that we could see now between now and November.
I'm in it. I'm in it.
If there was a switch, we weren't changing our odds immediately. We need to see how the market and the American people digest this nomination. We do think that this was
I'm in it.
Trump's election to lose, especially after the reaction to the debate. But now that it seems as if it could be a Vice President Harris on top of the ticket, we want to see who the vice presidential pick would be. We want to see some of the polling reaction.
I'm a little bit early. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. No.
How much should we play into the continuation of the Trump trade? What we said is there is still a lot of upside from here for a Vice President Harris as it relates to where Joe Biden was polling. But there's upside, and we need to see that play out. There's been so many.
So I'm currently in 480 puts, guys.
We can't just switch day after day. We want to digest. We want to keep that clearer picture. And the second thing that people really want to know, will there be
I got filled at 12 cents. I accidentally got in. I mean, I didn't accidentally because I had it up, but I just was trying to be a little bit more patient. Or I technically didn't want to get in right that second, but I wanted to get 10 cents. And what happened was it started pulling back when I got in. Let's go! Let's go, guys. That's almost 100%. It's almost 20 cents there. Flush it.
There's a certain percentage of people who are just going to vote for the nominee. The independents, and particularly the swing state independents, that's the big
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm such an idiot. I didn't get rid of it.
Well, she was in and out pretty quickly in 2020, and candidates often do that. And let me hasten to add, Joe Biden lost 2 presidential nomination battles.
Ba-na-na-na. They not like us. They not like us. Ba-na-na-na. Sell, 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 sell. Sell, sell, sell.
Everybody of any real influence in the Democratic Party. She starts out in a strong position, not just among Democrats, but I think among those that we might call anti-Trump coalition. It's there.
They not like us. They not like us. I'm upset because it was 20 cents there.
I think it's very important to listen to the questions posed a little bit earlier by the fellow from Raymond James.
They not like us. They not like us. Let's go, man. Every day. Boom. Get it. Pile on there, baby. Let's go. 1,600 to the buy side. What? 11. There's like no size on the selling. There's like seriously no size at all coming in. That's crazy. Dude, you gotta be fucking kidding me, bro. They're really trying to play games here. I'm trying to get like a little flush back to 482 something. You know, I know we're fighting time here. Look at that 5. God damn it, man. That pisses me off, bro. There was like no size, man. Like seriously, there wasn't any size. I'm just trying to get a pullback to the 9 EMA. I'm just going to hold on here. Hopefully I'm not making the wrong mistake. God damn it, motherfucker, bro. I was wanting to get out of that shit at 20-some cents. And I was trying, but it just went without me. And there's no size. There's no size on selling. So this is why it's important to start using time and sales in level 2 so you really understand the depth. Because yeah, you can see candles, but you can also see it on low volume too. And really get a full understanding of, you know, what's going on. And that's how I knew that like this isn't going to turn out good. You know, I might have to wait a little bit. That sucks, bro. That fucking blows, man. Because that would have paid for that fucking, excuse my language, but that AMC trade would have been free. And I would, God fucking damn it. You gotta be fucking pissing me, motherfucker. Fucking dickbag.
And I think that we are going to see that. I think coming out of it, there's just going to be a huge amount of energy and momentum. I think the most important things that happen are that voters are reminded exactly why they voted for a ticket with Kamala Harris on it. I think that is the huge upside that we have.
Oh, shut the hell up. Kamala Harris and her Diddy party have an ass. Don't nobody fucking want her. You just falling for the bullshit. You're just falling for the bullshit. You are. The fact that they do not want to solve this Ukraine-Russian war to lower and to not be able to charge us and other companies and businesses for it, tells you everything about them. Like, for anybody that would vote for that, to vote for, say, yeah, do something that hinders my life and makes it harder for me and other people to do and get things out of life that we want, because you want to make a personal decision to not go after, to not get your ass on a plane and go solve that fucking war. Go do something to help fix it. Like, that is not what that's not somebody that anybody should praise. I mean, he got up on stage and talked about it. About Palestine and Jerusalem. Whatever the hell it's called. And how, yeah, we're doing this, that, and the third to help them, this, that, but those words did not come out for Russia. That rhetoric was not there at all. This fucking gonna fucking piss me off, man. Come on. Let's go, guys. Man, you motherfucker. I'm just gonna have to be patient or something. I don't know, man. I was really, really, really I tried to get out there on 20 cents. It was nearly 80%. Now I'm fucking back to where I got in. And still have AMC to worry about. Look, it's gonna fucking pop on low volume. I knew it. AMC is still halted. This is ridiculous, man. We need to test trade line. Something. This is absurd. Dude, fucking unbelievable, bro. That's so unbelievable. It's really not. I'm pissed. I'm probably going to get frustrated with myself that I didn't take anything off right there. And what? I probably could have got it for 5 cents. She's going to run up to 484. Alright, so let's go have another look. So, again, as you guys could see, as I was calling out, I'm like, there's no size with these orders. There is no size at all. And it showed you. We were not able to break that level again. Buyers are in control right now. Follow IWM. Just to go from where I was at to seeing 20 cents there was actually pretty crazy. It was a little upsetting. Let's go. Get some size on there. Let's go. Come on. Pull it back for the longs. Give the longs an entry. That's all we're asking for is a 15-minute pullback to 482. Let's go. Pull it back. Look how fucking... Look at that time in sales, guys. Look at the time in sales. Look at that fucking... Look at that freaking time in sales. Unbelievable. Fucking 484. Fucking dirtbag. Still no size. No size in them orders.
Whether you dine in the upscale steakhouse or casual bar and patio, you will enjoy the highest quality of prime meats, fresh seafood, world-class oyster bar, freshly prepared sushi, with great craft beer and cocktails, and an extensive wine list, including our own Wada Cellars wine. Voted the #1 place for steaks in America by the Travel Channel and the Cooking Channel. Go to steakandmaine.com. Welcome back to Power Lunch. Lots of movement in the semiconductor space. We look at a new NVIDIA chip for the Chinese market and NXP.
What's everybody looking at? Or not looking at, but what's everybody watching right now?
John, let's start with NVIDIA. Washington's export controls have no doubt challenged the broader semiconductor sector and has resulted in fewer sales to China. CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang, recently saying, quote, "Our business in China has substantially lower than the levels of the past, and it's a lot more competitive in China now because of the limitations on our technology." The company, though, seems to be trying to change that. And according to Reuters, working on a new AI chip that complies with the current export controls. The question
Oh my God.
will help improve its growth prospects in the country. Cowen analysts estimate NVIDIA will make less than
Luck had to run out sometime, didn't it?
sales in China. Before
Unbelievable.
were anticipated to be around 20 to 25%. Looking at NVIDIA stock
You
today,
gotta be kidding me.
$124 a share.
Okay, so it looks like the IWM is starting to pull back, trying to. Dude, come on. Sorry for yelling.
Reports in late August. This as Wall Street awaits earnings from NXP Semiconductor. That stock also higher today. It feeds into the automotive market, and investors will look for a read through the electrical vehicle sector and whether demand is starting to improve in the back half of this year. Kelly.
You have got to be fucking kidding me, bro.
And what should the average retail investor do? Will NVIDIA continue to remain the dominant force in the market just as tech bounces back? Or will we see a leader?
Like, can we just get a fucking pullback? Like, that's it. A pullback. That's it.
You know, trends, we have to bet that trends are going to persist, right? So I'm not going to call a top on NVIDIA or anything like that. But
Michael Noss on CNBC.
see this rotation continue. We saw a massive spike in IWM, small caps, and pretty much the rest of the market last week. And I think that was just the beginning. You know, at Trade Ideas, we do a lot of data. We look at what happens when these breadth surges happen. And it's generally not the top, right? You generally don't see all of the rest of the market.
They should have me on CNBC, guys. I'm telling you right now. I could put together a really good segment.
So what happens generally is you have that leader continue higher, but then you have the rest of the market catch down. So I do think we saw the start of the rotation last week, and I think it's going to continue moving forward.
So you see a leadership change where perhaps other parts of the market are stronger, but it doesn't necessarily mean that NVIDIA is not investable.
Exactly. So a rising tide lifts all boats. So if the rest of the market is going to move higher, then NVIDIA likely will as well.
I'm such a fucking idiot. I'm such a fucking idiot. I gotta be the dumbest motherfucker on this planet to knock it out of that at 18, 17, 16, 20 cents because I'm looking for a bigger move. And then when I see the fact that that the size was not there, and I continue to say it, and I tell myself, yo, there's no size in this move. But we'll see. See if, I don't know. I don't know how I made that fucking mistake. I saw, here's what happened. I saw 20 cents, 21 cents, and just under 100% on that trade, and I'm like, yo, I want that. I want that shit. That's what happened. Getting a little bit ahead of my... Look at this fucking bullshit. You gotta be fucking kidding me, man. Fuck you fucking piece of shit, motherfuckers. Not you guys. Not y'all. Now this sucks. So now 6 cents, I gotta get 100% to fucking damn near break even. Or 80%. Fucking bullshit, man.
And they rotate that money into something else, and that's again what we saw with the IWM and the micro.
Like, come on, like this thing is just. The reason I'm holding right now is because I still feel like there's. There's no reason to sell it now. And I still feel like there's, like, give it up just a little bit. Like, pull it back to be bullish. We need a pullback. We desperately do.
If they manage to make it good enough that it's good, very often the U.S. just ends up blocking that one as well. And they're already supply constrained. So I wonder, can it really provide much of a benefit, or is it a potential hedge against supply catching up to demand if they can end up tapping into some new demand in China?
Well, I think your point was right on the head that they're not worried about selling more chips. NVIDIA right now can sell as many chips as they can produce. So this, to me, may seem like some kind of news that was talked about to kind of hold up the recent little sell-off that we found.
Yeah, there's a lot of fucking volume up here, man.
It's not going to be a demand problem with NVIDIA. There's, people out there spending for second-hand chips and things like this, spending out the nose. So what we need to do is...
So what I'm looking for, I know I keep skipping through this, and I'm sorry. I'm looking for a pullback down here in the 481. And what sucks about this is that I'm not going to be able to get what I originally could have gotten for this. And it's unfortunate. So what we were shooting for was another test of, like, just a pullback test of VWAP. That was really it. Like, can we get this pullback on VWAP? VWAP really hasn't been tested. It's just been slicing through on both sides of the trade here, the short and the long. So it hasn't really been paying attention too much to VWAP on a 15-minute chart. 30. Like, if this candle could be red here and just pull it back, that would be awesome. Like, pull it back, hold this to go higher. Right there at 482. So now I'm just going to look to get out of this. Damn, that hurts. That hurts, man. That hurts. I got to do better than that. I got to do better than that because there's no reason for us to even have one screw up is okay, but not like that. I had a chance at 16, 17 cents, and I don't know why, but I mean 60%, 40%, 50%, like that's still fucking good. Again, I got wrapped up with 100 and seeing 20 cents on level 2 and was like, yeah, I'm gonna try to get that. So make it 3. Trying to go for 3 in a row, doing too much. Come on, give me some size. There we go. 7,000, guys. 7,000. That's what we needed. 7,000 to the sell side. That's exactly what we needed.
Time, our Burger Perfection flight comes with 20 big juicy burgers, all for just $79.99. Get it today at omahasteaks.com/TV. This is Burger Perfection.
Just can't stop the bullishness, man. Just can't stop it. Unbelievable. Like, you see the minute it starts to start, then it stops. Like, that's crazy. That's fucking freaking crazy. Okay, 48 views today, guys. Not too bad, not too bad. We can do better, though. I know we can. Just want to say shout out to you. Shout out to the ones that hit the like, subscribed, the new ones, the new members. if you guys have any questions about me or would like to learn, I know this isn't doing myself any good here, but you know, the market's really bullish right now. It's really bullish. I do think out of nowhere, whether it's close to the bell or what, which could happen, they could get rid of this thing and really start to jam it down. And again, I'm looking for a pullback. I would like to try to get a pullback to VWAP, something. Give me something, baby. Give me something.
That deal came after months of rocky negotiations with the committee representing the bondholders, which include BlackRock and PIMCO. The president's son dropped a lawsuit accusing Fox News.
Ukraine agrees to a $20 billion deal. Fucking BlackRock is just like, what? Oh yeah, here's all our retirement accounts. This is how we do all our filing. This is all like.
Dozens of customers reported their engines shut down while driving, happening mostly at slow speeds. The 80 complaints affect 2022 Ram 1500 pickup trucks and Jeep Wagoneer SUVs. We'll stay on top of that. John, turn it back to you.
Contessa, thank you. Now, as we head to break, it is Big Short Week on Fast Money. The original traders from that story are going to reunite to lay out where they're seeing opportunity in the market right now and how they're setting up their portfolios for the back half of the year.
You gotta be fucking kidding me, bro. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Oh my god. This is ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. It's not even funny. It's really not. Like, we can't even get a pullback. We can't even get a pullback. 81,000 shares to the buy side. 81,900. 82,000 shares to the buy side, you guys. That might have just been the top. 82,000 shares. 82,000 shares. You gotta be fucking kidding me. I gotta get a fucking 100 fucking percent. 100 fucking percent. Like, what's going on here? I don't know why the market makers are just letting this thing just sit up here without having appropriate pullbacks for longs. Fucking dirtbags. Fucking Biden voters. Diddy party having ass, Kamala Harris having ass. Welcome to the fucking Diddy party having ass, mother truckers. All right, let's go. Come on, like give me something here. Come on. Like this is like such horseshit, man. This is such horseshit. 15, 30, 45. We've been sitting up here for over an hour. Over an hour. This is fucking bullshit, man. Oh my fucking god, great. Now I'm fucking starting to give back what I fucking made today, man. Exactly what I didn't fucking want to do. Exactly what I didn't want to fucking do, man. You fucking dirtbags. Fucking dirtbags, man. Like, come on, man. You know you want to pull back to VWAP. Go. Pull back to VWAP. Give us a test. You haven't even came back down to 480 yet. Like, that's insane. That's crazy to me. Like, you have no strength to the upside. You're not ripping and roaring to the upside. Pull it the hell back. Test VWAP. It just fucking held 483. Like a dirtbag. Well, we're going to 484. Jesus fucking Christ.
Artificial intelligence spending, along with management's efforts to monetize those investments, are expected to be key topics on the call. Joining us now with thoughts on the AI space is XIA, an award-winning AI expert and CEO of AI Intelligence. To monetize those investments are expected to be key topics on the call. Joining us now with thoughts on the AI space is XIA, an award-winning AI expert and CEO of AI consulting firm Malo Santo. Good to see you. So I wonder, XIA, if security might actually take a more prominent role in this call, A, because there's rumor out there that if there's a Wiz acquisition to be done, it might get announced on this call, and then because of what we saw out of CrowdStrike last week.
Definitely. I believe that cybersecurity is going to be a key factor in all earnings reports for companies moving forward after the CrowdStrike failure that happened last week, which resulted in global outages. I think Alphabet has always been a leader in the cybersecurity space. When we look back at their Q1 earnings reports, it really was their cloud gains that drove a lot of that new revenue that allowed them to go almost 25% up year over year. And those cloud gains were the introduction of tools to be able to accelerate AI adoption within an enterprise, but also tools to secure the adoption of those AI tools within enterprise. So I think that we're really coming into an age where we're going to see a lot more AI and cybersecurity conversations go hand in hand, from both protecting the traditional infrastructure, but also from protecting the algorithms itself. And Alphabet stands to be a leader in that space.
Do you think the CrowdStrike disaster has an impact on perception of AI? Because I heard a few people say, well, how come AI didn't prevent this? But it seems to me like the bigger question might be, might AI do something like this in the future? And then the provenance of something falling apart is even harder to trace. Oh, who put that patch out? Well, I don't know. Actually, the software did it by itself.
Oh, 100%. I think that there's always a fear that the machines can make the same mistakes that humans make. And if folks don't have the ability to understand why their algorithms are making the decisions that they make, then they do run the risk of things like, hey, it made a decision I don't understand and I don't know how to repair it. However, with CrowdStrike in particular, the reason why the failure happened was not because of AI at all. And the question of why didn't AI prevent it goes back to the EU's anti-competition agreement that they made with Microsoft back in 2009, where they forced Microsoft to allow different providers to be able to access what they call the kernel level changes, which are system deep level changes inside of Microsoft Windows systems. And so CrowdStrike, which is a third-party software provider, runs this cybersecurity software that basically goes in and every couple hours a day shoots out updates that update that kernel level change so that it can monitor for better cybersecurity vulnerabilities or potential malware. And what happened was they made a kernel level change that they didn't practice rolling out correctly. They tested it correctly, but didn't test how they rolled it out. And so it ended up locking a bunch of devices. Now, because CrowdStrike has most of their clients are almost exclusively businesses, even though only 1% of the computers that run their software were affected in this, we saw global outages. So it brings to question, what responsibilities do enterprises have to be able to test things before they deploy them when their impact can be so big, whether that's an algorithm or a cybersecurity update.
Now, XIA, a question for you about culture that's really a politics question, but cloaked in culture, about Silicon Valley. Ultra-rich Silicon Valley, and I'm talking the VCs, the entrepreneurs who have had big exits, have long ranged between moderate and libertarian conservative. But worker Silicon Valley has tended to be a lot more liberal, right, than those who have a whole lot of money. So how do you think the emergence of Vice President Kamala Harris as the strongest right now candidate for the Democratic nomination shuffles things from Silicon Valley's perspective?
I think that it furthers the existing divide around the AI conversation, particularly around regulation. When you look at both sides of the presidential candidate tickets, whether it's Kamala Harris, who represents and has deep ties to Silicon Valley, being an Oakland native, being the former district attorney in San Francisco, as well as the former attorney general of California. She represents the legislative side of AI, of regulating it, of being able to bring balance to it, and has spoken, including at last year's AI Safety Summit, hosted by the White House, that she fundamentally does not believe that you are needing to put innovation and regulation against each other, that both can coexist, that regulation doesn't inherently slow down innovation. Now, on the flip side of that presidential ticket, you have Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Now, J.D. Vance himself is a venture capitalist with deep ties to folks like Peter Thiel, who's, instrumental in PayPal's success and has lots of business ties with folks like Elon Musk, who are on a very different end of the spectrum. I mean, some of the first funds that J.D. Vance raised were almost $1 billion, and he's been a part of VC funds that have raised $1 billion. And a lot of the push inside of both Silicon Valley as well as in different regulatory entities to slow down regulation is coming from those bodies, because they believe that the more regulation they have, the slower they're going to have to move, which doesn't really sit well with their bottom line. So I think with Kamala emerging as the new potential presidential nominee for the Democratic Party, it's really going to be about which side do you believe? Which side are you on? Do you believe that we can have regulatory bodies, regulation on technology and still innovate? Or do you believe that we need less regulation in order to innovate? Because that's what both sides are essentially representing in their approaches to AI.
All right. XIA from Malo Santo, thank you very much. Great to have you with us.
And speaking of tech, we'll dive into what a potential Kamala Harris presidency.
We got to talk
could mean
about
for the
what she
future
just
of tech
did right
policy,
there, guys. And I want you guys to
deal-making,
know
and
this.
so forth. Power Lunch will be
I
right
want you
back.
guys to know this. She literally just lied on national television. I'm gonna. You guys know she did. If you don't know, I'm gonna remind you. Give me 1 second.
So your standards for installs are pretty high, right?
Yeah, Brian, you can have the best window or door in the world. If it's not installed correctly, it's going to fail. So we don't hire these jack of all trades installers to do everything siding on the side. Our window installation teams keep our windows year in, year out, and done thousands of them. Anytime a homeowner has to do multiple home improvement companies, they get stuck in the blame game. Yeah, with other companies, if there's an issue, the manufacturer blames the installer blames the manufacturer. With us, there's no finger pointing or blaming each other. We're both the installer and the manufacturer.
Ted, is it easy for a homeowner to get a price?
Very easy. We'll come out to your house, we'll assess your current patio door and windows, and then we'll give you an exact price that's good for an entire year.
Ted, that's great information. Thank you.
Before July 31st, buy one window, patio door, or entry door, and get the next one 40% off. That's 40% off with a minimum purchase of 4. And our financing can help make this project more affordable with no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest for 12 months. This offer ends July 31st. For a free appointment with Renewal by Anderson, call 1-800-918-0808.
You are bountiful. Your skeleton can support 2 times your weight. It's in your nature to stand strong. Supplement your bones with high absorption magnesium. Nature's bounty. It's in your nature.
During a tough game, I'm super nervous, but I'm so poised. When I think about ambition, I think about determination to execute your goal, whether that's on career.
Oh my God, this fucking keyboard, man.
And Peacock.
So yeah.
Welcome back. Kamala Harris's entrance into this race is leading many to ask
This
who
fucking
will think
position,
tech
man.
support.
I swear to
Both
God,
Trump
bro.
and the Biden administration have taken
Shut
hard
the
lines.
fuck up, you fucking dirty hoe. Sorry for the language. I was just kidding. I'm so tired of hearing about Trump and Biden and all these people that are coming on. Like, they literally just had a person on that just flat out lied about this regulation or no regulation is what you're, bringing up Peter Thiel and Elon Musk. Bro, Elon went to the White House and CNBC and the rest of them covered it. And he even said on TV when they all walked out, they bum rushed them when they walked out of the White House. And said we needed more regulation for AI. Right? Like, come on. Like, it's just funny. That's just funny. It's actually the complete opposite of what that last lady was said. And this is exactly why people get upset with the media. It's exactly why. That is the problem. Like, the fact that Democrats control the majority of what people watch on TV is backed by Democratic owners in and of itself is sick. Bloomberg last night did not like it at all. There was one person that said, what is wrong with solving the Ukraine war and putting that money back into the infrastructure that's dying in the United States? Bringing up good, solid points. Everything else was Biden, Harris, Biden, Harris, Biden, Harris. But nothing about the other side on Bloomberg last night. I literally had to I'm like thinking to myself, I didn't turn it, but I'm like, this is actually pretty fucking sad. That the TV is going to dictate who the next presidency is because they're just going to jam it down these people's throats and they don't even think about the shit. They don't even think about it. Look, there's so much buying going on today, guys. This fucking sucks, bro. I was hoping for a little bit of just a pullback down here to 582, 580, VWAP something, but it looks like we just can't get nothing our way. There's just no selling at all. None. I hope to God we do the right thing and get these fucking piece of shits out of there. I really do. Oh, man. I can't wait for this shit to be over with. And don't ask much from me. This country's going down the wrong road. Like, if we end up like California, it's going to be so bad. Because, like, I just see it when I watch a few different things. It's not a podcast, but you can see how the police are starting to go to the civilians and harass civilians that are driving. People don't even want to drive anymore because they pull people over all the time. I can't watch DDE without watching those guys get pulled over literally every single fucking drive. Even the other guys that film driving. What's his name from the Iced Coffee Hour? I forget it. What the heck is his name? I forget his name. He doesn't even like to drive because of that very reason. You can't go nowhere or be a working, productive citizen and have something in life over there with the government's trying to take it from you because they've ran out the businesses with all these crazy ass fucking ideas because taxes are already too high. And on top of that, they have this stupid lawlessness. They have the most ridiculous the most common sense type laws that shouldn't even have allocated lawyers and funds to even pass or even be worried about. Like, They've ran them out, so now they have to harass people. So if this play, I just hope we don't end up like California. I pray we don't end up like California. Yeah. Oh, 4th of July is canceled. You can't have fireworks this year. Nope, can't have a. You can't wear a bulletproof vest. Like, wait, what? You can't wear a bulletproof vest. That's illegal. That's illegal to wear. Wait, how? In what manner of anyone, a citizen wearing a bulletproof vest, in what way does that harm anyone? Like, what the fuck are we doing, guys? And they keep drinking the juice. They keep drinking it. I seen the most crazy video this weekend with this guy was over in California. Just a few questions that he asked. These people, they truly believe just the most crazy, idiotic things. It's actually crazy to see how out of touch with reality they are. Like, both candidates care for America. One wants to overregulate and, you know, continue to grow big government. I don't want that. That's what I don't want. The government. I don't need the government to cradle me or future kids from cradle to birth, or from birth to death. It's not their place. It's not their job. And it's just so funny to see them act in a way like, oh, we gotta shut the border now. We've opened it for 6 months. Like, piled all these people in here. Now, quick, shut it. Shut it, because they're not, the people don't like it. Oh yeah, I'm screwed on this trade, guys. I gotta ride this one into the grave. I'm fucked. Unless something happens at the end of the day, I'm fucked on this one. I'm giving back every good thing that I did today. Kinda. The second trade, I should say. This third one's taking back some of the second trade, but I still believe that we could, like look at this volume. Like, look at this volume that's here. You know, I'm just gonna have to wait and be patient. You know, I'm just gonna have to be patient. Like their purpose. You guys see how they're purposefully not retesting 482? They're gonna run it up before they run it down, so that these options don't pay because we got them at a really good price and they know it. And what's fucked up is I haven't had a second opportunity to get back out of these when we initially got that downside move. It's crazy. I should have just taken the fucking 16, 17, 18 cents. I tried. I was going slow. It just took me too long to get out of it. This is going to fucking piss me the fuck off, man. This sucks. Hello, 484, just like I said. They're going to chew up both sides of this trade. Dude, the fucking 1 minute still has, like look at the 1 minute. MACD's starting to go, has been going negative. Trying to. This is crazy. They're pinning it on purpose. I know they are. Just to dick over people. Like, look at this. This thing's pulling back. You're going to get a monster rip. You're just going to get a monster rip. Whenever you see that, that's bullish. I just can't get over that. I can't get over that. I didn't have at all another opportunity to get out of those. The volume is awful. Does anybody know what happened there at 11 o'clock?
Stop the itch sanity with Cortisone 10 for bug bites, poison ivy, and other itches. Cortisone 10 is #1 doctor recommended. It works fast and lasts for hours. Cortisone 10.
DEL in your stock trading app today. Investing in the trust may not be suitable for all investors. Investing involves significant risk, as the value of Bitcoin is highly volatile. You could lose your entire investment. Carefully read the prospectus.
You could lose your entire investment.
How about this sweet giggle? I like fishing. Or is this a little more your
So
style?
funny.
Retiring well isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this.
Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the
Come on, Frank. Let's go.
Yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317.
Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Call now for your free retirement survival kit, 1-800-213-5317.
See if your dream retirement is on track. If your retirement portfolio is $500,000 or more, give us a call.
Call 1-800-213-5317.
You have an excellent warranty.
Declining GDP. Yo, look at those fucking tails. Wow. There's just no size.
I can tell your appliances and home assistants are protected. Covered repairs and replacements are taken care of. Warranty never lies. Half off cookie dough. American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty.
Litter Robot has now solved the litter box problem for over 1 million pet parents around the world. Hi, I'm Brad Baxter, founder of Whisker and Litter Robot. You'll never scoop again, and your cat will always have.
Come on, man. This is such fucking bullshit, bro. Like, seriously, this is fucking bullshit. This is seriously bullshit. There we go. Get some size in there. Let's go. Let's go.
Welcome back. Markets are hanging in there in the green. AMC is up 9%. Bloomberg reporting the company is restructuring its debt, up as much as 15% in
Man, just give me a fucking opportunity to get back down there. We still have an hour left.
Let's bring our viewers up to speed, shall we? And by viewers, I mean Kelly 20 minutes ago, trying to figure this all out. Another story we're watching, Kamala Harris providing some viral personality to kick off her 2024 presidential bid. The Veep hopped on the Brat Summer trend, changing her official campaign X page to have a Kamala HQ banner in the Brat look, which is that green there with the simple font. Now, if you don't know, and some of us had no idea, this is all a reference to Charlie XCX's ultra-popular album Brat that has taken TikTok, John, and Gen Z by storm. Harris's move has the younger generation buzzing. Charlie herself gave Harris
No,
Brat sample
Kamala does not have them buzzing.
not just a Brat Summer, pop stars like Chappell Roan and Sabrina Carpenter are also putting industry staples like Taylor Swift and Katy Perry on the back burner.
Let's fucking go. Is that 17 cents right there? Dude, let's go. What just happened? Bro. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. What'd I tell you guys? Dude. What the heck was going on? Oh my gosh. Something's going on, guys. Alright, I took that off of there. 18 cents, baby. Let's get it. Let's go. Great job. Great job. We still got out. We still did it. I knew it would work. We just had to hang on. Sometimes you got to be patient. Understand you might be a little bit early. That's the thing with trading daily options, is that you can get a little bit nervous, but when the chart tells you to do something, you just fucking do it. And you wait, and you just get frustrated, and then you get rewarded.
Harris campaign aims to have enough delegates to secure nomination by the end of the day.
Volatility, baby. Let's go. It's raining volatility. Hallelujah. God Damn.
Kamala Harris's campaign ends to wrap up her presidential nomination by Wednesday night by securing a majority of nearly 4,000 Democrats.
Nobody cares, Kamala.
Delegates needed to win. That's from Reuters sources.
Fucking Diddy party having
Harris
ass.
needs about 1,969 of the 3,936 Democratic
That was a
delegates.
beautiful downside move, guys, out of nowhere. Out of nowhere, man. That's why you got to be quick with this shit, because I think we still have more room, you guys. We still have more room. We still have more room. Be careful. If we don't hold this level, shit could get real ugly and real volatile. So that's why I didn't mind hanging on, because I knew that paying 10 cents for that, if I just got $1 in it, like, I'm golden, baby. I'm good. I'm golden. I'm good. You know? So if we're at, you know, again, the Qs are at 482. Damn, that was a quick drop. I didn't even see it. Like, do you see how... See how quick that happened?
DPD, Trade Desk, and DO Google CMA accepted commitments by Google on third-party cookies.
Friday, Thursday, Wednesdays. So right now we're at Wednesday's low, guys. We're at Wednesday's low. Let's see if we...
Trade Desk getting a pop to the high on that.
There was something of it was. The Trade Desk offering cookies now? I like this company. I haven't...
$100.25 at the high for Trade Desk. That's up about 4% at the high.
It seems as if this burst in market breadth and some of the more cyclical tone of the leadership last week, at least the perception is, and what Chris is saying, it sort of buys the market a little bit.
You know what I didn't do there? I needed to make sure. I'm sure I did, but I don't remember if I did.
In market breadth
Was look to make sure that I wasn't, you know, that it wasn't the AMC contracts instead of the QQQ contracts. You can get really messed up that way.
I guess, what would you read out of it in terms of what it says about what earnings are going to be and whether the macro message is one that you would buy into?
I think Chris's point about financials is interesting because that's where we've seen the most earnings revisions higher in this earnings season. They contributed the most to the upside in earnings for the overall S&P. So we think this market will still be driven by earnings revisions, and that likely colors things like the growth versus value trade. Growth earnings continue to move higher, really boosted by tech. Value in earnings continue to drift lower. If that starts to change, maybe you see a durable leadership change, but if it doesn't, it means more of the same kind of narrow leadership that we've been having.
The other part of it is all this started up as we got to the finish of the second quarter and a little past, let's say the first 2 weeks of July. We're at a high. Sentiment and positioning is looking like it's getting a little bit out on a limb. So Cameron, do you think that this sort of rotation, this little bumpy rotation, has taken care of some of that?
I don't think quite yet. It's been so slight, and you didn't even test the 50-day moving average for the S&P 500. If you look at those sentiment and positioning measures, they are stretched. They're not quite as extreme as they were in times like early 2018 or late 2021. So that would suggest that maybe there is more juice to pull people off the sidelines and get them into the market. And so what we put those risks into the camp of being not Tom Clancy risk, where they're not a clear and present danger, but we can't ignore them, because eventually if you see earnings revisions start to move lower, they'll run into the fact that the market is expensive, positioning is stretched, and eventually that could cause some volatility.
Jordan, weigh in here in terms of, you know, whether the action recently and even today.
Another big order to the buy side, 4,300. Not as big as 83,000, but it's still a big one. Still a big order there.
Interact with all this.
So we're out of those puts for a really nice profit. A really nice profit. Nice job on hanging on, guys.
And really what
just got to be a just got to be a shark.
Cooling but not freezing over, and the disinflationary trend is back.
Matter of fact, I need to go watch Gordon Gekko again before a couple times tonight, so I come in tomorrow like Gordon Gekko. You know what? I might even just dress up like I'm going to be Gordon Gekko tomorrow.
The bulk of the index is still.
While I wait for GDP, you know what? Let's wait for for
roughly
GDP
2,000
before
on a
we
trailing
pull out the
12-month
Gordon
basis.
Gekko.
The Fed's going to be cutting interest rates very gradually, and again, growth is cooling, not re-accelerating here. I'd probably be a bigger believer in sort of this rotation into the rest of the large cap sectors, and taking some of the chips off the table from your big winners in tech and dispersing that to some of the more unloved sectors that have underperformed as of late. And this really feeds through into the narrative of earnings recovery coming out of the other sectors of the market outside of tech. You know, you're talking about potentially by the fourth quarter of this year, financials posting 40% year-over-year earnings growth. Now, some of that is base effects from a weak fourth quarter of last year, but some of that is genuine, net interest margin income beginning to inflect positive, and consumers hanging in there. So that's sort of how I'm thinking about this rotation as of late. Sure, and Chris, all this has gone on as bond yields have come off the boil. Maybe they look to be breaking down, and it's kind of opened the way for a lot of this movement. So can we count on that?
Yeah, I mean, we've been very forcefully of the view that bond yields are done for this cycle, that we've seen the cyclical highs, particularly on the short end. And the 2-year yields got very oversold last week. They traded as low as about 440. They're bouncing here a touch, but there's a ton of resistance on top of this market in terms of yields in the, call it 450 to 460 neighborhood. I think ultimately you're talking about a terminal 2-year yield of maybe 375, even 350. And what does that mean for things like Bitcoin? Great response the last week and a half. What does it mean for home builders, which have come off their oversold conditions? So I think the market very much is trading rates, and we expect that's a tailwind.
We got PCE coming, Cameron, right, at the end of the week. I mean, have we kind of disarmed the inflation data for, taking away its ability to scare us, or are we going to be reminded?
Typically, by the time we get to PCE, we've had CPI and PPI, so there is a lot more certainty about what the numbers will come in. And the market is expecting a very benign number. You look at the month-over-month for headline, they're expecting 0, which just means that this is a market that continues to think that the disinflation narrative will be intact, and the data supports it. The question is, as we move into the back half of the year and into 25, will we continue to see that disinflation? And that could be something as a far right tail or left tail risk that we would consider as moving yields and potentially affecting market leadership if we see stickier inflation. But right now, the data doesn't suggest that.
Yeah, and Jordan, you mentioned that obviously the market reacting to this retreat in inflation and confidence that it's going to continue at a time when the overall economy is decelerating, but really perhaps not stalling. Are you concerned at all by some of the further slowdown fears, whether it's from unemployment claims or frankly, this really, I would say, ambiguous data flow that we've gotten? Because last week you also got some upside surprises on retail sales and all the rest. But before that, people were very sensitive to any sign that the economy was faltering.
Sure. So, I'm not too concerned just yet about the growth backdrop. Obviously, as you mentioned, retail sales came in stronger alongside some upward revisions to previous month's data. Industrial production also came in a bit firmer. The labor market, when I look at some of the initial unemployment claims, some of that is some seasonality. You tend to get this period being sort of weak seasonals on the initial claims. Also,
we're gonna see. No, not weak seasonals.
Pretty significant.
That don't come until wintertime and
now,
shit.
The continuing claims number,
get some storms and stuff that are happening, and we said that for the hurricane, but let's just face it.
Layoffs truly picking up.
Yeah, exactly.
But more so companies just slowing their hiring, which potentially can have some upward pressure on some of these numbers. So, I'm still in the camp that this is an economy that is normalizing to 2%.
It's not normalizing when they're hiring 80,000 state employees to keep the job numbers propped up.
Labor demand. Now, obviously, some of the policies,
let's be honest,
depending on the outcome in November, could shift that narrative. But we're not there yet.
Well, Jordan, you have the Capitol Dome behind you, so you're going to have to tell us exactly what all the politics and policy flux might mean for all this. It's been fascinating because the rotations we're discussing have their macroeconomic and earnings-based reasons for occurring and just positioning, frankly. And then you put the
it feels like it's going to be a boring close, guys. It does. It really feels like it's going to be a boring close.
It would seem like it feeds in the same direction. So how do you tease that out, and do you expect the market to keep trading on those probabilities?
I do, to some extent, continue to expect the market to trade on potential political outcomes, but I'm worried that the market is erroneously doing that, right? We've seen in the past just certain policy agendas don't necessarily.
What would make him think that things are erroneous when they say all the time on the news that shit isn't
Trump's first
erroneous?
administration,
Why
in
don't
which
they
he,
trust us? This,
sort
that,
of
and the third.
supported, traditional
Like,
oil and energy sector. The S&P 500 energy sector was down by about 40% under his first administration, but actually rallied almost 200%.
the only reason we're talking
under,
about the two
President
candidates
Biden.
not being
And so you have
okay
to
and
be
being
very careful
elderly
sort of trading the
and not
noise
being all
from
the
a
way there is
broader
because
macro
Biden,
growth
in fact,
perspective.
isn't.
I am a little bit concerned
Like,
about assuming a fully Republican sweep,
Anyway.
the stagflationary policies that could come
Yes,
out of
no
that.
sweeps.
Typically, trade wars tend to be stagflationary, and the tariffs that he's talked about potentially implementing, I think,
Would help
could be pretty
inflation.
significant and market moving. But again, I think in the near term,
And
all this
listen, let's just be
contributes to
clear
elevated volatility.
about this. I'm so tired of this shit. He is only talking about tariffs, just like Joe Biden is talking about tariffs, against companies that do not work with us or do something like hacks and do other things that are not fair. All right? That are not fair. Either like China, they're simply going to make, like, there's no way that they're going to let them even just like make a product, sell it here like a vehicle, and then let them, do what they do and act like they're going to invade Taiwan. Today they were supposed to start military drills, by the way. I wrote that down. So I don't know if that's tonight, if it started today, or what. But here we go. Nice test here of 482. Let's see if we can hold it and have a run up to 486, guys.
Have, as you know, Mike, the macro dynamic of what was the soft landing winner in 94, 95? It was financials.
Yeah.
Ironically, what was the loser? It was tech. So let's watch these semi-rallies here. I think if there's a risk, these semi-rallies try to make new highs and don't and fail.
Cameron, I am interested in what the degree to which it's applicable now to kind of use as a template.
Just out of my mind. I'm a little
16,
tired.
17, mostly because
it's been a rough
we were
day.
coming out of this prolonged period of stubbornly low inflation.
Is AMC
stubbornly
still
weak
halted?
growth, and the idea of reflationary policies, if that's what we were going to get after the 2016 election,
Damn, I'm
was
down.
exactly.
All right, so it doesn't matter, guys, that
Yeah, and we were starting at the
just
point
so
of a
we're
higher
clear, AMC is still paid for. I'm still profitable on the day, even if that trade goes to 0. All right, just so you guys are aware, that's how we do it.
exacerbating some of the labor shortages that
Exacerbate.
we
I
still
wish you
see
would
in pockets of the
exacerbate.
economy. You also look at things like
Let me not
durable
say
goods
that shit.
inflation.
It's
That really
ridiculous.
picked up when
All right, guys,
tariffs were enacted. Overall inflation moderated, partially because of oil prices. So
gotta
there's
do a better
different
job.
pockets to point out and look at to say, could these policies potentially exacerbate inflation? It remains to be seen. It is a very hotly debated topic.
Chris, you mentioned Bitcoin. What is that keying off of? I mean, aside from maybe some policies that allow it to,
Well, we've been very keen on the idea that Bitcoin's entire existence is predicated on the explosion of liquidity conditions coming out of the GFC in 08 and 09. So I think, therefore, looking at it through the lens of a liquidity barometer, certainly one that kind of tries to grasp risk appetite is appropriate here. And the velocity with which over the last week and a half it's come back to the highs, or roughly the highs, I think is impressive. And
It's a
would just
beautiful
also add
pattern.
on Cameron's point with respect to maybe
It's a
the
beautiful
comparison, or not
pattern.
comparison to 16. Watch rates here from that perspective. Rates right now are the big glaring difference, right? We had rates up immediately after the Trump win in 16. We think they've topped here. The yields look heavy. Is that a message that the bond market is kind of keen on the idea that maybe the feet come off the accelerator when it comes to the economy in 25?
Yeah, obviously that, we don't know what all the swing factors are, I guess, in terms of what's moving these markets, but it is interesting to try and decipher them. Great to talk to you. Thanks so much. Thank you. Chris, Cameron, and Jordan. Appreciate it. Let's send it over to Seema Modi now for a look at the biggest names moving into the close. Hi, Seema.
Mike, 44 minutes left in trade. We have our eyes on shares of Verizon slipping more than 6% after the company
That's a
posted
shame.
weaker than expected revenue in the second quarter. The company's CEO told CNBC this morning that its products are delivering more value to customers, but those comments failing to lift the stock, which is now the second worst performer on the S&P 500 today, behind only CrowdStrike. And IQVIA Holdings continues to climb. It is the best performer in the S&P 500 today. The healthcare services company releasing better than expected earnings this morning, and Leerink Partners upping its price target on the stock from 270 to 270 from 267. It's also on pace for its best day since February, up about 7.5%, Mike.
All right, Seema, thank you. Talk to you again soon. We are just getting started here. Up next, Vice President Kamala Harris speaking for the first time since President Biden dropped out of the race for the White House, endorsing her for the Democratic ticket. We'll bring you a live report from D.C. with all the latest. Plus, how should investors potentially reposition their portfolio amid all this political uncertainty? We'll discuss with Pangea Policy's Terry Haynes after this break. We're live from the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
NVIDIA finally got above 123, guys. EMPH has earnings tomorrow, I think. Something like that.
Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab. But wait. Turn up the heat with Marco's new fiery pepperoni pizza for just $8.99. With our new 3-pepper spicy cheese blend and crispy cupped pepperoni on an always golden crust. Try the whole fiery flavors menu for a limited time. Thank you for calling. Please hold. When you talk to your custodian, does it feel like you're not being heard? Thank you for calling. Please hold. Now that's better. Trade PMR doesn't have a massive call center. Instead, your calls are answered by real people who know you by name and are empowered to help. Like me. Hey Chuck, how are you? What can I do for you? In any business, you ride the line between numbers and people. What's right for the business and what's best for everyone who depends on it. Solving today's challenges while creating future opportunities. It takes balance.
All right, that's it. Market's putting me to sleep. It's a fucking snooze fest.
Witness the greatness of Anna Hall on a connection worthy of gold. Xfinity Mobile. Only Xfinity gives you the most powerful mobile Wi-Fi network with speeds up to a gig.
I got so much work to do. I have so much work to do. It's not even funny. Like, to get done this week. Oh shit! Nice day today, guys.
Delta CEO says
4 trades, 3, or still in the 1, but 3 out of the 4 locked in green trades.
that much better. Delta CEO says Delta team
Multiple hundreds of, it's 100% from 200%, 80%. Big ranges on these options. Let's see here. So right now the market's putting my ass to sleep. So I'm just going to relax for a minute and wait until we get closer to the bell, which we are. It's 3:20.
South today.
Welcome back. The upcoming presidential election front and center in the minds of investors. Vice President Kamala Harris securing a critical endorsement earlier this afternoon, and donations are pouring in. CNBC's Emily Wilkins joins us now with the latest from Washington. Emily.
Hey, Mike. Well, yes, Kamala Harris continued to rack up those endorsements this afternoon. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who still holds an immense amount of sway on Capitol Hill, came out in support of Harris, saying that she personally has known Kamala Harris for decades, rooted in strong values, faith, and commitment to public service. And politically, Pelosi says, make no mistakes, Kamala Harris as a woman in politics is brilliantly astute, and I have full confidence that she will lead us to victory in November. Now, House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer have yet to endorse Harris, but Jeffries spoke with reporters today, and he said that they both plan to meet with Harris soon. He and Schumer then released a statement just moments ago saying that Harris is, quote, off to a great start, and noting that she is consistent with the grassroots and transparent process, appealing to voters and those in the Democratic Party. Fundraising has also been pouring in. The Democrats' main fundraising apparatus raised almost $67 million yesterday, and we've continued to see the ticker on the website. We've been watching it, and that number just keeps going up and up and up, Mike. It seems like there is a lot of enthusiasm right now that Harris seems to be having a lot of momentum, and right now really is the only frontrunner for the Democratic nomination.
Yeah, it's exactly what I was wondering about. I mean, obviously, very broad response. It's a lot of the folks who maybe on paper could have been challengers to her in this process seem to be endorsing her. Is there a faction out there in the party that's saying, hey, we should still have a more open convention? It should still be a little more of a test of voter preference?
Absolutely, because well, one thing that Democrats don't want to have this seen, they don't want to have it seen as a coronation. They want to make sure that Harris is seen as listening to voters, that they're seen as listening to voters, and they're seen as picking a candidate that will be responsive to the needs and the wants of voters. Of course, the difficulty is that there's not really anyone coming out to challenge Harris at this point. Yesterday, we thought for a second that Joe Manchin might come out, but no, he has said this morning that he will not be running. So again, it's not exactly clear how Harris is going to earn this nomination. And the Democratic National Committee themselves, they're still figuring out exactly what this policy and process is going to look like in coming days. So I think a number of unknowns at this point, but Harris is certainly gaining on the momentum. She's going up to Delaware, going to meet with Biden's staff at headquarters and really begin to talk with them. She said today is the first official day of her campaign and says there are 105 days left on the clock before November and the November elections.
Yeah, which is.
I'll let you guys know if I
little,
take
guess,
another
depending on
position,
how you,
but it's getting real.
It's absolutely
I'm falling asleep here.
Yeah, all right, Emily, thank you.
Red Bull's knocking me out.
Joining me now is Terry Haynes of Pangea Policy. Terry, give us your take on first of all, how you think this changes the equation for investors when it comes to either probable outcomes in November or just the policy issues that are in play.
Well, good to see you, Mike. And a couple of things. One is I expect Harris to be immediately competitive, and my instinct is probably more than that. Biden was much closer in a lot of polls than Democrats who were talking him down wanted to admit. Now they're switching around immediately to, hey, we're competitive and maybe more. But there is a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of money pouring in. People want energy in the campaign. They want energy in the executive. They weren't getting that with Biden. Second thing, the assumption is that Trump somehow has wrapped up the Republican Party and they're all united. I think that's still not true. You've still got some Republicans who'd rather not have him. Think of him as the Haley wing. Plus, he's still underwater with independents. And I think Harris probably changes that, particularly with her focus on social issues, which are going to get hammered again and again and again, and a really good ground game inherited from the Biden campaign. So what I would look for if I'm an investor is push back on a lot of this stuff. What's out there today is very knowable. You know what Harris is. Harris is Biden to the sequel by and large, with a little sharper edge. Trump is who he is, and people are already trading on that. But really, the makeup of Congress matters the most. And your previous segment, there was a lot of talk about 2016. That wasn't a Trump reaction. That was a Trump plus all Republican Washington that made tax reform in 2017 possible. Today, we've got a different situation where the Congress is very much likely to be politically split. And for that reason, you're going to see a lot more status quo in Washington than kind of bold action on either side, I think.
Well, and Terry, when it comes then to tax policy, status quo, does that mean that the Trump tax cuts expire because that's what's already sort of law at this point?
It does, yeah. Because if you're going to have, politically, my analysis, but political people's analysis, is that there's a split Congress. Next year there will be a barely Republican majority Senate, barely Democratic majority House. That split in a world where Democrats are already calling 2025 tax Armageddon, means that there's not going to be the likely scenario. The base case is that there's not going to be extension of the 2017 tax reform. Only if you get an all Republican sweep, which I think is less likely today than it was yesterday, will you have that.
Gotcha. And in terms of the other issues there, I mean, as we watch the market trade, you know, there's a sort of instinct that there's a certain playbook if you actually believe in red sweep, another playbook if you think that's highly unlikely, but also just the idea of a tighter race that leaves markets in suspense and it gets something closer to the near coin toss we thought it might be several months ago is something that could hold markets in check.
Yeah, before you're absolutely right. Before the Biden-Trump debate, this race was going to be very, very tight, and even after the Biden debate, it remained fairly tight. You know, and I think that Harris is in a position to be able to make up ground. So what you're looking at is a real photo finish, both in terms of the presidency, but as I say, very importantly, in terms of the Congress. Right now, you get a situation where the House probably swings on Republican seats that were picked up in 2022 in New York and New Jersey that Democrats were already targeting to get back. And in the Senate, Republicans are all but assured of a majority after Jim Justice was nominated in West Virginia. They only need basically one other pickup in order to have a majority there, net on net. So you know, all this is quite more knowable than I think a lot of markets people understand.
You say that, you know, a Harris campaign is essentially going to be Biden 2 or a continuation of the current administration. When it comes to something like, I mean, we know that the sort of tariff story, the differences there between these two likely candidates. But what about something like healthcare? Because those stocks have moved around quite a bit, whether it's about reimbursement rates or negotiating drug prices or things like that. Is that in play as well?
Well, under a Harris administration and the regulatory apparatus that she would control, all those things will continue as is. I mean, she may end up having to work with the Congress on some aspects of Medicare and Medicaid, but you know, drug price and all the rest is going to remain as is. You're going to have you know, all the usual plays, green stocks or all the rest. The thing I would look for in markets, though, is that regardless of who becomes president, and almost regardless of what the Congress is, you're going to see a continued ramp up in supplying the defense industrial base. There's going to be much more put not only into defense but in adjuncts like semis, and that's going to continue. It may be a matter of degree compared to between Harris and Trump, but there's going to be more defense and the like spending, and that's a response to the geopolitical situation about which there's a great deal of bipartisan agreement here.
Yeah, and I guess we have to throw out the standard disclaimers that, you know, you just sort of never know how events will overtake, because energy has been basically the best sector under Biden because of other things happening in the world. You wouldn't have necessarily thought so beforehand, right? So, Terry, thanks for the time. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, Mike.
All right, up next, your tech earnings playbook. The XLK tech ETF gaining more than 15% over the last 3 months. Deepwater's Doug Clinton will tell us where he's putting his money to work in that space and what he's expecting from the mega caps looming reports. That's after this break. Closing bell. We'll be right back.
Market's getting real boring.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
So this is pickleball? It's basically tennis for babies, but for adults. It should be called wiffle tennis. Yeah. These guys are intense. We got nothing to worry about. With D-Trade from Morgan Stanley, we're ready for whatever gets served up. Dude, you gotta work on your trash talk. I'd rather work on saving for retirement. Or college, since you like to get schooled. That's a pretty good burn, right? Got him. Game. Thanks for coming to our clinic. First one's free.
These bills are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine. She doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to cover term policy. Even a term policy? Even a term policy!
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-476-0100 or visit CoventryDirect.com.
Well, I'm a paid actor, and this isn't a real company. There's no way to fake how Upwork can help your business. Upwork is half the cost of our old recruiter, and they have top-tier talent in everything from PR to project management. Because this is how we work now.
I'm Marcus Lemonis, and I'm serious about business. The Overstock team works around the clock and across this country to find you the deals on top brands and deliver the goods. We hunt for factories to work with, closeouts, liquidations, in categories like furniture, home goods, clothing, outdoor collectibles, jewelry, and so much more. If you want it, we have it. When you buy it, it goes from the warehouse to your house. And let me be clear, we are Overstock, and we have the real deals.
This commercial was made using artificial intelligence and did not cost us a dime. Now we both get to save money.
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customize to align with your goals. All at your fingertips. Schwab investing themes, 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
Hi.
Roll. Speed now.
The bell rings. We are ready to go.
I can always count on Morgan to get to the core of the issue.
We both come super prepared, ready to jump on breaking news.
Morgan's got such great energy. Around here we call it Brenergy, right? That unique Morgan Brennan energy.
John is one of my favorite human beings, and he's one of the smartest people I know.
That's nice.
I always know we're going to be able to have a really fascinating conversation and deliver really insightful analysis.
Less than 28 minutes until the closing bell. Let's get back to Seema Modi for a look at the key stocks to watch.
Hey, Mike, Mattel rising as much as 20%. The stock was halted earlier.
Analysis.
Less than 28 minutes until the closing bell. Let's get back to Seema Modi for a look at the key stocks to watch. Seema.
Hey, Mike, Mattel rising as much as 20%. The stock was halted earlier for volatility after Reuters reported that buyout firm L Catterton has approached the toy maker with an offer. L Catterton is a private equity firm backed by luxury goods giant LVMH. Mattel will report earnings tomorrow after the closing bell, so we're waiting for any potential news. Stock up 15% at this time. And Chinese tech giants rebounding today after Beijing lowered short and long-term borrowing costs, raising hopes that it will spur business and consumer activity. Both Alibaba and Baidu are higher by around 2% right now. Keep in mind, Baidu is still down about 22% so far this year, Mike.
All right, Seema, thank you. Up next, navigating the tech trade, Deepwater Asset Management's Doug Clinton is back and breaking out his playbook for the sector this earnings season. He'll join me after this break. Closing bell will be right back. fiber. Welcome back. Second quarter earnings season shifting into high gear this week as investors brace for results from mega cap tech and the NASDAQ rebounds from its worst week since April. Alphabet kicks things off tomorrow after the bell. Joining me here at Post 9 is Alphabet shareholder Doug Clinton of Deepwater Asset Management. Doug, good to see you.
Good to see you, Mike.
So we had this crack in the NASDAQ 100 and all the related names. And in retrospect, everyone could say, wow, they really were crowded. They really did dominate the market oxygen for a long period of time. This was an important reset. I guess, what do you do right now? Has there been a more fundamental rethink of what's behind these names or not?
We're sticking with tech, to make it clear and simple. I think the reality is this. If you look at what's happening now in the AI era and you compare it to the dot-com era, popular comparison, but I think it's apt. During that dot-com era, 94 to 2000, we had 11 corrections of 10% or more in the NASDAQ. And so as we think about this technologically driven boom that we're in right now, 5% shift really over the last 2 years, 18 months, let's call it, since AI broke out, is not that much to speak of in that context. And we still think the AI thing is just getting started. So these pieces and these corrections along the way are just part of the puzzle.
Starting to hear a little more chatter questioning just exactly how long the CapEx boom in AI is going to last. Obviously, it's well financed. It's by the biggest companies in the world. They have tons of cash to spend. I mean, this is very solid as a source of demand. But the question is, if you start to see maybe not as quick a payoff monetization of a lot of these initiatives, do they just dial back?
We don't think they will. And I mean, I think that's going to be one of the prime topics as we think about Q2 earnings is what do all the mega cap tech companies say about their CapEx plans? That was the highlight, I think, last quarter, really.
Yeah.
They were more aggressive than people realize. And I think we're going to see that same messaging. And the reality is, if you think about AI and the mega caps, they sort of have to invest. They can't stop. We think of it as sort of this Pascalian wager, right? Believe in God, don't believe in God. If you don't believe in God, you're destined to purgatory. And if these companies don't invest in AI and their competitors get it right, they're in purgatory because they're no longer a mega cap company.
So they have to behave as if they believe it, whether they do or not. And I guess the question is, I mean, you mentioned last time CapEx plans last quarter were higher than expected, and the market rewarded them for the most part for it. Does that dynamic continue at this point?
I don't know that they'll reward these companies. I think it's to be expected, though. And I think where it may play out is when we think about these hardware companies, and they've seen some of the most severe correction the last couple of weeks here. I think we may get some renewed interest in those companies because they're still the prime beneficiaries of this CapEx spend.
Where does that bring you with regard to Alphabet at this point? It has been, a little bit more of the slow and steady to some degree, I guess, recently.
It has been. It's been maybe quietly one of the better performers of the Mag 7 group this year. It's still our favorite mega cap tech name, period. And I think if we think about two things, one is valuation. It trades at the cheapest multiple of the entire Mag 7 group. Right? And we also think on top of that, they trade at this cheap multiple, but they have the best story, I think, around who could really win big in AI. They've got a foundation model that's competitive with Gemini. They've got their own infrastructure, their own compute that they're building with TPUs, and they have huge distribution. I don't think any other company in the Mag 7 group can really say that other than Google.
Do expectations for Google in particular seem like they're reasonable heading in, or is the bar high?
I think they're reasonable. I think that's a good word to use here. I don't think the bar is excessively high. Particularly, you look at, again, the multiple on it. If the multiple were much higher, you look at a multiple like an NVIDIA or maybe a Microsoft.
Sure.
I think expectations are a little bit higher there. For Google, I think they're sort of reasonable, and I think the quarter will be fine.
Love to get your thought on CrowdStrike. I know you have owned it in the past. Here it's, a third off its highs. Follow through selling today. Where's your stance on it?
It deserves to be a third off its highs. I think after what happened, I mean, that goes without saying. The reality for us is this: it's a great company. I think it's going to take a quarter or two for them to work out what does this look like for the business going forward. I don't know that they're going to lose a lot of customers. They're not going to lose a lot of logos over this, but I think there's going to be a lot of pricing discussions as customers come back to renew and say, hey, take care of us. There was a big problem here, and I think that's going to take some time to work itself out.
Yeah, and for a stock that's, richly valued as it is right now for lots of growth. All right, Doug, good to talk to you. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, still ahead, NVIDIA shares on the rise today after a rough run last week. All the details behind today's bounce and how it could impact the rest of the semi space. Plus, Zions Bancorp reporting earnings in overtime. We'll run you through the key themes and metrics to look out for coming up. Closing bell, we'll be right back. Welcome back. A top Bank of America strategist out with a new warning for investors, citing several economic indicators that have historically signaled the end of a rally. For all the details, head to cnbc.com/propick or scan the QR code on your screen. Up next, NXP reporting at the top of the hour. That stock seeing steady gains over the last few months. So can that strength be sustained into the back half of the year? We'll discuss that and much more when we take you inside the market zone. We are now in the closing bell market zone. Seema Modi is back, digging into the bounce in NVIDIA shares. Plus, Mizuho's Vijay Rakesh looking ahead to NXP Semiconductors earnings out after the bell. And Leslie Picker on Truist's latest quarter and what it could mean for Xion's reporting in overtime. So, Seema, nice bounce in NVIDIA. Gets it back to, I guess, where it was about 4 days ago.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And there's those two bullish reports out this morning, Mike. One from Piper Sandler, raising its price target on NVIDIA to $140, suggesting around 13% upside from current levels, citing NVIDIA's upcoming Blackwell release, which is slated for fall of this year. And Citi has opened a 30-day upside call on NVIDIA as analysts there eagerly await a fireside chat between CEO Jensen Huang and Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg. Both leaders are expected to talk artificial intelligence and potential collaborations. Analysts there also add that the geopolitical risk that weighed on chip stocks last week presents a good buying opportunity. Now, with today's price action, Today, stock is now less than 10% from its recent high, trading higher by around 4.6% in today's trade, Mike.
Seema, thank you very much. Vijay, NXP Semiconductor, obviously in a different part of the industry. What's the setup here as they try to contend with a cycle that's been a little bit tough?
Sure. Thanks for having me on, Mike. I think if you look at the analog group as a whole, including XPI, what we're seeing is probably 2 years of underperformance. And so we think now what we're seeing is the analog group has finally gone through a significant inventory correction, and we should start to see inventory across the supply chain start to normalize. And that sets it up for a nice, nice outperformance over the next 6 months, 2 years. What we see also is automotive in the June quarter has been fairly strong. Both global LVP has been up 3% sequentially, and China, where they have a big footprint, has been up 12% sequentially on the automotive side. So that should be a tailwind for an XPI here in the June quarter when they report. So we see that analog group actually start to catch up after a period of relative underperformance and start to actually outperform the group. So.
What would you expect the street would need to see in the way of guidance at this point? What seems to be priced in?
Yeah, I think what the street would be looking for is definitely modest acceleration on the top line, plus also inventory starting to flatten out or come down, especially as a lot of these suppliers, chip suppliers, are holding utilization fairly at low levels. And so as demand picks up, an automatic translation from that would be lower inventories, and that obviously is very positive for the entire supply chain. So.
You do mention this sort of overhang of increasing fab capacity. Is that something that is going to be sort of worked off as a concern gradually?
Yeah, there's definitely a concern over the last 9-12 months. But what we've seen recently is almost every chip supplier has been cutting back utilization. So that obviously takes out some of the concern on overcapacity. But you're still seeing, definitely concerns of capacity building out in some of the other segments of analog, like silicon carbide on the EV side, especially in China. And so that continues to be a little bit of a headwind. But obviously, XPI does not play on the silicon carbide side. They are primarily on the silicon side. And there you have gone through a significant adjustment across the supply chain. So.
I know you upgraded NXP a couple months ago, I guess, not too far from current levels, but you prefer it to other names in the group like Texas Instruments?
Yeah, we actually think an XPI, Microchip, etc., should all start to do well over the next 6-12 months. TI obviously is a global leader in analog, but where they have some challenges is they're bringing on a lot of capacity, obviously bringing on multiple fabs. And they also have a little bit of a headwind in China where there's a lot of pricing pressure and a lot of capacity coming on domestically. But what you see typically in a market that's kind of starting to go, starting to roar back is some of the lower-end names start to outperform, and that's what you're seeing on Texas Instruments. But we do see some challenges there, given the capacity and the capex levels that they have. So.
Got it. Vijay, thanks very much. We'll see what the numbers are in just a bit. We are getting some news out of Warner Brothers Discovery. Alex Sherman is here with that story. Alex.
Yeah, so this has been somewhat long awaited, but Warner Brothers Discovery making it official that they intend to use their matching rights to match one of the 3 packages that have been submitted that the NDA has crafted with what it wants to be its new media partners, meaning Disney, Comcast, NBC Universal, and Amazon. I'm told by a person familiar with the matter that Warner Brothers Discovery is in fact matching the Amazon package, which is a $1.8 billion per year package. I'm going to read you a little bit of the statement here, Mike. It says, in an effort to continue our longstanding partnership during both exclusive and non-exclusive negotiation periods, we acted in good faith to present strong bids that were fair to both parties. Regrettably, the league notified us of its intention to accept other offers for the games in our current rights package, leaving us to proceed under the matching rights provision, which is an integral part of our current agreement and the rights we have paid for under it. We've reviewed the offers and matched one of them. As I said, I'm told that's Amazon. They will allow fans to keep enjoying our unparalleled coverage, including the best live game productions in the industry and our iconic studio shows and talent, while building on our proven 40-year commitment for many more years. Our matching paperwork was submitted to the league today, and we look forward to the NBA executing our new contract. I'm also told the NBA is preparing a response statement to come, so we will see exactly what the league says in response. But the news here is that Warner Bros. Discovery is not going quietly into that good night. They are matching, using their matching rights to try to stay in the game here and perhaps come away with a package of TV rights for both TNT and for Max, its streaming service.
I was going to say, Alex, if in fact they were to get this Amazon package, the one Amazon has bid for, would it be a smaller package? Or would there be fewer games than they currently carry on the Turner and Max?
All three packages actually have current fewer games because they've split two packages into three. So the answer is yes to that. And the reason that Warner has targeted this package is that the Disney package is $2.6 billion per year. The Comcast NBC Universal one is $2.5 billion. So this one at 1.8 is the cheapest of the three. So it is more you can make a better sell to investors in terms of what Warner Bros. Discovery management is saying in terms of not spending as much and still coming away with a good-sized chunk of the NBA games, if in fact the league allows them to use their rights. And that is we don't know yet, so we'll see what the league says.
Right, not as simple as just saying, raising your hand and saying you match. Alex, thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Leslie, Truist actually up today on its results.
Yeah, more than 3%, Mike. Even though the quarter itself was pretty mixed, the trends for commercial real estate and broader credit quality are improving, and the outlook is stronger than expected. It's really a continuation of a theme we've been seeing from regionals this season, one that's bolstered Zion's leading into its earnings in about 15 minutes time. That stock is outperforming the S&P by about 12 percentage points this month alone. In focus will be credit pressures there as well as expenses. And analysts view Zion's net interest income outlook as conservative, which may bode well for further upside to that profitability metric for loan making. Consensus is expecting slight declines in EPS and revenue on a year-over-year basis, though, Mike.
Zion, Leslie, just as you observe this group, it's one of the stocks that seems to move the most when it comes to, whether it's moves in yields or something else. And I assume that's the net interest sensitivity that it has displayed?
That's right. It's kind of like a lot of these banks. This one is one that comprises 7 community banks. So it is very much that net interest income sensitivity as well as the regulation sensitivity, as well as just the overall health of the economy sensitivity. So it's pretty much as simple as that.
Yeah. And of course, with the regional differences as they apply. Leslie, thanks very much. We'll see what they deliver after.
All right, let's see if we have any earnings.
You see the S&P 500 up a bit more than 1%. That's after a roughly 3% pullback from an all-time high. The Dow
appreciate all of
holding right near the
who joined us today. Sorry, it got a little boring there in the afternoon. It is what it is. It's all good. We have GDP numbers coming out later on this week, so there's still going to be some volatility. Let us go to the, where's it at? So we have Crown, NXPI. I want to see NXP, Semiconductors, Nucor, Brown Insurance, Logitech. Logitech might do really good. Logi. Let's go check out Logi.
The estimate was 54 cents in earnings. That may not compare. That's Alpha Golf November X-Ray AGNC.
Looks like some people were ahead of this one. Look at the volume on Logitech today. Had some really nice volume there. Damn, this has been a nice winter, guys. Look at Logitech. Wow. And I didn't think it was a good stock to own. I mean, it does have a product that is bought.
Rehab Solutions subsidiary agreed to purchase a rehab business from
I don't know.
That is Michael. CDNS Cadence out with their report.
Let's see.
Cadence reporting
Let's just look in here.
estimate on Cadence.
This thing doesn't even trade after hours. That's funny.
So that is a beat for Charlie Delta November Sandy.
Alright guys, you guys have a great rest of your afternoon. Hit that like button, subscribe, 101's schedule. All the links are down in the description. At Ivy League Trades is my Twitter handle. Follow me on Twitter at Ivy League Trades. Message me. You guys have a great rest of your day. I'll see you guys on the watch list.